Have you ever thought about doing another manga collection video because your manga collection has grown so significantly that you kind of need to talk about it again? Hello everybody, that's me, that's that manga dude, and welcome to my good old-fashioned new updated manga collection video for 2024. It's gonna be a big one. We're gonna zoom out and we're gonna look at this far. Yeah, so I have collected over 3,000 volumes now, so we are officially past that threshold. It's crazy to say that and just think about it and everything, and like it's been so much fun to be able to collect this stuff, and also now beginning to actually start discussing it and talking about it on YouTube. So thank you to everybody who's been watching for a super long time. This will be my third manga collection video. I tend to do this once a year, just to give an idea of like what's been updated, maybe some updated thoughts as well. So I hope you're really excited. I have some new a bunch of new series, a bunch of series that I finished collecting or have caught up on and reread. So yeah, there's going to be some new opinions about things. If you've watched my previous collection videos, you will have heard some opinions and maybe those have changed. So can't wait to get into it, but just a couple of things, a couple of disclaimers that I usually leave at the beginning of these manga collection videos. My biggest question that I usually receive on my channel is, where did you get these bookshelves? So these are quite large, obviously they're from head to toe, quite gigantic, and to be fair, they are personally made, so they're custom made bookshelves. A family friend of ours actually made them for me, so I have 4 of them total, and they're great. I'm really thankful to have them, and they look great, they work great, they are just fantastic. I just love having them, they're great. Second question is that I usually receive is, why don't you have X series? There are going to be series on here, or a series. If you look through my entire collection, you're going to be like, oh, where's this? Where's that? Where could that be? Oh, why don't you have this? Why don't you have that? There are a multitude of reasons why I may not have that series. Whether it's, 1, I'm just not that interested in reading it. 2, it's difficult to find. 3, it's just not really my thing. So there are various reasons. If you ask that question, I'm really not going to be able to give an answer for you, to be fair. And to be fair, I don't even know if you want to hear the answer, because some of those series I think will get a lot of people mad. So anyways, that's my 2 big disclaimers. And yeah, let's get started with the manga collection video right now. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of up and down, so please just keep that in mind. These are very tall, so I have to stand on a chair to do this. So, so if you're wondering why this camera is going to move around a lot, it's because my arms are trying to hold it up, and it is exhausting after a while. Anyways, let's get started with the first manga on this shelf. That is Assassination Classroom. I have the first 8 volumes here. I have not finished collecting the series, obviously. There's like 22 or 23 volumes. Follows the story about this alien named Koro-sensei who comes out of nowhere, and he's like, if you guys can't I can't teach these kids to kill me, I'm gonna blow up everything. So it's a really interesting story from what I remember. I haven't read it in a while, to be fair. It's been something that's been on the back burner for a long time. Maybe I'll pick it up again this year, who knows. Next to that, we have Astra Lost in Space by Kenta Shinohara. Really fun sci-fi action comedy variety series. This is kind of a fun time. Basically, it's these kids who are like going out into like an expedition for their school, but they basically got hit into a time warp, and now they must try to scavenge and live in the middle of nowhere in space. It's pretty fun. Has a pretty interesting mystery. The characters are great. Really good intro manga, I would say. So definitely give it a shot if you're looking to try a manga and you're new to the medium. Next to that, we have my favorite anime as a manga. This is Bakano from Ryogo Narita and Shinta Fujimoto. Really fun series. It's basically a historical fiction series based around homunculus and immortality and the good old-fashioned Prohibition era. So it's a crazy mix of stories. The manga is pretty decent. I like the anime a lot more. But the manga is a pretty decent adaptation of it. I definitely want to check out the light novels at some point, but yeah, the manga is a pretty good, I guess, story. Next to that, we have what used to be my favorite manga. It's moved down a little bit, but that is going to be Bakuman. This is the entire series, volumes 1 through 20, and it is a series that means a lot to me. I know a lot of parts have not aged very well. A lot of like I guess, Sugumi Oba's problems with their writing specifically towards women is never usually the best, and especially not in this series. Arguably, some of the other series do it a little bit worse, but Bakuman holds a special place in my heart because it's actually the reason why I went into the career that I did, which is art and animation. I'm obviously not in it right now, but I definitely still draw. I definitely have a great time with it, but this series really, really means a lot to me, and I just really appreciate it for what it is, for what it was. So yeah, it's about as much as I can say about it. Coming up next to that, my winner for the top manga I read in 2023, that was Banana Fish. So this is volumes 1 through 8, and on the next shelf, this is volumes 9 through 19. This is the entire series, and it is a fantastic noir series, absolutely intense, focused in the 80s in New York City after the good old-fashioned Vietnam War. Basically, something happens where a guy goes on a rampage and massacres his entire team, and it says something about banana fish. So the entire story is kind of focused on that, focused on drugs, focused on violence, focused on gangs. It's it's very intense, but it definitely has a lot of I would say trigger moments for a lot of people. So just definitely keep that in mind if you're going to check out the series. But this is a remarkable shoujo series. I absolutely love it. It's from Akimi Yoshida, in case you didn't know. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Beck Mongolian Chop Squad from Harold Sakuishi. I have the first 9 volumes. I don't remember how many actually came out under Tokyo Pop. I believe it was like 12 or 13, but they didn't publish the entire series, and I realized that the entire series is digital now. You can get it digitally. I just haven't gotten it because I don't tend to read digital. But yeah, this is a really fun series focusing on a story about this kid who kind of just joins a band and learns like the beauty of creation and music and stuff like that. Creation in terms of creating art, creating music. It's a really fun series, a lot of great references. The anime is also fantastic, and yeah, definitely highly suggested if you like music stuff. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Beat the Vandal Buster from Riku Sanjo and Koji Inada. I have the first 10 volumes here, and weirdly enough, the series went on a massive hiatus for a very long time, and is now back in print, or back in publishing. They're creating new chapters for it in Japan. There has been no announcement of them republishing this series or reprinting this series from Viz, but it's actually a pretty fun, just classic shonen action series. Follows the story about this dude here who's over here about to go fight some vandals and kill some stuff. He's really cool. Beat's awesome. I like him as a main character. If you like Dragon Quest Adventure of Dai, it's the same exact creator duo. So yeah, definitely give it a shot. It's a ton of fun. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Black Cat. This is volumes 1 through 15. Coming on to the next shelf, we have ourselves 16 through 20. This is a really fun series following the story about this guy named Train Hartnett, who used to be a famous assassin, and now he kind of is just doing odd jobs for the most part and trying to stray away from his assassin past. I just realized that someone moved my volume 9. I don't know. It's probably me. I gotta move this back. This is bothering me. Let me fix that real quick. Boom, baby. All right. So Black Cat, like I was mentioning, focuses on the character Train Hartnett right here. Yeah, and it's a really cool series. I don't know. I really enjoy it. It's funny that To Love Ru is by the same mangaka because they are very, very different. But this is a really fun action series, and I love talking about it. So definitely want to do a reread at some point, and probably do a full review of it because I think it deserves a full reread and review because I haven't read it in 7 or 8 years. So definitely got to get back on it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Black Clover. So this is volumes 1 through 33. I do have volume 34, but it's currently sitting in a different area because I currently don't have enough space to replace it or to place it in the main bookshelves. But I'll get into that when we get to that shelf or that area. But Black Clover is a really fun series by Yuki Tabata, following the story of Asta here and his friend Yuno, who are basically orphans and they want to become mages in order to become the ultimate mage, or the Mage King. Is that what he's called? I think that's what he's called. But Asta finds out very early in his life that he does not have magic, actually. So it totally ruins his idea of what it's going to become, but he goes through it, he fights through it, and he becomes awesome and remarkable, and he gains a special kind of anti-magic, so that's pretty neat. Overall, I think this series gets a lot of hate for no reason. I've talked about that a lot in my videos, in my manga collection videos. I think Black Clover has gotten a lot of hate for kind of just for the anime, but honestly, just check out the manga. The manga is great. I really, really enjoy it. Coming over here, we got ourselves Black Torch from Tsuyoshi Takaki. This is the entire series. This is 5 volumes. A really, really awesome shonen action series. If you like Bleach, you're definitely gonna like this because it's got like that really cool art that Tite Kubo has. Very much enjoy this one. It's a lot of fun. It was definitely cut short and it's very obvious when you're reading it. But for the 5 volumes that you get, it's actually pretty great. So definitely give it a shot. I think it's a lot of fun. And speaking of Tite Kubo, we have ourselves Bleach. I said Tite Kubo. Tite Kubo. So this is volumes 1 and 2. And I have up to 3 through 20, then 22 to 24, 27, 29 through 32, 35, 38 through 40. Now, if you're wondering why I have random scattered volumes like that, so I don't tend to buy manga out of order. Something that I try to do to avoid overspending on manga. Really helps me to save a lot of money. However, Bleach is one of those series that kind of broke that rule for me. There's a couple of series that you'll see, and I will discuss them when we get to them, but Bleach specifically is one of those where I actually originally read the series through the magazine, the Shonen Jump magazine, when it was being printed in the US. So I actually read a good chunk of the series, and young, good old-fashioned 12-year-old manga dude was like, I don't really need to buy the manga for it if I've already read it, which, I mean, you know, that's a perfectly fine way to think, but nowadays I don't think that way anymore. So definitely I've been trying to build out my collection of Bleach. Obviously it's not complete yet, but yeah, I have a great time with it. If you don't know it, it's a classic shonen series following the story of Ichigo Kurosaki, who's basically this dude who accidentally becomes a Soul Reaper, which Soul Reaper are people who go and defeat like these variety of kind of like demons. I'm like blanking on their name. Hollows, that's what they're called. Hollows, as well as other various bad people eventually. But really cool series. I think there's a lot of awesome designs. The action's pretty good too, and you get to see like the evolution of Tite Kubo's art as you make it through the series. So that's always really awesome. Coming over here, we have ourselves Blue Blocks. We have ourselves Blue Box. This is volumes 1 through 8. I also have volume 9. This is from Koji Miura, and this is a current running shonen rom-com series with sports elements attached to it. I will not say it's a sports series because it is not a sports series in my opinion, but basically it follows a story about this guy right here, who's a badminton player, and he gets influenced slash like motivated by this girl here, who's a basketball player, and he motivates himself to become better at the sport because she is so motivated, and obviously he starts to develop feelings, and yeah, it's got a funny love triangle. I love the covers, by the way, especially in like the later volumes. They have some really good ones. I think volume 4 has like one of my favorites. Like, look at that, it's so good. It's a cool series. I won't say it's like the best rom-com I've ever read, but I do really like it when Koji Miura actually draws the sports stuff, because they actually draw sports stuff really good. Like the action, the posing, it's all really dynamic, and I love it a lot. So I kind of wish it was more of a focus on that, but for what it is, I still very much enjoy it. And now I'm going to get off my chair, and we have ourselves Blue Exorcist. This is volumes 1 through 7, as well as, oops, I just hit my bookcase, as well as volumes 8 through 28. So this is the officially caught up version of the English print from Kazue Kato under Viz Media, and this is one of my favorite series of all time. If you've read it, you totally get it. And if you haven't read it, you're really missing out. This is a fantastic series following the story about a kid named Rin Okubura, who's this guy right here, who's basically this guy who has been born and has satanic powers, and he's aiming to become an exorcist, which is kind of ironic, considering what exorcists are supposed to do. So it's about him overcoming difficulties and meeting all these fantastic and hilarious characters. Has one of the best, I would say, cast from a shonen series that I've ever read, in my opinion, in my official opinion. The art is gorgeous, the characters are a lot of fun, the story is also pretty good across the board. Just a series I really enjoy. So yeah, that's about as much as I can say about it. Definitely just go check it out. It's awesome. And right next to that, another fantastic series, Blue Giant. This is volumes 1 through 10. It's 5 omnibuses, and it's a really cool series following my boy Miyamoto Dai. He is a good old-fashioned saxophone player, but he kind of sucks when he first starts. So it's about his journey of becoming a better saxophone player, where he gets to meet people who are also like-minded musicians. And yeah, it's just a really fun coming-of-age music series. It's really well drawn, really really well paced. The story is great. It's just, it has a lot of just nice oomph to it. Is the best way to put it. Probably one of the best music manga that I've personally read, and yeah, I would love to talk about it more. Coming over here, we have ourselves Boruto from Masashi Kishimoto, Mikio Ikemoto, and Ukyo Kodachi. So, yeah, this is the sequel series of everyone's favorite series, Naruto. This is volumes 1 through 14, and we have ourselves volumes 15 through 18 over here. And, I think the series is fine. I think I've mentioned this a lot while talking about Boruto specifically, but it's a series for me that fills the very, very small crater that Naruto left after I finished it personally, and it's not great, but I still have a fun time with it. I think it's kind of goofy, it's kind of silly, but the art's pretty good, and it's just cool to see all the characters older. So that's about as much as I can say about it. Coming up next to that, we have a very much uncompleted collection of case closed. This is volumes 1 through 37 from Gosho Aoyama. And yeah, this is a really, really cool series. Really popular series, too. It has over 100 volumes. Following the story of our boy, Detective Conan, his name is Jimmy Kudo. But he basically gets pilled. He gets drugged and suddenly he's a child again. So now he has to solve a variety of cases across the entire series. Some people would say it's very repetitive, but honestly it's like just kind of fun to continuously read murder mysteries. It's like picking up a serial mystery. I don't know if you know what those are, but that's what it feels like every time I pick up a volume. So definitely want to finish this collection at some point, but we're nowhere near that time. So eventually, but not now. Coming up next, we have ourselves Chainsaw Man. This is volumes 1 through 6 from Tatsuki Fujimoto, and as well as 7 through 14 here on this shelf. Yeah, this is a series that people have called peak fiction. They say it's a masterpiece. They say it's absolutely amazing. And while I don't necessarily agree, I do think it's a pretty cool series. I think there's a lot to enjoy about it. I think there are some interesting characters. I think the story can be pretty interesting as well. Honestly, probably my least favorite part is the art. I don't know if I vibe with Tatsuki Fujimoto's art style too much, but I think it's a cool story, and I think the second half of part 1 is probably my favorite story beats in the entire series. So yeah, we'll see how I feel about part 2. Currently, I'm enjoying it for the most part. I do think it's a little bit slow, but it's okay. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Claymore. This is volumes 1 through 27 from Norihiro Yagi. And I love this series. It follows a story about a girl named Claire who is a Claymore. Like basically these like silver-eyed girls who are uber powerful and have basically been infected with like the equivalent of demon blood. So they are basically half demons. So they're uber strong, but they are shunned upon by society, and they're kind of basically just killing machines. But it's about their like growth. In general, the entire series is about that. Like Claire coming to her own, becoming more human as she moves throughout the story, because at the beginning she's very much quiet, doesn't say much, just kind of is there. But honestly, love her a lot. She's a great main character. I love the cast quite a bit. I think the art's pretty solid as well. And it's a really fun and easy read. To be completely fair, it's very gory. But when I mean easy, I mean like it's like a pretty fast read. Like you're not gonna be spending a lot of time reading these volumes. Most of it is just like being able to witness the beautiful art that Yagi Sensei has pulled out. So overall, great series. Love it a lot. Coming up next, we have ourselves Cross Game. This is volumes 1 through 6 and volumes 7 through 8 from Mitsuru Adachi. Very, very fun series. I love this one quite a bit. Another series that I think leans more into the sports than Blue Box, but it also features those rom-com elements as well. Really great series, the baseball series. If you like baseball, you should definitely check it out. If you like kind of like an older aesthetic by a newer mangaka, Mitsuru Adachi will serve you just that. So it's one of my favorite sports series, and yeah, can't wait to talk about it more when I decide to reread at some point. Alrighty then, right next to Cross Game, we have ourselves all of The Gray Man, that's in English, that is. This is volumes 1 through 28. And just to update yourselves, if you've been watching my other old manga collection videos, this is my updated opinion. The Gray Man is actually fantastic. It's a really great series. Follows the story of Alan Walker here, who is an exorcist, and he is fighting against the Millennium Earl and all the evil Akuma and demons and stuff like that. It is a lot of fun. It's a great series. Fantastic art. I love it a lot. I've done a full review on it, so yeah, I definitely have opinions about it now, in comparison to my old opinions where I said I didn't like it as much. But I think having all the series now at this point and not buying them bi-monthly, it's made the experience a lot better. Overall, I do really like it though. Coming up next, we have ourselves Dan to Dan. This is volumes 1 through 6 from Yukinobu Tatsu, and this is a newer series that's super fun and ridiculous. It follows the story of these two here. One of them believes in ghosts and like spirits, but doesn't believe in aliens, and the other one believes in aliens, but does not believe in ghosts. So they make a bet, and they're like, all right, let's go to each other's like special like areas or areas that are allegedly full of alien activity and ghost activity, and see what happens. And lo and behold, they both exist. Now they have a a somewhat traumatic bond with each other, and I don't know, it's ridiculous, it's stupid, it's fun, it's crazy, it'll keep you on edge, and it'll make you laugh and cry at the same time. It's a lot of fun, and probably one of the better shonen series that's coming out right now. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Days on Fest. This is volumes 1 through 5 from Kanata Oka. This is the entire series, and yeah, follows the story about these two girls who go to music festivals, and it's like all about like the music festival scene and experiencing that. Honestly, it's a pretty cool series. I really enjoyed it. I read it last year or 2 years ago, but very much enjoyed everything that I did read. It's nice and simple. It's like really fun. It's kind of cute. Definitely a slice of life series, and it has a pretty good solid, I would say, story about music festivals, and like I think it shows music festival scenes really well. So overall, if you want yourself a little bit lighter series and a quick read, this is a good one to go with. And going with the complete opposite, we have ourselves Dead Man Wonderland from Jinsei Kataoka and Kazuma Kondo. This is volumes 1 through 3. And on the next shelf, we have the rest of the series here with 4 through 13. And this is an absolutely crazy, bloody, dark series. Follows the story about this poor kid who gets wrongly accused of killing his entire class, and he's sent to this awful place called Dead Man Wonderland, which is like this kind of like amusement park like jail / prison. Yeah, it's intense, it's crazy. The ending is not necessarily my favorite, but I did actually just enjoy the series across the board. It has some awesome art as well. Yeah, definitely a must read if you really like that dark kind of like shonen seinen series. It's actually a lot of fun. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves the classic Death Note. This is volumes 1 through 12, and as well as the Death Note 20th Anniversary Edition that was released during, I think, Anime Expo. Yeah, so this is from Tsugumi Oba, Takashi Obata, a classic series. If you don't know about it, I'm really surprised. But if you don't, here's the short synopsis. Basically, follows a story about a guy named Light Yagami who finds this little book called the Death Note. He reads some rules about it, and it says, like, if you write a person's name in it, they will die. Eventually, he meets all these, like, crazy, wonderful, and interesting characters, and he goes on a, what he assumes is a religious and kind of, like, holier than thou, murder spree, and then he becomes chased by the police and various famous detectives. It's definitely something else. It's really intense for most part, and I think it ends fine. It's not my favorite work from the duo, but it is it's still pretty solid. I think there are some good things about it and some definitely bad parts about it, but overall I do very much enjoy this series. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the Demon Slayer series. This is the like the one-shot kind of thing called Stories of Water and Flame. This is from Ryoi Hirano, and then the entire series from Koyoharu Gotoge. So this is volumes 1 through 21, as well as volumes 22 and 23. So, Demon Slayer. I don't know how much I really need to say much about Demon Slayer. It's one of the biggest series out. In general, it's got like hundreds of millions of copies sold, and are out in the market. Yeah, it's a series following the story about a guy named Tanjiro Kamado, who's this guy right here, whose family is killed by demons, and his sister Nezuko is also turned into a demon as well. So he becomes a demon slayer, as the name suggests, in order to find a way to cure his sister. It's a pretty cool story. I liked it up until a certain point. I think there comes a part in the series that I just don't really like where it went, and I don't like the ending at all. I think it really just kind of is rushed. It feels like there's like too much added at the end, and it doesn't feel like there was enough time to develop some of the characters that are introduced, or at least are developed towards the end of the series. If you know, you know. If you don't, it's okay. You know, you're allowed to enjoy Demon Slayer. I'm not going to hate you. I'm not one of those people who likes it. However, this right here, the Stories of Water and Flame, it tells like some shorter stories about the fire guy, which I'm forgetting his name, and Gyu. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. I actually really enjoyed this a lot. I like the art quite a bit. It's a cool little one-shot. If you like Demon Slayer, you should definitely pick this up. Alright, coming down to the bottom shelf, I'll go over these in just a sec, but let's go with the main shelf first. So we have ourselves Double, which is 1 through 4. That's the currently released series from Ayako Noda, and it's a very interesting series. Follows a story about this like protege, or like super, I would say super good actor, and like his friend who's always helping him become like the best actor he can be, even though his friend is just as good at acting as him. But yeah, it's very bizarre, it's very strange, it's kind of creepy at points, but it's a really good read. Definitely excited to eventually continue reading it when there's another volume out, but yeah, has some BL elements. I don't even know, it might be considered a BL, I'm not sure, but it is, yeah, it's about acting, which is pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the absolute classic Dragon Ball. This is volumes 1 through 16 for the original series, as well as Dragon Ball Super 1 through 3 over here from Akira Toriyama and Toyotaro. Yes, so really quick, rest in peace to Akira Toriyama. Your work has completely changed so many different people's lives, has touched millions of people across the world, including myself. Even though I got into Dragon Ball very, very late into the game, like I just finished reading Dragon Ball original and Dragon Ball Z back in 2021 or 2022. So yeah, I'm very much late to it, but I can't. It would be impossible for me to say that his work has not influenced me in some way, especially going into art or just checking out manga or anime in general. I already knew who Goku was, I knew what Dragon Ball was, but this is an awesome series. I love it so much. I don't have Dragon Ball Z out, that's because I have it in a box set, so it's somewhere else, but I do have the original series here, as well as Dragon Ball Super. Yeah, it's a cool series, I love it a lot, and there's not much else to say about it. Alright, coming up next to that, we have ourselves Dragon Drive. This is volumes 1 through 14. This is the entire series from Kenichi Sakura. And to be fair, I haven't read this series in like an extremely long time, so I don't really have any new opinions about it, or at least I don't have any like actual opinions about it, but basically it follows a story about like this world where you can go into like this virtual world and you get like dragons, like your own personal dragon. Yeah, so it's one of those. I don't really have much to say about it because I haven't read it in almost a decade now at this point, but I do remember enjoying it quite a bit, so I definitely want to try to check it out at some point down the line, do a reread of it and see if it's as good as I remember it being. Alright, coming up next to that, we have ourselves Elemental Gelée. This is volumes 1 through 6 from Mayumi Azuma. And give me one sec as I go up our bookcase here into the second one up there. It's a little bit hard to see, but that's volumes 7 through 12. So that's all we got in America, because we actually didn't get the full series out. But yeah, I'm going to go back down here. But yeah, Elemental Gelée, it's a pretty cool one. It's about sky pirates and like this like special world and this girl that they find who has like super powerful superpowers basically, and she's asking them to bring her to like this like kind of Eden in a way. So that becomes this guy's goal in order to do that. One of the series I haven't read in an extremely long time. I know I remember enjoying it quite a bit as a kid, so maybe it's as good as I remember it being, and I guess we'll have to see when I do a reread of it. And coming over here, we have ourselves Akane Banashi. This is volumes 1 through 3 by Yuki Suenaga and Takamasa Moe. I love this series. This is one of my favorite Weekly Shonen Jump series that is currently releasing. It's absolutely remarkable. It follows a story about this girl here named Akane, whose father was a Rakugo storyteller until some stuff happens and his entire class gets expelled, basically. Which then leads to a variety of things, which I'm not going to spoil. But Akane now wants wants to get answers as to why her dad was expelled. I almost said expired. Why her father was expelled. So now she's following her journey as a Rakugo artist, and it's just really well done across the board. The art's fantastic, the story's fantastic, the Rakugo storytelling is told in a way that it's perfect for newcomers who don't know anything about it, but is also great for people who already know about Rakugo. So, great series. I love it a lot. It's a lot of fun. Definitely give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Canis, Dear Hatter. This is volumes 1 and 2, and then the one-shot, I think it's called Dear Mr. Rain. I haven't read this yet, but Canis, Dear Hatter, follows a story about this guy who is a hatter, his name's Jess, who one day finds this man who is currently sitting in like a ditch, basically, or sitting in like an alleyway, and he's like, come help me work on my hats. And yeah, they develop a relationship / friendship, and let's just say some stuff gets a little spicy. It gets a little crazy. We get some like gang stuff in it. We get like interesting like hat designs. It's a really cool series, and it has some absolutely gorgeous covers as well. Just across the board. Let me pull this up really quick. Like, look at this. This is so gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful, and it goes all the way around to the back. It's super good. I love it a lot. It's a really cool series, honestly. I think I was really enjoying it when I read it. I still need to read Dear Mr. Rain, so I'll get to that at some point. But yeah, it's a cool series. I like it a lot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves some random volumes here, but this is Durarara volumes 1 through 4 from Ryogo Narita and Akio Satorigi. I think it's Satorigi. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. But yeah, Durarara. It's a classic series. A lot of people really like it. Another one that I haven't read in a long time, but I just know that it's by the same people who worked on Baccano, which is my favorite anime. So yeah. Durarara, I remember it being pretty cool. It's all about like gang wars and kind of like just high schoolers trying to live through this weird world. There's a lot of quirky characters from what I can remember. I know there's like the cat girl that rides the motorcycle and has no head. There's like the guy that's like super strong and breaks stuff all the time. He's blonde. He's the guy that's on this cover here. But yeah, series I haven't read in a while, but probably should and get back into it, see if I like it as much as I did. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Colors, Volume 1, and just to show you real quick, I have Volumes 2 through 5 over here as well. This is a really great series. It's a really cool one. Basically, a catastrophic event destroys all color in this world and turns all these people into monsters and various, or monster-looking people. And yeah, so it's about this doctor who finds this girl who appears to be human still, which is really strange. So he's trying to figure out why she has not been affected by all of this, stuff going on. It's a pretty cool series. It's a really interesting dystopian sci-fi series. The art is gorgeous and has some great color that also helps it to pop. Love it a lot. Definitely give it a shot if you like sci-fi stuff. And just below that, we have ourselves Kawa by Akira Toriyama, which is, it's kind of like a one-shot following like these little monsters as they do monstery things. It's cute. It's fun. I remember enjoying it. I definitely want to give it a reread at some point. Maybe I'll do it for some kind of Akira Toriyama retrospective, but we'll see. We'll definitely have to see. Alright, now that I have a stool, I can actually show you what's up here. So there's Elemental Delay, like I showed before. And then we have ourselves The Elusive Samurai. This is volumes 1 through 7 from Yusei Matsui, the same mangaka behind Assassination Classroom. And it basically follows the story about this kid here, who's not much of a fighter. He's really good at escaping and being elusive, as the name suggests. So it's kind of like a historical, political drama / action series. And I'm enjoying it, but I'm not caught up because it's kind of losing its luster for me. I think it's pretty cool, but it's a little too goofy, I would say, for me. It's kind of like the same problem that I had with Assassination Classroom, where I don't know, there's something about it that I don't know. I can't, I don't really want to read much of it so, I don't know, that's just a personal opinion, and to be fair, it's a pretty cool series. I like it enough to have 7 volumes, but I'm definitely going to slow down on collecting it for a bit. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves a series that I really enjoy, but volumes are very difficult to come by. This is Ice Shield 21. This is from Riichiro Inagaki and Yusuke Murata. If you don't know Inagaki's name, I believe he is the author of Dr. Stone, and then Yusuke Murata, if you don't know that name, he is the artist for One Punch Man. So talk about quite the duo, but it follows a story about Sena Kobayakawa, who is this kid who is really, really fast, but not much else. So he gets recruited to join the football team, the American football team. And yeah, it's about the Devil Bats and all these quirky, crazy characters. It's a lot of fun. It's a really cool series. I just wish that Viz would reprint it because I still need just over a third of the series, I think. I think there's 36 or 38 volumes. So yeah, would love to finish this at some point because it's a really cool series. But a lot of fun. If you can get hands on it for a fairly good price, definitely give it a shot. It's really cool. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Fire Force. This is volumes 1 through 7 from Atsushi Okubo, who is the same manga behind Soul Eater. Series that I've kind of been on the back burner for. I know it's already done, so I definitely need to just finish it at some point. But yeah, it's about like firefighters and them trying to defeat these like monster things that kind of just explode into fire, and they have to find ways to destroy that or to find the source of it. So it's a pretty cool series. I haven't read it, to be fair. So yeah, not much I can say about it there. And next to that, we have ourselves Food Wars. This is volume 1. And coming down here, we have ourselves volumes 2 through 36. This is the entire series from Yuto Sakuda, Shun Saiki, and Yuki Morisaka. It's a pretty cool series following our boy Soma Yukihira over here, who has joined like this like super prestigious school where everybody is like really, really good at cooking. And he's a little bit different because he likes to try to experiment and use like cheaper ingredients and kind of like get away with stuff in comparison to these other people who are all classically trained or really, really good at their craft or whatever. So he's out there to cook and have people enjoy his food. So it's a cool series until it isn't. I really like it until like right around here-ish. It's wherever like the last arc happens. The last arc is just not good. I don't like it. I don't like how it ends. I think it's kind of a really, really crap ending, which sucks because it's a cool series, but it's got some great art, it's got some great food in it. Story is all over the place, so take it as you will, but definitely give it a shot if you like that kind of stuff. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Forget Me Not. This is from Magsu and Naomoto. Follows the story about this guy who is kind of like down in his dumps, down in the luck, and then he gets hit by a like motorcyclist and is brought to the hospital by someone that he used to date, it seems. So he's kind of reminiscing and trying to remember who it could have been. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting story because it's kind of showing like how he kind of ruined all the relationships that he was in, and how like communication and all these things are really, really important. So I liked it. I think it was a good series. I enjoyed it. I liked the ending as well. Kind of hard to find for some reason, but yeah, wouldn't mind reading it again. It's pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Furiden. This is Beyond Journey's End, volumes 1 through 4, as well as volumes 5 through 10. Excuse the glare. 5 through 10. This is from Kanehito Yamada and Tsukasa Abe. Yeah, fantastic high fantasy series. It is definitely not an isekai. Do not listen to IGN on this one, boys. Boys and girls and non-binaries. It is, yeah, it's not. Fantastic high fantasy series following the story of Furiden, who is this lady girl right here. She is an elf who is part of the party that defeats the Demon King, and she's like, all right, let's continue on our way. And she continues to outlive all of the people of her original party and is now trying to process all of that kind of like emotions and information of all those people passing away as she continues to live on. So it's a really cool series. I like it quite a bit, and I like where the manga is going already. Fantastic series. If you just want like a beautifully drawn, really well written across the board high fantasy series, definitely give it a shot. And coming over here, we have ourselves the classic Full Metal Alchemist. This is volumes 1 through 27. This is the full series from Hiromu Arakawa, following the story of, sorry for the glare, because these covers are shiny, so they are eating up that light like it's like breakfast. So follows the story of Edward and Alphonse Elric, who are brothers and have basically messed up a really bad alchemist circle and trying to bring back their dead mother. So now Alphonse is stuck in a piece of armor, and Edward is missing one of his arms and one of his legs. So yeah, it's about the story of being alchemist and how it is affecting the entire world and all this other stuff. It's really cool. It's a lot of fun. Definitely want to reread it because I haven't read it in a long time, but I love this series quite a bit. I can name a lot of the characters. One of my favorite characters is his guy. I love him a lot. So overall, it's a classic series. If you haven't read it, definitely give it a shot. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Gengaku Picasso. This is volumes 1 through 3. It's the entire series of from Usamaru Furuya. Follows a story about this kid who's really good at drawing, so people call him Picasso, and he gets really annoyed by it. In this like experience, he is starting to be able to see like people's like dreams and can enter them, enter their brains basically, and like in order to find out what's going on with them. So yeah, he has to act like kind of like a guardian angel in a way, while he's also being like talked to by his former friend who passed away in a helicopter accident. So it's really interesting. It ends in such a way, I don't really know how to explain it, but definitely just give it a shot. It's a short series. It's got some pretty creepy art across the board, but I do really like it. I think it's pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Genshiken. This is the first season, if that's what you want to call it, or the first part of the series. This is volumes 1 through 9. This is the entire of the original series from Kyo Shimoku. Classic series, another one. That follows the Genshiken Club, which is this college club that focuses on a bunch of like weeby stuff. So cosplay, video games, anime, manga. They don't really have a true thing to them, which is to the ire of the student council and to various other clubs that are on the campus. But it's just fun. I don't know. I think it's really well done. It's really well told. I think it really shows how college students are in a realistic way. Do very much enjoy it. I haven't read all of it yet. I think I'm up to like volume 4 or 5, but it's a cool series. I do really like it. And now, off of my chair we go. We have ourselves Gintama. This is volumes 1 through 23. This is all we got in English from Hideaki Sorachi. Classic story about following the story of Gintoki Sarada, I think is his name, or his name is Gin. His name is Gin, or Jin. I don't know how to pronounce his name. But it follows the story of him and his like friends as they live to, I don't know, take care of stuff across the board. They kind of like run like a random tasks club, or not club, but like agency where they take on odd jobs and stuff. Odd jobs, that's what it was. It's a really it's like a classic series, super long. We only got so much here in English, which is a shame because it's actually a lot of fun and very well written. Even though people will say, oh, it's not translated very well because a lot of the jokes are Japanese jokes, and it's like, I don't know, there's still like a lot of fun to be had within it regardless. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Go For It Nakamura and Go For It Again Nakamura. Follows a story about this kid here who is madly in love with his friend, or with this kid in his class, and he doesn't know what to do. So he kind of is just fantasizing about it all the time, until one day he just decides to go for it, as the name suggests, and become friends with this lad. It's cute, it's funny, it's goofy, it's strange. Definitely gives me like a 90s vibe all the way through, but I really like it. I think it's pretty cool. And it's only 2 volumes, so yeah, it's cool. Coming up next to that, a complete opposite, very depressing one. This is A Girl on the Shore from Inio Asano. Really sad series following a story about this girl and a guy, and their like on and off relationship and various other things that go across, I don't know, just a lot of like things about mental health and various other triggering things. So definitely give it a read over in terms of like what you're to expect, because it's a lot. But I remember liking it quite a bit. I haven't read it in a while though, so I can't say much about it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Go With The Clouds, North by Northwest. This is volumes 1 through 6, so I'm currently caught up from Aki Idie. This is a great series following the story about this character who moves from Japan to Iceland, and he is currently running another kind of odd job agency. They're living with his grandpa, and overall it's just a really interesting story. The art is absolutely gorgeous. It's really cool to experience Iceland through like the eyes of a Japanese author. I just really like it a lot. I think it's a cool series and makes me really want to go to Iceland. Whew. Coming up next up, we have ourselves The God's Lie from Kaori Ozaki. Follows the story about these 2 kids, which we'll show here, who have a very dark secret, but they don't really tell anybody and keep it to themselves. So it's about them and like their relationship together and how that affects the people around them and stuff like that. So it's a cool series. It's a cool one-shot. It's not my favorite though. I actually do prefer the other series that Kaori Ozaki has in print here in English, which is The Golden Sheep, volumes 1 through 3, about a girl who like loves playing guitar, it's guitar. and basically how her friends and her relationships with her friends have kind of changed after they've all gone their separate ways for a bit. And yeah, it's just, I like it a lot more. I think it's written extremely well, and I love the art. Kei Arizaki's art is still very good across the board. Coming up next, we have ourselves GTO, also known as Great Teacher Onizuka. This is from Toru Fujisawa, 1 through 8. I do not have the entire series because this series is out of print and very difficult to find. But it's a really cool series and kind of stupid. But it's a classic 90s series following this guy right here. Onizuka, who is a kind of like a weirdo, kind of a creep, but he ends up becoming like a teacher at a high school in order to try to pick up girls. But he ends up like kind of learning how he needs to be like a role model for these kids, maybe in a unorthodox kind of way, but I don't know. I think it's written in a pretty solid way. I like the art quite a bit, and it's just really stupid. It's really funny across the board, but also can be really wholesome at times. So I don't know. I would love to finish it someday, but we'll have to be patient on that one. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Gyo. This is volumes 1 and 2 from I almost said Inio-san, wrong person, Junji Ito. So this is a series that I think is super creepy, but basically like these like fish machines basically start to kind of invade and take over Japan, and it's about the story of like these people who are trying to survive during this like kind of apocalyptic event, but it's really creepy. I think it's his creepiest work and probably my favorite work out of all of his entire catalog, which is I guess bold to say, but yeah, I really liked it, and yeah, that's about as much as I could say about it without spoiling it, so definitely just give it a shot if you like Junji Ito. Had to take a breather there. Got a little tired. Anyways, this is one of my favorite series of all time. This is Haikyuu. This is volumes 1 through 43. And 44 and 45. So this is the absolutely amazing, fantastic, wonderful, I can't say anything bad about this series, sports series about volleyball from Haruichi Furudate. It's a series that I care about quite a bit. It's a series that I love a lot. It's just a really, really, really well done sports manga. Follows the story of Shoyo Hinata, who is a very short kid who's not made for volleyball because he's really short. Typically, volleyball players, they tend to be tall, but he's short. He's our short king, and he wants to be, one of the best. One of the best because he was inspired by another short person at this school for Karasuno High School. So he ends up going to that school and meets up with a kid named this guy, Kageyama, who is someone who actually beat him in middle school. And yeah, you come to find out that he's kind of a jerk. So it's about their building their friendship together as well as like their teammates together in order to become really, really good for nationals and or various other things. So it's really cool. It's really great. It's really well written. It's got beautiful art. So many great characters. Such wonderful writing across the board. I can't say enough about this series. It's so good. Definitely want to do a full review or something for this series because I've never actually done that, but I would love to do that at some point. Maybe soon. We'll see. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Hanakimi. So I have volumes 1 through 5 from Hisaya Nakajo. And I haven't read much about the series, but basically follows a story about this girl who is kind of androgynous. So she kind of dresses as a boy and gets into an all-boys school in order to follow this track star that she was a big fan of. I believe he was into pole vault. So it's definitely aged poorly in some spots, but it's also pretty cool in other spots. I think it's pretty solid. I don't know. It makes me laugh. It's kind of fun. Definitely a precursor to Ouran High School Host Club, but very different. Very, very different. But we'll have to finish this at some point in the near future. Who knows? Coming up next, we have ourselves Hikaru no Go. This is volumes 1 through 23. This is the entire series from Yumi Hata. I don't know how to pronounce her name. And Takashi Obata, so the same manga artist as Death Note and Bakuman. Hikaru no Go is really, really cool. Follows the story about this kid here, Hikaru, who accidentally summons or awakens a ghost who was a master of Go. He is suddenly training to become better at Go. And yeah, it's cool. It's really fun. The art is gorgeous. The story is really well written across the board. Then there's a lot of characters that are actually just really easy to root for. I really like Hikaru specifically, and I believe his name is Honda. I always thought that this was a girl when I was a kid, but I was wrong. So lo and behold, I don't know. I don't know what you can say, but really cool series. It's just really well done, and probably one of the better sports series that's not like a major sports series, I would say. And when I say major sports series, like I'm not like it's a kind of like chess. You know, it is a sports series, but it's not what like a lot of people consider a sports series. But whatever, I don't care. It's a sports series, and it's great. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Honey and Clover from Chika Umino. Wow, okay, I almost completely butchered her name, which I did actually, but whatever. Anyways, this is volumes 1 through 5. This is not the entire series, but it's a great series actually. It follows a story about these like a bunch of people who are in, I believe it's college or university for art, and it's about their kind of like lives dealing with various things while also trying to deal with expectations for themselves and being good at art and various other things. I don't know. It's really well written. There's a lot of great characters, and the art's awesome. I almost said it again. Chika Umino. It's the same mangaka behind March Comes In Like a Lion, which is a series that's currently releasing through Denpa. So definitely give this a shot if you can find it. It's pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Hoshin Engi. This is volumes 1 through 10. Coming down here, we have volumes 11 through 23 from Ryu Fujisaki. This is an awesome series that I don't see anybody talking about, which is really a shame. I think it's really cool. But it is a retelling of a famous, like, I think it's like a Chinese novel or Chinese series. And it mixes just so much random stuff. It's got like fourth wall breaks and comedy and historical like fantasy and like sci-fi stuff. It's a crazy series and it will keep you on your toes, but it's really, really good. I liked it a lot when I was reading it last year or 2 years ago. I guess last year, maybe last year. It was both. But it's a really cool series. I really enjoy it and I'm glad I have it all to be able to reread at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves a series that a lot of people really, really love, and this is Hunter x Hunter from Yoshihiro Togashi. This is volumes 1 through 32, as well as volumes 33 through 37. I'm currently caught up in English. Yeah, it's a cool series following the story of Gon. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name because I actually don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah, it's about his story of kind of like self-exploration and also trying to find his father, his deadbeat father who just left and was like, bye-bye. So yeah, he's going off to become a hunter, which is like basically like a prestigious rank where you can like go and do various things. It's pretty cool. I like the series a lot. I'm not like the biggest fan of where the series is at currently. I don't really like the newest arc. I think the newest arc's really hard to keep track of. There's a lot of characters and they introduce a lot of characters and a lot of them feel like they don't matter. Yeah. But I don't know. It's still cool. I think it's still worth a read, especially for the first couple arcs. I think Chimera Ant is one of the best shonen arcs that I've ever read. I liked it a lot. But yeah, I don't know. You can form your own opinion if you decide to check it out. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Jujutsu Kaisen. This is volumes 0 through 21. Yeah, you heard that right. That's volume 0. From Gege Akatami, this is a very popular shonen series that's currently releasing that everyone can't shut up about. Man, there are so many people who just say the dumbest things about this series, and it's okay. You know, you don't have to have a great opinion about the series. You could just say you enjoy it, and that's all you need to say. I don't need to know about, like, why you think, like, somebody is this or that, or, like, I just don't. It's cool. It's a cool series. That's fine. That's it. That's all I'm going to say about it. It's a cool series. It's fun. You don't really need to compare it to anything else. Please don't, because it's very annoying. But I really like it. I think it's a cool series, and I do very much enjoy it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kageki Shoujo. So this is The Curtain Rises, which is kind of like the prequel / beginning, to be fair. And volumes 1 through 7 from Kumiko Saiki, I think is how you pronounce it. But yeah, it follows a story about these girls who go to a prestigious school where they are learning to become like famous women actors for the all-women acting troupe, which I'm blanking on the name. It's kind of embarrassing. But yeah, it follows a story mostly about Sarasa, who is this girl here. And she's awesome, but she's like your non-typical, I would say. She's like very tall, actually pretty solid at dancing and stuff like that. Yeah, she's a cool character. I love her a lot. I think a lot of the characters are written really well, and I think a lot of the story beats are done very well. I think each character kind of gets their own arc, and I think each arc is actually interesting and kind of tackles a variety of topics. So I think it's a cool series. Definitely give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kaiju number 8. This is volumes 1 through 8 from Naoya Matsumoto. Yeah, it's a cool series. I like this one a lot. Follows a story about this older dude who works for like a cleaner, basically a cleaning group. Because in this world, when Kaiju get exploded, someone has to go and clean up all the carcasses and stuff like that. So he's working there, but he wants to become a part of like the army, essentially. So eventually he does, but he also gains a unique power where he can become a kaiju himself. So yeah, it's a really interesting action series. I like it a lot. It's so much fun. I love getting every volume because it's always going to be like just some action-packed volume. And it's done really well. I think it's just very, very good and definitely worth a read if you like shonen stuff. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Yellow Tanabe's Kakaishi. This is volumes 1 through 3, as well as volumes 4 through 13. I do not own all of this because it is another series that's very difficult to find, and I believe mostly out of print. Yeah, follows a story about... I was almost pointing out something off screen. But follows a story about this kid right here, who's kind of like the heir to a famous like exorcist group, exorcist family, who is friends with this girl as well, who's also like the daughter / heir to another famous exorcist group. And it's about their story of protecting this special, like their school basically, because their school is like a hot spot for demons and for them to become more powerful, so they have to protect it. So it's got a lot of really great mystery elements. I love the characters, and I love the character designs as well. I also think the magic system's pretty cool because everything is like revolves around like squares and stuff like that, especially for the exorcists / shamans or whatever you want to call them. So it's a cool series. I think it's pretty cool. Definitely worth a read if you like action series. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kiichi and the Magic Books. This is volumes 1 through 5 from Taka Amano. And yeah, a series that I bought kind of like on a whim just to see what it was. And I actually really, really enjoyed it. Basically, it follows a story about this Oni kid who is kind of like looked down upon in the world because Oni are supposed to be all dead or supposed to be gone. And he's like one of the very few that are still alive. And he lives in this world where books are seen as a very special kind of thing, so they have to be protected at all costs by librarians who bring these books around. You basically can't own books; you have to only rent them out to rent them out from librarians. And yeah, it's a cool little world. I think the art's really good and the story's pretty cool as well. So I don't know, definitely give it a shot if you like that kind of stuff. Next to that, we got ourselves Kingdom Hearts. This is volumes 1 through 4 for the original series, 1 and 2 for Chain of Memories, 1 and 2 for Kingdom Hearts 2, 1 through 5 for 358/2 days, and Kingdom Hearts 3, volumes 1 and 2, all by Shiro Amano. Yeah, this is a great rendition, I guess you could say, of Kingdom Hearts. I think it's really cool. We get a lot of like fun character moments. I think it really fleshes out these characters in a different way than the video games do. If you love Kingdom Hearts, definitely you got to pick these up. I know... Who is it? I think Yen Press actually has the rights to these now, so I actually have the older versions of these for Tokyo Pop, but yeah, definitely pick up the newer versions. I know they finished Kingdom Hearts 2, so I will need to get those at some point, but these are really good. I love this series. Kingdom Hearts is great. Even though this is not a video game channel, I will talk about video games when I can. Alright, up next, we got ourselves volumes 1 through 18 and volumes 19 through 28 of everyone's favorite series, Komi Can't Communicate, from Tomohito Oda. Yeah, I don't have much to say about this. My joke from my channel is always to say, it's Komi. And that is going to continue here. It's a very simple, kind of like 4-Koma-esque series, following a story about this girl who's quiet, whose name is Shoko Komi. And she meets all these fantastic people, and her goal in life is to make 100 friends while in high school. So, yeah, her new friend is going to help her try and do that, and maybe some other things as well. Yeah, it's a cute series, and I don't really have much to say about it. What can I say? Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kubo Won't Let Me Be Invisible from Nene Yukamori. This is volumes 1 through 12. This is the entire series, and this one is another really cute one. Follows a story about this guy here, which I'm blanking on his name right now, but I usually remember it, fortunately. But this girl here, Kubo, is the only girl who can see him because he is so unnoticeable that he will literally disappear in front of people, or like people won't know he's around. So it's a kind of a silly concept, but it's really cute. A lot of the character moments are great, and just I don't know, it makes my heart beat, and I'm like, that's so cute. So not much to say about it. It ended actually fairly recently, so kind of sad about that, but glad to have been able to read it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves another video game one. This is Legend of Zelda. So this is all of the like one-shots / two-parters. So that's Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Oracle of Seasons, Ages, Four Swords, Minish Cap, Link to the Past, Phantom Hourglass, and then 2 volumes of Twilight Princess, which I'm very behind on. But yeah, this is Akira Himekawa's retelling of all of these Zelda series, and it's great. I don't know, it's like a short, compact version of every story, and I just enjoy it. I think it's cool, it's cute, and it's done really well. And I like how Akira Himekawa's art is translated throughout these various different series, because obviously it changes depending on which series they are adapting, but I like it a lot. I thought it was cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Mare. This is volumes 1 through 13, and then 14 to 15 are up there. I'll show that in the next part. But yeah, this is Nobuyuki Anzai's awesome series following the story about this blonde guy here. His name is Ginta, who gets transported to another world. Yes, this is an isekai, and he gets transported to this world where there is some political conflict going on among the chess pieces and the multiple kingdoms. It's really cool. It's really fun. If you just want an action-packed series where action is just constantly going on and it's a tournament arc forever and ever and ever and ever, definitely give this a shot. Alright, coming up next to that, we have ourselves Legends, volumes 1 through 4 from Makoto Haruno and Rin Harai. Yeah, this is a cool series from what I can remember. It's been a long time. I don't remember it too much. This is the entire series, and I remember liking it. I thought it was cool, but I never thought it was like super mind-blowing. We'll definitely have to give it a reread. I feel like this is going to be like Dragon Drive, if I remember correctly. But yeah, that's about as much as I can say about it. Ooh, excuse me. We have ourselves Jocko, the Galactic Patrolman from Akira Toriyama. Yeah, follow the story about the alien dude here, Jocko, who I think, if I remember correctly, he crash lands basically into this planet, and he's trying to get his ship fixed so he can get back to what he was doing. He is a character that does show up in Dragon Ball Super, and I think plays a semi-important role, maybe not, I don't know, but I do know he is in Super. But yeah, this was a pretty cool one-shot, did very much enjoy it, and yeah, that's about as much I can say about it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Little Witch Academia, which I have currently in the wrong order. I probably should have 1 up here and 3 down there, but whatever. This is from Keisuke Sato, as well as Yo Yoshinari. Series that people really, really like from Studio Trigger, at least the anime. The manga's pretty cool, but I haven't watched the OVAs or the anime, so I don't really know these characters, and this manga makes it seem like you have to kind of know these characters already, so we'll definitely have to watch the anime at some point, but the manga's pretty solid if you've watched the series, so yeah, we'll probably have to give a reread or finish the series when I do actually watch it at some point. Okay, so onwards to shelf 3, we have ourselves Mare, the rest of Mare. This is volumes 14 to 15, which I had already talked about, as well as volumes 1 through 13 of Mashle, Magic and Muscles from Hajime Komoto. I do have 2 other volumes, but they'll show up a little bit later. Yeah, I love this series. It's a lot of fun. A really solid parody / satire of Harry Potter. So if you ever wanted to have, like, basically be anti-Harry Potter and be really funny, this is a good series for it. I've had quite the adventure with it, I will say. It definitely gets a little boring, in my opinion, towards the middle, but it really picks up towards where it is currently, which is going into Endgame. So, really excited to keep reading the series. It's a lot of fun. Coming up next to this is one of my most underrated series, in my opinion. That is Muyo and Roji's BSI, also known as Bureau of Supernatural, I believe? Supernatural Investigation. Let's make sure that is what it is. Yoshiyuki Nishi, yes, that's correct. Volumes 1 through 18, so this is the entire series, and it's a lot of fun. Follows the story of these 2 characters named Muyo and Roji, who basically solve these problems in order to exercise in a way, so they're basically exorcists. It's really cool, it's really creepy, it's a lot of fun. The character designs are a ton of fun as well. Overall, it's just a really cool story, like a really cool series, and I'm surprised that not a lot of people talk about it, which is really a shame because it's actually a lot of fun, and I had a really great time with it, reading it pretty recently. So definitely suggest checking this out if you like horror stuff. Alright, also on the top shelf, we have ourselves the entire series of My Love Mix-Up from Aruko and Wataru Hinekure? Yeah, so this is volumes 1 through 9, and this is a really special series for me. This is my first ever shoujo series, which is funny to say. I actually didn't start reading shoujo until fairly recently, and that's totally on me. To be fair, I felt like it was just not for me. Oh, it's girly stuff. But to be fair, that's my own ridiculousness and stupidity talking. Really, check out some shoujo stuff. I promise that it's not what everybody thinks it is. Unless you obviously consume shoujo or josei, then yeah, you know that shoujo is a demographic. It is not a genre, so keep that in mind. I will be mentioning that here and there. But My Love Mix-Up is a really great rom-com. Art is amazing. The characters are hilarious, and it actually deals with some pretty healthy and interesting relationships. I just really enjoy it across the board. It's a lot of fun, and it's a not too long read, so definitely give it a shot if you're looking for some good old-fashioned high school rom-com. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves the classic Naruto. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Masashi Kishimoto, as well as volumes 4 through 27, which is the original series, and then going into 28 through 49, and down here 50 to 58, 70, and the seventh Hokage and the Secret Spring. So, if you don't know what Naruto is, it's one of the most popular series of all time, I would say, in terms of manga. It's a really fun series. I definitely enjoy it. I've been reading Naruto since 2006. Oh gosh, that makes me sound so old. And the reason why I actually stopped collecting it was because I've actually kind of read it already throughout the series. So I've been just slowly but surely collecting it so that I can finish off my collection. It's been put on the back burner since I've basically actually already finished it technically. But yeah, just collecting the volumes physically now in order to have it done. But it's one of my favorite series of all time. It holds a very special place in my heart. I know it's not the best series, and people will be like, oh, what do you like Naruto so much? Oh my gosh, it was so mid, blah. I don't care. I've been reading it for so long. I enjoy it. I think the first part is fantastic. I think most of Shippuden is amazing. It's a really, really cool series. A lot of great characters and just a lot of fun in general. So that's all I can really say about it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Yumekui Kenbun, Nightmare Inspector. This is volumes 1 through 6 from Shin Mashiba. I think I'm missing like 3 volumes of this, so definitely want to finish this at some point. But basically follows a story about this like inspector guy who basically goes into people's nightmares to see what's going on, and then attempts to rid them of their nightmares. It's a pretty creepy series, not gonna lie. I think it's really cool. I think it's an interesting concept as well. Just like the way that he consumes these nightmares and consumes these things is really interesting. And most of the time, it's not even like the best outcome, so I think that's pretty cool to see, and it's just a cool series. We'll have to finish it at some point, but it is out of print, so definitely going to be difficult to try to find the rest of this. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Nisekoi False Love. This is the entire series, volumes 1 through 25 from Naoshi Komi, and this is a very popular shonen rom-com series following the story of this guy, which I'm forgetting his name, who basically has to be in a false romance with the girl here, the blonde girl. I believe her name is Chitohei Kiyosaki. I think that's her full name. Please note, I'm really bad with names. Okay, I've read most of my series, but like the thing is when you read a lot of series, you tend to forget a lot of their names, especially if they're not like super names that stick out to you. So I apologize. You will hear this pretty often as I go throughout this. But Nisekoi is pretty great. The girl that ends up at the end is not the girl I wanted, but it is the girl that is inevitable, to be fair. I am an Onodera fan. She deserved to get him, but what can I say? It happens. Anyways, it's pretty cute. It's pretty fun. It's nothing super special, nothing super crazy. It's what you would expect from a 2010s shonen rom-com. So take that as you will. It's fun, and that's about as much as I can say about it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Nodame Cantabile, I believe, or Cantaba. I don't know how to pronounce the word, to be honest. From Tomoko Ninomiya. This is volumes 1 through 3, and volumes 4 through 9. So, yeah, this is a pretty funny series following the story about this dude who is training to become a composer and meets this really quirky girl who's extremely good at piano, but is not very well versed in terms of, like, actually being classically trained. So she's a really unique spirit, and they kind of spur each other on. She's really weird. She's really strange. Most of the people in the series are very quirky and very odd. But that's kind of what I expect from like arts in general. Being an artist myself, I went to school for art, and yeah, there were definitely a lot of weird people. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're bad. They were just very quirky and very weird, including myself. I'm very weird. But yeah, it's a really cool series. If you want like more of like a kind of like an introspective, kind of just funny, goofy, weird, strange arts, like artsy fartsy kind of series that actually delves into a lot of interesting topics, I'd say give it a shot. It's pretty cool. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves O Parts 100. This is volumes 1 through 12. I'm missing a few volumes of this. I'm not done with it yet, but it's from Seishi Kishimoto, which, if you do not know, is the twin brother of Naruto's Masashi Kishimoto. So, yeah, random fact, trivia, whatever. You can bring it up to your friends. They probably won't care, but hey, I gave it to you, so have fun with that. Anyways, I haven't read this in a long time, so I don't really remember the story, but I do remember this guy being named, like, Lucifer or Satan or something like that. Yeah, he's, like, basically the devil, and that's about as much as I could tell you. I remember it being kind of actiony and kind of average, nothing too crazy, but it's pretty fun. We'll definitely have to get back into it some point soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the gigantic, magnificent, large, huge One Piece. This is volumes 1 through 27 on this shelf. Volumes 28 all the way to 69 on this shelf. Nice. And volume 70, excuse me, all the way to volume 104. So I do have 105 later. I'll show it later. It's part of my stack that needs to be sorted out, but we'll get there when we get there. But One Piece is the, one of the best-selling, I think it is the best-selling manga of all time. It's a remarkable series following the story of Monkey D. Luffy, who is trying to become the Pirate King and find the One Piece, as the name suggests. It's a lot of fun. It's one of my favorite shonen series of all time. It's one of my favorite series of all time. It really holds a special place in my heart. It's really important to me, and it's really important to a lot of people, and for good reason. It's a really good series, to be fair. A lot of great characters, a lot of great story stuff, a lot of great action. Paneling obviously can need some work here and there, at least especially in the later part of the series. But overall, it's a fantastic series, and I continue to read it because I continue to love it. So yeah, that's about as much as I can say about that. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves One Punch Man. This is volumes 1 through 8 and volumes 9 through 13. So this is not the entire series. I'm very behind on this. But that's also because I'm not like the biggest fan of One Punch Man. I think it's pretty fun. But I think the shtick is a little too old for me. I don't know if that changes down the line, but it's just none of the characters really truly hooked me. So I kind of read it off and on. And clearly I'm very off of it right now, but follows a story about this bald guy named Saitama, who is super powerful, and he can basically beat anybody with one punch. And not because he has any superpowers per se, but because he just trained a lot. That's why he's bald. So it's about him struggling to be a hero while also trying to do all his hero duties, and while the world is getting attacked by monsters and various other things. Yeah, it's fun. I see the appeal of it. It's just not really my thing per se. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Our Dreams at Dusk. This is volumes 1 through 4 from Shimanami Tasagare. This is a really great series. Follows a story about this guy here who is struggling with his sexuality. Doesn't really know like why he's feeling the way that he is about certain people, and he meets basically a group of people who are also shunned by society for their sexuality, for their gender, etc., etc., and you get to hear all their interesting stories. It's a very dark series, but it really tackles a lot of these topics in a very tasteful way, and in a really interesting way too. It makes you really think about a lot of things, and overall it's just very good. Just please note that there are a lot of trigger warnings for it, so please do your research before you check out the series. But I love it, it's fantastic, and I really want to read more of this mangaka's work. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Our Not So Lonely Planet Travel Guide. This is volumes 1 through 4 from Monet Sodai. This is an awesome series. I love this one a lot. And it's one I like to talk about whenever I can. But it follows a story about these two dudes here who live in Japan. And one of them says, let's get married. And the other guy says, we'll only get married if we travel around the world together. And so they do, and that's what the series is all about. It tackles a lot of interesting and unique themes, I would say, especially like analyzing sexuality and analyzing like how gay people are treated in different countries, and how that affects their morale and their mentality as they travel throughout these countries. It's a lot of fun. It's actually, I don't know, it's very enjoyable across the board, even when they do tackle these hard topics. But the hard topics are not joked about. They are taken very seriously and written out I would say almost perfectly. I think it's really good to talk about these kinds of things, and it's just a really good series. I love it a lot. The art is great as well, and that's like one of the best parts about it is that the art is fantastic. So definitely give this a shot if you like travel series. And coming over next to that is probably one of my least favorite series in my collection. This is Platinum End Volumes 1 through 14. This is the entire series from Sugumi Oba and Takashi Obata. This is their third work together after Death Note and Bakuman, and I've got to say it is my least favorite by far. It follows a story about this guy who's about to unalive himself when he is saved by an angel, and now he has been cast into this big tournament to determine who will be God next. So it's an interesting premise, to say the least, and it starts off with a bang, and it's really strong until it hits about the halfway part, where I think like the main villain is basically killed, and then it just keeps going. And then it just keeps going and going and going, and it's just not interesting up to a certain point. And I feel like the ending just kind of happens, and it sucks, and it's not great, and it really pisses me off, because it feels like I really wasted my time with it. It's one of the only series in my collection that I will ever say that for, and the only reason I do still have it is because I'm a big fan of Takashi Obata. He's one of my favorite mangaka of all time. I just don't like Oba's writing too much. It can be really painful at times, especially the way that he treats, or at least they treat female characters. Like, female characters basically don't exist. They're just either like there to be ogled at, or they're just like porcelain dolls, which is really unfortunate. You could do so much better. So much better. So yeah, that's the reason why it's here, but definitely not going to talk too much about this series anymore. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the actually really awesome Pokemon Adventures. This is volumes 1 through 10. These two are still wrapped because I just haven't opened them. But this is a really, really awesome retelling of like the Pokemon story. So the first couple of volumes focus on Red and Blue and Green, as well as Yellow, who's somebody else. And then as we go into later in the series, into 8 through 10, you start to follow the characters from Gold and Silver. It's a really cool series, and a lot darker than you would expect for Pokemon, especially because the video games tend to be pretty PG, if even that. So yeah, if you want a darker tone, definitely check out the Pokemon manga. It's pretty cool. Coming over here next to that, we have ourselves Pretty Face. This is volumes 1 through 6 from Yasuhiro Kano. And this is a series actually that my fiance said that I should check out. And I was lucky enough to find all the volumes in fairly good condition. They're not in amazing condition, but they are in pretty good condition, I would say. But this is a really funny one. And definitely shows his age in parts. But basically follows a story about this delinquent dude who gets into like a really bad accident and wakes up one day and he looks like the girl that he really loves. And that's because the doctor who found him had his face was so messed up that he had to try to find a picture, and the only picture he had was of that girl. So now he looks just like this girl and now has to live his life like that. And it's really strange, it's really weird, but it's actually really fun and really kind of interesting. It tackles some interesting themes that you wouldn't expect from a series like this, but I think that most of them are done tastefully. There are some, but overall, it's a pretty cool series. I actually really liked it, and yeah, it's a pretty easy, simple read. Six volumes, not too bad. Coming over here next to that, or I guess below it, we have ourselves Prince of Tennis. This is volumes 1 through 42. This is the classic series from Takashi Konomi. This is a tennis manga following the story of Ryoma Echizen, that's his name, who's basically this like tennis prodigy who comes to the school and just wrecks stuff up. If you want a series that really is just like power fantasy, like no one really gives a crap, it's like totally fake and kind of has like ridiculous superpowers, definitely give Prince of Tennis a shot. It is strange, it's goofy, and like totally off the walls and off the rails, but it is pretty fun. And I will say it actually has a really good ending, especially because like I'm like not the biggest fan of the entire series, but that ending was actually pretty cool, and I've got to appreciate it for that. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves The Promised Neverland. This is volumes 1 through 5, and volumes 6 through 20 from Kaiju Shirai and Posuka Demizu. Oh, and also the Beyond the Promised Neverland, which is the spin-off / like extra stories. So this is an amazing story following the story of a variety of kids, but specifically you follow Emma and Ray and Norman. So these three kids are like the leaders of this like the house where these people live in like an orphanage, and they all enjoy and play with each other, and eventually, you know, these kids get adopted and they say goodbye, but one day they come to find out that these adoptions are actually being used to bring kids to become food for these monsters. So they are trying to plan an escape in order to get away from all of this and see what happens. It's a really, really cool story. Genuinely, the art is fantastic, and it really sucks because I feel like the anime really soured people's opinion on this series, because I think this is actually a really good manga. I don't know much about the anime. I've always heard that they skipped a ton of stuff, which is a real shame because there's a lot of important arcs in this series. So if you skip any of them, it really kind of ruins the entire story. So if you are feeling hesitant about it after the anime, I would say definitely give a shot with the manga. The manga's great. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Raw Omega Grod. So this is from Tsuneo Takano and Takashi Obata. So another Takashi Obata work. 4 volumes, the entire series. And another one that I don't remember too much about. It has been a long time since I've read this. And if I remember correctly, I remember reading it as a kid, and I wasn't like the biggest fan of it. So I don't really have a true opinion about it anymore. Definitely gonna give it a reread some point, especially because it's only 4 volumes, so I should be able to get through it in like a day, if even that. But yeah, the art is good because it's Takashi Obata, and that's about as much as I can tell you. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Ranma 1/2. So this is the, the very strange, I guess technically right to left volumes. This is volume, or I guess left to right, wait, left. Yes, left to right. Okay. I don't know why I've been getting that mixed up. Just like as a random side note, I've been getting that all mixed up in my head. Don't ask me why. It just is. That is what it is. Anyways, we have ourselves Ranma 1 through 25, and then volumes 26 through 34. I'm only 2 volumes away from finishing the series in the single volumes. But this is an awesome story from Rumiko Takahashi. I would say one of her best, in my opinion. It follows the story of a character named Ranma Saotome, who's this guy right here, who is a martial artist, and one day while training with his dad, he falls into basically like a pool of water, and it comes to find out that that pool of water like contains like this specific water that forces him to transform into a woman every time he gets hit by cold water, cold water, and every time he gets hit by hot water, he transforms back. So it's a really silly series, to be honest. He begins living with this girl, which I am blanking on her name. That's embarrassing because I do actually like this series quite a bit. It's because she's not my favorite character, at least my favorite girl character. My favorite girl character is Shampoo. She's awesome. But yeah, it's a classic series, a lot of fun. If you can get those 2-in-1s and 3-in-1s, definitely give those a shot because the series is really cool. I would say it's aged decently well. There are some parts that I think that have aged meh, but that's another story for another time. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Reborn. This is volumes 1 through 7 from Akira Amano. Really popular series, and we never got it finished in English, unfortunately. I don't know why. Maybe it's just... It was during a time where Viz was kind of doing that with a lot of their series, where they would start them and not finish them, which is really a shame because this series is actually a lot of fun. Follows a story about this guy right here. Who is basically the heir to this specific... mafia family, which it's like the Vol something. Yeah, someone's gonna beat me for that. But anyways, it's a really cool series. It's a lot of fun. It's very silly, and the art is fantastic. Akira Amano is also the same artist for Psycho-Pass. So if you like the Psycho-Pass art, definitely give Reborn a shot. It's really cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Rebound. Very similar name, not the same kind of series. This is from Yuriko Nishiyama, so this is volumes 1 through 5, and this is a basketball manga that I actually have not read any of, and that's because this is technically a sequel to a series called Harlem Beat, which I only have the first volume for, so I don't want to read this. I actually tried to read the first volume, and I had no idea what was going on because they kind of expect you to know who these characters are, and I sure did not. So waiting to collect more of that before I continue on the series, but it looks like it's really cool, so I can't wait to check it out. Coming on next to that, we have ourselves Red Prowling Devil. This is volumes 1 through 6 from Toshimitsu Shimizu. I'm pretty close to completing this one. I think I'm only 3 volumes off, I think, somewhere around there. But this follows a story about this woman who is basically a fantastic flyer of this like red jet that they call the Red Prowling Devil. And so she goes on missions for like this kind of like military group, mercenary group. I don't know how to explain them, but Yeah, it's not particularly super interesting, but the art's pretty cool because you get to see some cool jets, and you get to see some interesting explanation of planes and their architecture and their design. So, yeah, that's about as much as I will say about it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the classic Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Naoko Takeuchi, and I don't have this entire series. And that's mostly because it's just not been on my radar recently, but it is a pretty fun series if you don't know what that is. Follows the story of Usagi, who is this girl who basically gains the powers of something called Sailor Moon, where she is basically going to punish you, and she defeats like evil people and stuff like that, and there's some other history with the moon and other things, and as her name suggests. But it's a really cool series, honestly. Don't ignore the reason, or ignore the fact that I only have 3 volumes. I do actually very much like it. It's just been on the back burner at this point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Sakamoto Days. This is volumes 1 through 11 from Yuto Suzuki, and this is probably one of my favorite Shonen Jump series that's currently releasing. It is a lot of fun. It is super entertaining, but it follows the story of a character named Taro Sakamoto, who's this guy right here, who was an assassin. He was one of the best in the world until one day he decides to retire after meeting his wife. He decides to lay low and starts to own like a random convenience store. But he is basically dragged back into the assassin world by a variety of people, and they are a ton of fun as well. The story is fun, it's crazy, the action is intense and wild and just like super entertaining. If you just wanted to watch really strong people beating the crap out of each other, this is a fantastic series to check out. It's a lot of fun. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Sakura Hime. This is volumes 1 through 6. The rest is going to be up there. I'll show it in the next part. From Arina Tanomura, this follows a story about a girl here who basically gains the power to like defeat demons, even though she herself is, I believe she's half demon if I remember correctly. So she's been like kind of like pushed away and people don't like her and stuff like that, but she shows that the sword is not going to control her, and yeah, it's just a really beautiful series, really pretty. The covers are absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to pull one out, actually, if I can. Yeah, so just really pretty, really gorgeous art across the board. It's a really gorgeous series. It's Arina Tanomura, so if you like her other work, I would say give it a shot. It's pretty cool. And then coming up on like the upper area of this shelf, I have like other volumes here. We have ourselves Uzumaki. This is volumes 1 through 3. Classic Junji Ito series, all about spirals. It's really freaky, it's really creepy, it's really gross. Definitely give it a shot if you like horror stuff. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Mistress Fortune. This is Arina Tanomura as well. This one is a one-shot series that I was just not a big fan of. It's fine. It's kind of like a magical girl series. It's kind of not. And it's like, it just, I don't know, it doesn't really go anywhere. And that's about as much as I can say about it, to be fair. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Noragami Stray God. This is volumes 1 through 2 from Adachi Toka. And yeah, I have very behind on this series. I'm super behind. I read it a long time ago. I thought the first volume was pretty cool. And then I read about the first 30 pages of the second volume, and I just stopped reading it. Not entirely sure why. Maybe it just didn't hook me. I'm not really sure. I didn't think it was bad or anything. I just didn't continue reading it. So eventually I'll continue reading it, maybe when I get more space or something happens, but for now it's going to be on the back burner. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kyuko-chan, Volume 1 from Ueda Hajime. I have nothing to say about it because I haven't read it. And below that, we have ourselves QQ Sweeper from Kiyosuke Motomi, as well as Queen's Quality Volume 1, which this is a sequel to QQ Sweeper. So I've only read Volume 1 of QQ Sweeper. It's actually really flippin' cool. Basically follows the story about this mysterious girl who wakes up in this like abandoned kind of room, and she gets dragged into this world of the cleaners, who are these people who have to clean up like this like dirt and dust in order to prevent people from turning evil, basically. So it's really cool. I'm not giving it justice in terms of the description, but it's actually got really amazing art, and it seems to have like it's gonna be a really cool story. But since I've only read the first volume, I don't have a lot to say about it. But it is really cool. Coming up next to that, we have the 2 volumes of Mashle, Magic and Muscles, is volume 14 to 15, as well as Togari from Yoshinori Natsume, another series that I have not read or started, so I have nothing to say about it, but it is there, so ta-da! Alright, so on to the next shelf. So we have ourselves volumes 7 through 12 from Arina Tanomura. This is Sakura Hime once again, and yep, there's the rest of it. Coming on next up, we have ourselves volumes 1 through 6 of Saikano from Shin Takahashi. I actually do have the last volume, I just don't have it up here. Once again, I'll show it when we get to that part, but this is a really interesting story about this girl who's basically a living weapon, who's being used by the military to do various missions, and she falls in love for the first time, and yeah, it's about their kind of like interesting love story together, while she has to also do her duty, and how she kind of just doesn't want to do it anymore. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh, it's a pretty cool story, honestly. I think it's pretty fun. The art's pretty good as well. And yeah, I have to finish it sometime soon. Ooh, man. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Samurai 8, The Tale of Hachimaru. This is volumes 1 through 5 from Masashi Kishimoto and Akira Okubo. And oh my gosh, another series that I don't care for. But maybe one of like 2 series that I really don't like in my collection. But yeah, follows the story about Hashimaru, who's this kid right here, who's basically like got a ton of medical problems and can't really leave home until one day something happens, and then he is suddenly able to walk again and is actually very powerful or whatever. So he aims to become a samurai, and it's a pretty cool story until it's not. That's about as much as I can say about it, and the ending is really bad, and that's, yeah, unfortunate, but it is what it is. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Sandland from Akira Toriyama. This is a really cool story following this pink guy right here, who's like allegedly like the demon prince, and he has to go and help basically this human to find water in order to save their village. It's cool. I haven't read it in a very, very long time, but I know there's an anime out for it, so definitely give that a shot if you haven't already. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Satoko Noda from Yupachika. So this is actually a really cool series, actually. So this is volumes 1 through 4. It's the entire series. And it follows the story of 2 girls, one named Satoko and one named Nada. And they're from 2 very, very, very different parts of the world. One of them is from Japan, and one of them is from the Middle East. I'm trying to remember what country she's from specifically, but I don't remember exactly, and I don't want to misrepresent it. But they're both going to school in the U.S., so it's about their interactions with one another and being able to explain their cultures to one another. So it's pretty cool, it's pretty cute, and yeah, it's very wholesome, and you get to actually learn a lot about the various cultures, so I kind of love that, and yeah, that's about as much as I can say about it. Coming next to that, we have ourselves volumes 1 through 4 of A School Frozen in Time from Naoshi Arakawa and Mizuki, what does that say, Sujimura? So this is the artist, same artist from Your Lie in April, so you know there's going to be good art. It is a mystery series following the story about these kids who go to school one day, and suddenly time has stopped, and they are trying to figure out why they're all trapped here together, and what is going on. So they have to basically solve a murder, and it's really interesting. It's pretty cool. It has an interesting premise, and the story is a lot of fun. It ends in a kind of interesting way, so really like it. Definitely give it a shot if you can get your hands on it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves School Judgment. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Nobuaki Enoki and Takashi Obata. This is the entire series, and yeah, it's just like a kind of like a middle school or like elementary school Phoenix Wright. So they basically have to go to trial and solve a bunch of mysteries throughout the school. I thought it was pretty cool. I know a lot of people don't seem to like it for some reason, and that's a shame because I happen to like it. So, oh well, pishwa to them. Next to that, we have ourselves Skraito. This is volumes 1 through 5 from Yasunari Toda and Yosuke Kuroda. This is the entire manga series, and yeah, it follows a story about basically a post-apocalyptic world where these people live with like these like special weapon arms kinds of things. They can do a variety of things. It's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. The action's intense. I will say I do prefer the anime over the manga, but the manga's pretty cool. I'm glad to have it, and I'm glad I read it. So. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves See You Tomorrow at the Food Court from Shinichiro Nadie. I actually really like this one. It follows a story about these 2 girls who are very different from each other, but they end up going to the food court after school every time, and they kind of just live their lives. It's pretty fun, it's cute, the art's great, and yeah, they actually tackle some pretty cool and fun like topics throughout each chapter, so I enjoy it, and I hope you do too. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Seraph of the End. So I haven't read this in forever. This is volumes 1 through 4 from Takaya Kagami, I think is what it says, or Kagani, and Yamamoto, I believe. Yes. This is a vampire series. I don't really have much to say about it because I haven't read it in a long time, but I definitely want to get back into it some point soon. Coming next to that, we got ourselves Sergeant Frog. This is volumes 1 through 6, and then volumes 7 through 17 from Mine Yoshizaki. And this series just recently got an announcement for an anime again, which is like, what? Very strange, but pretty cool to see. But it follows a story about these like frog aliens who come to try to take over the Earth and fail miserably every single time. It's very silly. It's a comedy at the end of the day. A little bit raunchy at times, but I really enjoy it. I like the character designs a lot. So yeah, definitely need to finish this one at some point because I actually haven't finished reading it. Ooh, coming up next to that, we have ourselves Shadow's House. This is volumes 1 through 4 from Somato. And this one's also an extremely interesting story. It follows a story about like these kind of like doll people who are meant to be faces for these people called the Shadows because they have no face, so they have to kind of act out what they want them to do. It's a really interesting concept, and it got a very deep and kind of complex story that I'm really enjoying. I'm currently behind on it. I think there's 2 more volumes out right now, so we'll definitely have to catch up with this at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves my favorite series of all time. To be determined if it will change, but as of right now, this is my favorite series. This is Shaman King, volumes 1 through 31, with volumes 32, as well as the 2 Kodansha omnibuses, one for 31 through 33, and 34 and 35. So the reason I have it like this is because the original Shonen Jump release actually only released up to volume 32, because that is where Hiroyuki Take originally ended the series, until he came back to it later and completed it with Shaman King 0, which is when he added on volumes 33 through 35, which we didn't get into English until the Kodansha omnibuses eventually came out. So thank God to Kodansha for doing that. I appreciate it. I love you so much. Mwah. But this is an absolutely remarkable, wonderful story that I love it so much. And it's been with me for a long time. Follows the story of Yo Asakura, who is a shaman aiming to become the Shaman King. Even if he acts a little aloof and a little silly about it, but he's a great main character. The character designs are awesome. The action's so much fun. And I just love it so much. It's fantastic series, and it means a lot to me, so that's as much as I'll say in this collection video, but if you want to watch my top 10 manga of all time, I'll talk more about it there. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Shaman King Flowers. This is volumes 1 through 6 from Hiroyuki Take. This is the sequel to Shaman King, follows the story of Hana Asakura, which is Yo and Anna's son, as he proceeds to go throughout all this stuff is what I'll say, because it's not the Shaman King fight anymore. I hate how this manga ends, but I understand why it did end that way because of a cancellation by the magazine. Actually, the magazine actually canceled itself, so the series had no longer any place to sit on, and yeah, it just kind of ends, and it ends horribly. But it is what it is. It's pretty fun for what it is. It's a pretty solid sequel. Hana is an interesting character. I won't say he's my favorite, but I do like the introduction of the other characters and how we get to meet basically everybody's kids. And yeah, it's just a nice little supplement to Shaman King. Okay, so let's continue on. We have ourselves Short-Tempered Melancholic, which is a short story collection or a one-shot from Ari Tanamura. I actually haven't read this one yet, but probably will get to it soon. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Short Cake Cake. This is volumes 1 through 12. This is the entire series from Sumori Shita. Pretty solid shoujo series telling the story about this girl here who moves into a boarding home and learns about relationships and friends and stuff like that. It's pretty fun. It was one of my first shoujo series. I did very much enjoy it, and we'll probably have to reread it sometime soon. But one of my first shoujo series, which I got in late 2022, I think, or early 2023, somewhere around there. And right next to that, we have ourselves A Silent Voice. This is volumes 1 through 7 from Yoshitoki Oima. Really popular series, following the story about this kid who was a bully to a girl who was deaf and had hearing aids, and after some stuff happens, he basically loses all of his friends and gets into high school trying to atone for what he did when he meets the girl again. So it's a pretty sobering story, very interesting, really well thought out, really well written too. I do very much enjoy it. I do need to reread it again soon as well. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Slam Dunk. This is volumes 1 through 16, as well as volumes 17 through 31. This is the entire series from Takehiko Inoue. Really happy to have this entire series. Follows the story of our boy here, which I don't know why I'm blanking on his name right now. Very embarrassing. But it's about his story of becoming a basketball man, also known as like a basketball player, in order to impress a girl, but eventually finds the joy in playing this sport along with his team. It's funny, I can remember like Rukawa and Mitsui. I can remember like all the other characters, but I can't remember the main character's name. Oh, this is so bad. It's okay. Hanichi Sakuragi. I got it. We did it. I have read this series, I promise. Fantastic series. It means a lot to me. It's one of my favorite sports series now. Definitely need to do my top 5 sports series all over again. Maybe do a top 10 this time around. But Slam Dunk is definitely going to be ranking a lot higher. It's a great series. Absolutely wonderful. Art is gorgeous. One of Takehiko Inoue's best works. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Soul Eater. This is volumes 1 through 15. Not exactly done with this series just yet. This is from Atsushi Okubo. I need, I think, up to 25, so I'm pretty close, but not yet. But this is a great series following the story of a variety of people who are basically like exorcists in a way, or meisters, I think is what they call them. And they're out here trying to collect souls in order to become the next like Grim Reaper, basically. I think it's Shinigami is what they call them. I'm so bad with this kind of stuff, but it's a really great series. Has an awesome, wonderful cast. My favorite character happens to be Black Star. He's great. I really like his character development, especially because he's kind of really annoying at first, but then really becomes an interesting and fantastic character. And there's like beautiful development as we go throughout the series. All of the characters get wonderful arcs as well. So I mean, you can honestly hook on to anybody, and I wouldn't be surprised. It's a great series. I can't wait to finish it sometime soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves a Spy Family. This is volumes 1 through 10 from Tatsuya Endo. I do have the 11th volume, but I don't have it currently squared away. You'll see it in this giant stack of things that have not been put away per se yet. So this is a great series. Follows a story about a guy named Lloyd Forger, also known as Twilight. He is basically a spy, and he has infiltrated a foreign country, which is allegedly going to try to start a war between his country. So he has now invaded. He must start a fake family, basically, in order to infiltrate this mastermind behind it all. So he meets Yor, who he eventually marries, and she's also an assassin, and then Anya, who is a Esper, someone who can read minds. So it's a really fun series. I do really enjoy it. I will say I haven't been enjoying it as much recently. I just feel like it is kind of just plodding along, but I still very much like how it's written. I like the comedy, I like the art, and I like the overarching story. I just wish it was pushing the story just a little bit further right now, but other than that, it's a great series. Definitely give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Tagami Bachi Letter B from Hiroyuki Asada. This is volumes 1 through 6, as well as volumes 7 through 20. One of my favorite series. I love the series a lot. I think it just barely missed my top 10 manga of all time. It's probably in my top 20. But it's a great series following this kid here. This kid who is basically like a letter in a way. He is carrying a letter, and he's delivered by this boy named Gouch. His name is Lagseeing. And he gets delivered to this house, and then he aims to become a letter B, which are like basically like the mailmen of this place, of this world where there's no sunlight, there's just this fake light. It's pretty interesting, it's really deep. I love the art. The art is absolutely gorgeous and has beautiful spines as well. If you can get a hold of this, you definitely should. It's a great series. Coming next to that, we have ourselves Tiger and Bunny. This is volumes 1 through 9. This is the entire series here from Mizuki Sakakibara. It's a pretty cool superhero series, actually, and I really do need to reread it sometime soon. I got this a long time ago, but I think because I'm older now, I think I will be able to appreciate this just a little bit more. But it's basically about this superhero who's a little bit older, and he's kind of losing the limelight to these younger superheroes because like superheroes are seen as like a kind of like a commodity in this city that they live in. So like there's like a TV show for them, and they like earn points and stuff like that. So he's definitely like kind of like a washed up superhero, but he ends up teaming up with like one of the new up and coming guys, and they end up becoming Tiger and Bunny. It's a really cool series. I actually really liked it. I think the art's pretty cool. Obviously the story's pretty short, but I think it ends in a decent way, so definitely want to reread this at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves The Town of Pigs from Hideshi Hino. This is the horror manga from The indie, I don't know why I'm blanking, the indie publisher Starfruit Books. Great guys, love them over there. They produce some awesome alternative work, so definitely give them a shot if you're looking for like a more alternative manga versus your typical your typical like shonens and seinen. But this one's a really interesting horror series. Basically follows a story about this guy or this kid who lives in this town which is invaded by these like ghouls, like these like kind of like monsters who are turning people into pigs, and he has to attempt to find out what the hell's going on. It's pretty creepy. It is very disturbing. It's very dark. So keep that in mind before you get it. But it is a pretty good read. I did really much enjoy it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Tuxedo Gin, or Tuxedo Jin. I don't know how to pronounce this per se, but this is from Tokihiko Matsura. I only have 5 volumes. I believe it is like 9 or something. So definitely have some work to do on this one. But follows a story about this like kind of like delinquent guy who ends up passing away and is reincarnated. No, excuse me, as a penguin. It's really weird, it's very strange, but it's a lot of fun. I would definitely like to continue reading it at some point. Did really like the first couple volumes, just ready to get back into it. It's kind of goofy, it's kind of silly, but it's a fun time. Coming up next we have ourselves Twin Star Exorcist. This is volumes 1 through 17, as well as volumes 18 through 25 from Yoshiaki Sukeno. Fantastic series following the story of Benio and the main guy. Oh, this is really bad. It's a great story, honestly. It basically follows the story. Yeah, like they are connected by twin stars. They are not twins. The name is a misnomer. You'll get baited into thinking that they are twins. They are not. They are just basically star-crossed lovers, as the name would suggest. But basically, they are like the chosen ones in order to have a child that will somehow defeat the demons of the world. But they fight against like the norm, and like they learn a lot about what is actually going on. It's pretty interesting. I actually really like it. I think it's a fun Exorcist series. I like Exorcist series. You've kind of seen quite a few of them in my collection, and that's because I just really much enjoy them. They're a lot of fun to read, and this one is no exception. This one, definitely give it a shot if you're looking for a newer Exorcist series that's got some really great art, some pretty cool designs across the board, and a decent story, so definitely give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Karakuri Doji Ultimo, also known as just Ultimo, which is why it's listed under U. This is from Stan Lee and Hiroyuki Take. Talk about a collaboration, baby! So, Hiroyuki Take, same mangaka behind Shaman King, so this was like a must-buy when I first got it, which is why I have all the volumes. It's a very rare series nowadays to get a hold of, so if you can get a hold of it, you're very lucky. I happen to have bought all of them while they were releasing, so I got really lucky. But basically, it follows a story about this like dude who looks exactly like Stanley, who creates these two like basically robot dolls named Ultimo and Vice, and they're supposed to be the ultimate good and the ultimate evil, and he is using them to fight to see what will happen. Will good overcome evil, or will they both destroy each other? So yeah, these robots team up with humans in order to fight against each other. It's a pretty interesting story. I do really like it. I do think it ends kind of strangely, but I think it's a decent ending. Overall, I did very much like the series. It has some awesome art, of course, from Hiroyuki Take. Really cool mech designs. Really enjoyed it. It was really awesome. Coming up next to that, we have Whack Whack from Ryu Fujisaki, who's the same mangaka behind Hoshin Engi, which is a series that I said I really enjoyed. This one's no exception. It's another great series. Very short, but follows the story about these people who live in a world where everybody has black blood, when suddenly a girl appears who happens to have red blood, and the people who have red blood are supposed to be like mystical people or mystical powered people. So it's a really interesting story. I don't remember too much about it, to be completely honest, but I do remember liking it quite a bit. And I obviously really like the art. Ryu Fujisaki has a really cool art style, and these covers are super sick. Let me see if I can show you real quick. Like, really cool covers. I just love the colors. Yeah, it's a cool series. It's only 4 volumes, so definitely give it a shot if you like it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves We Never Learn. This is the entire series, volumes 1 through 21 from Taishi Tsutsui. It is a rom-com a la like Nisekoi, but I think it does the Nisekoi formula a lot better in terms of its harem. But yeah, follows the story about this kid who is kind of like pretty smart, but not obviously like not the smartest kid. He's intelligent in many areas, but his family's extremely poor. So his principal gives him an option to basically help tutor these three like geniuses in their respective fields, but train them and tutor them in places that they are not so good at. So there is a math genius, an English genius, and a like swimmer who's like really good. Swimmer is a childhood friend. She is a math genius but is terrible at English, but she wants to be a writer or wants to be like a game designer kind of thing. It's interesting. I don't know. But she's a really good writer, but she wants to become like a astronomer, someone who studies space. So he is like has to do this in order to like gain a like kind of like a scholarship recommendation. It's honestly it's written really well. I like a lot of the characters. I do think there's one relationship that should not exist, but ends up becoming one of the endings. This one's a very unique series because it actually has one like official like one true canon ending and then other canon endings depending on who he wants to end up with. So kind of cool in that aspect where like you get to actually see all of the endings for all of the characters, so that's pretty neat. Yeah, I did like it a lot. I think it's really great. I think the art is good. Interested to see what the manga does next. Coming on to the next shelf, we have ourselves Whistle. This is volumes 1 through 22. I have almost the entire series. I'm missing a couple volumes. This is from Daisuke Higuchi, and it's a really solid soccer series following the story of this kid here, who is like really short. I don't know why. This kid here, he's a really short child, but he wants to like pursue soccer as like his dream, and he's actually pretty good at it. But like I like the tenacity that he has for learning the sport, that he's clearly has like a pretty strong disadvantage in for being so short, but he learns like how to use his height as well as his speed to his advantage in order to become a very good soccer player. I like it a lot. I know you could say football, but I just say soccer. I'm American, sorry. But it's a great series. I really enjoy it, and I want to finish it sometime soon, but finding those last couple volumes have been very difficult. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves World Trigger from Daisuke Ashihara. I haven't read the series in a while. As you can clearly see, I'm extremely behind. But if I remember correctly, the series follows this kid here, who's like part of like these like people who defend against demons and monsters and stuff. And he meets a person from the other side. It was what they call it. They call it something. There's like a specific name for it. But basically, he's part of like the demon people, but he's actually good. He's willing to help the humans fight against these things and give information about what is truly going on the other side. It's a cool series for the most part. I just don't like how focused it is on training arcs. There are a lot of training arcs to the point where it gets a little bit exhaustive. I kind of wish there was more going on in between those kinds of things, but it's fine. It's a cool series. We'll probably catch up to it at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Yakitate Japan. This is volumes 1 through 14, as well as volumes 15 through 21 from Takashi Hashiguchi. A fantastic series. I would say it is very similar to Food Wars. The difference is this is about baking only, so everything's about baking bread. It's a great series. I actually really enjoy it. I think the art is great. I think the comedy is hilarious. If you like Bobobo and you like the ridiculousness of Bobobo, you're going to absolutely love this series. I think it's great. But basically it follows the story about this kid here who is like working to make the national bread of Japan, because he says that there's no bread truly that is meant for Japan or like matches to Japan. So he wants to create that. So he basically is working towards that by going to like these various competitions and things like that. It's really great, honestly. I really like it. I like his motivations, and he's really funny. The writing is great. So just gotta finish it soon. I'm almost done with this series, pretty close. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves The Heartbreaker, Your Lie in April from Naoshi Arakawa. This is the entire series, volumes 1 through 11. It's a really sad and kind of touching story. Follows the story of Kosei Arima, this kid right here, who is like a piano prodigy but decides to quit after years of kind of like mental and physical abuse from his mother. And eventually he like is like thinking about going back into it. But he finds this like woman, or this girl, excuse me, I don't want to say woman, she's a girl. Her right here playing like, I believe it's like the piano with the little noodle. It's so bad. She's playing an instrument in the park, and he's like, I kind of love how like inspired she is by the music. Comes to find out that she is a violinist, and like they kind of like kindle each other's love for various things. It's really great. It's really beautiful. It'll make you cry. It'll make you feel a lot of things. The music is well, there is no music, but the way that the music is drawn is awesome. It's a beautiful series, and I love it quite a bit. I would love to read it reread it sometime, and definitely give my like full review on it, especially for a full reread, because this series really means a lot to me, and I'd love to reread it sometime soon. And coming right next to that, another series that means a lot to me. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! So this is Yu-Gi-Oh! Zero, or whatever you want to call it. Yu-Gi-Oh! First, I don't care. This is volumes 1 through 7. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist, volumes 1 through 24 here. That is the entire series for that. Yu-Gi-Oh! R, which volumes 1 through 5, the entire series for that. Volumes 1 through 6, missing one volume of Millennium World, missing the last one. Volumes 1 through 9 for Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Volumes 1 through 9 for Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Volumes 1 through 9 as well for Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, and 2 volumes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V. So obviously a lot of these are from various people, but the original series, of course, is from Kazuki Takahashi, following the story of Yugimoto, who solves the Millennium puzzle and creates an entire world by activating the person inside, also known as Yami Yugi, who you come to find out is somebody else. He's the pharaoh. You come to find out he's the pharaoh, original pharaoh of Egypt, or one of the original pharaohs of Egypt, and some things happen. And it's really fun. It's really great. It's an awesome series. It's a series that means a ton to me. I've been reading and playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Or I've been reading Yu-Gi-Oh! For probably since around the time that I started reading manga, to be completely honest. And I was playing the card game actually before I was even reading it. I'd watched the show, watched a ton of it. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX happens to be my favorite franchise within the franchise, or what series within the franchise. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. It has some of my favorite cards. I love the Elementa heroes. I love the Destiny heroes. I love all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of awesome designs across the board. This entire series means so very much to me. If you want to hear my full opinions about Yu-Gi-Oh! and why it means so much to me, you can go watch my video that I did on it. It's not necessarily the best video that I've done, I would say, but I did put a lot of work into it, so I would really appreciate it if you would give some support to that if you're a big fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Yu Yu Hakusho. So this is the entire series. This is volume 1 through 19 from Yoshihiro Tagashi. Fantastic series following Yusuke Urameshi, who is a kid who tries to save this kid, and he does, but he ends up dying in the process. So he has to basically attempt to get his body back, but he's going to be completing all these missions as a spirit detective. Lead into a variety of characters and other things, and demon fighting, and just overall fun action and art. It's a great series. It's fantastic. It's by the same manga as Hunter x Hunter, if you didn't know this already. Absolutely love this series. It's a great time. I think it's really, really fun, and definitely worth the read. Coming up next to that, another series that definitely is worth a read. This is Makoto Raiku's Zatch Bell, volumes 1 through 19. I'm missing the last, I believe it's 7 volumes that came out in English. I don't think I'm ever going to get them, which is fine. But it's really, 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 really hoping that this series gets picked up in English again. Makoto Raiku announced that there is a licensing window for the series, or for all of the series. So I would absolutely love for him to, love for Zatch Bell to get a re-release here in English. I don't even care. I'll take omnibuses. I don't care. I'll do it. I hate omnibuses, but I'll do it. But the series is awesome. It follows the story of Zatch and Kyo Takamine. Zatch is basically this Amamoto is what they're called. They're basically these little kids who carry around books, and these books can be read by humans in order to use spells and powers. So he's aiming to become the Mamoto King, which he ends up becoming basically the king of all of the Mamoto if they win this tournament, and they can do whatever they want with their powers. If they lose, they just get returned back to the Mamoto world. And you just meet a lot of awesome, wonderful characters, some great designs across the board, awesome paneling. It's just, wow, it's such a remarkable series, and it's definitely worth your time. So give it a shot if you can find it. Coming in next to that, we have ourselves Zombie Powder. This is volumes 1 through 4 from Tite Kubo. Same manga behind Bleach. So, really simple story from what I can remember. It's been an extremely long time, and you can definitely tell it's rough in comparison to Bleach. A lot of the story beats are kind of just there, and they kind of happen. The series just kind of ends. Some of the character designs are not so great, but it's interesting to see an older series for a mangaka who would end up creating one of the biggest shonen series of all time. Zombie Powder is an interesting case, and it's cool to have it. Alright, now on top of that, we have ourselves Ray, Volume 1 from Akihito Yoshitomi. I don't know much about this, but I do have it, so it's just kind of there. Then I have Your Turn to Die, Majority Vote Death Game from Nankidai, I think, and Tatsuya Ikegami. Interesting death game series where all these people wake up and they have to solve mysteries or solve murder stuff. It's interesting. It's cool. I believe someone said that there's like a video game before it. It's a light novel or something. So may have to check that out. But it's pretty cool. And then Shrine of the Morning Mist, Volume 1 from Hiroki Ugawa. Follows a story about this dude who could see like ghosts and spirits and is friends with like these shrine maidens. And yeah, it's about their antics living together and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty weird. It's kind of funny. It's something I just haven't read in a while. So we'll definitely have to keep reading this, pick up some more of the volumes, and probably reread the first volume. Over here we have ourselves Disney's Stitch, Best Friends Forever from Miho Asada. This is a manga based off of the TV anime show that they did for Stitch. I believe it's like a sequel because I was kind of reading it and they have all these characters that I feel like you're supposed to know already, and I didn't know any of them because I have not seen the series. But I like Stitch. I like Disney. It was a cool little pickup. It's kind of fun. Yeah. Below that, I have volumes 1 and 2 of Siren from Toshiaki Iwashiro. Definitely need to catch up on this series, but it's very difficult to find the volumes. But it's a really cool series where basically these people can teleport to another world, and a lot of them are assuming that it's like the future, stuff like that. So they have to fight against monsters and stuff like that by activating they teleport between the real world and this other world using a cell phone app, if I remember correctly. It's pretty cool, honestly. I thought it was a really cool series when I was reading it in the Shonen Jump magazine. But I was a fool and decided not to pick up the volumes, and now here we are. It is out of print, and it is very difficult to find. But hopefully, I'll get lucky down the line, and I'll be able to finish it. Coming up next, we have ourselves Those Who Hunt Elves. This is volume 1 from Yu Yagami. Haven't read it yet, so don't have any opinions on it. Below that, we have ourselves Shirley from Keiro Mori. This is the same manga behind A Bride's Story and Emma. I believe this is supposed to be like a spin-off series / parallel series to Emma because it takes place during the same time, but her name is Shirley and she's a maid as well. It looks really good as you would expect, but I haven't read any of it, so I wouldn't know. Coming down below that, we have ourselves Wildcom from Yumi Tamura. So I actually picked this up at a random comic book store. I thought it was cool. I know Yumi Tamura is a very famous mangaka. People absolutely love her work, even though we don't have too much of it in the US. We do have Wildcom, and I believe Don't Call Mysteries also from her, and that's a great series. If it is her, I believe it is. But I don't know anything about this, so I have no opinions. And then also this row as well, Wedding Peach from Naoya Yazawa, that's volume 1, Zodiac P.I. From Natsumi Ando, volume 1. 2 series I have not read, so I don't know much or anything about them, so I cannot give my opinions on it. And below that, we have ourselves Tsubaki Cho, Lonely Planet from Mika Yamamori. Follows a story about this girl who ends up taking this job because she needs money in order to survive, and also offers housing at this random writer's house. She comes to find out he's a lot younger than she expected, and it's about their tumultuous relationship as she works and he's kind of being a dick. The first volume was pretty solid. I haven't read it in a while, and I have not caught up clearly. There's 6 volumes now, so I'm extremely behind, but maybe sometime I'll catch up to it. Alright, so let's get into the other parts of my collection. So I have my collection kind of all over the place right now, but this is basically the rest of the smaller volumes. So I will be having to cut this in just a sec, because there are actual manga that goes here usually, but obviously I want to show off what's in the back first. So first off, we've got After Hours, which is volumes 1 through 3 from Yuta Nishino. It's a really cool GL series, focusing on DJ life and stuff like that. So it's actually pretty interesting. It's a lot of fun. I kind of like the relationship. It's pretty well thought out. So if you're looking for that kind of stuff, definitely check it out. It's a pretty short series. I wish it was a little bit longer, but enjoyable for what it was. Coming in next to that, we have ourselves After the Rain, volumes 1, and I have 2 up here. Another really good series from Jun Mayuzuki, who I will be talking about later. But this manga is about this girl who works at a restaurant and falls in love with her manager, who's much older than her. And it's about him trying to trying not to discount her feelings, but trying to get her to understand that their relationship shouldn't be romantic. And I've heard that it gets much better. I did like the first volume. I haven't read the second volume just yet, but I heard the series gets much better, so I would definitely have to get back to it at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Ajin Demi-Human. This is volumes 1 through 5, as well as volume 6. This is from Suna Miura and Gamon Sakurai, with Gamon Sakurai eventually taking over the entire series. I've heard there's like some drama there. I don't really know what it is specifically, but I really like where the series has gone, just in general. So basically, it follows a story about about this kid who comes to find out that he is a demi-human. Basically, like this guy, or like he has like abilities, like crazy abilities. He's also immortal for the most part, so it's about his life trying to figure that out while also dealing with more fanatical people who are also demi-humans, who are basically trying to take over the world in a way, even though they're kind of acting like it's like a sense of justice or whatever. So it's a really interesting plot. The story is intense and crazy. The characters are also flipping crazy. Really, really good villain. Definitely need to continue reading it. I'm sorry for the huge glare in my shadow, just kind of how everything is set up here. But next to that, we have ourselves Alive. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Tadashi Kawashima, as well as Adachi Toka. Adachi Toka, I believe, is the same manga behind Noragami, I think. Right? Yes. Correct! But this was a pretty cool manga. I read the first volume, and to be fair, I actually don't remember too much what was going on. I believe it was like a kind of like a supernatural series, if I remember correctly. I think the characters have like special powers and stuff like that. But from what I remember, it was actually pretty cool. Definitely need to reread it, and then obviously continue to read it if I collect these volumes. These volumes are very difficult to find nowadays since Del Rey is no longer around. They got bought up, I believe, by Kodansha, or one of the big publishers. I don't remember exactly who, but it'd be cool to see this get reprinted, but I do have 3 volumes here now. Next up, we have ourselves Angel Beats Heaven's Door. So this is based off of the Angel Beats anime. Really good series that I actually just watched recently and really enjoyed. And coming across this manga was pretty cool, considering I think this is the only Angel Beats manga that we have in English. And I believe this is supposed to be pretty long, but for some reason Seven Seas just either lost the rights to it or they just didn't publish the rest of it, because I think Heaven's Door is supposed to be like pretty long from what I remember correctly. So it's kind of weird, but it's just one of those things that's like kind of interesting to have in my collection. So there it is. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Animal Land. This is volumes 1 through 5 from Makoto Raikou. So I am very behind on this series. I know there's a lot more volumes in this, but this is all I've been able to find as of now. But it's a pretty cool series. Same mangaka behind Zatch Bell, so I would love to see this get reprinted. But basically it follows a story about these Tanuki people. I don't know how to explain them, but one of them finds a kid in the middle of the woods and ends up trying to take care of him. So it's about their story together as they grow and learn all these various things. It's very goofy. It's exactly what you'd expect from Makoto Raikou, but it is a great time. I've only read the first couple volumes because I know that if I read volume 5, I'm going to be sad that I don't have volume 6, and we'll kind of just have to wait until I can find it. But yeah, really cool to have these volumes now and be able to read it at some point in the future. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Anonymous Noise. This is volumes 1 through 6. Ooh, excuse me, the focus is on the wrong place, right here. 1 through 6, as well as volumes 7 through... I have to count now. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? Yeah, 13 volumes. Okay. This is a really awesome shoujo series from Ryoko Fukuyama. Follows a story about this girl here who like loves music and loves singing with her neighbor. Eventually her neighbor just kind of disappears out of nowhere. No sign of where they went, so she goes into kind of a depressive episode because she no longer has someone to sing with, until she eventually finds another person who sings on the beach and makes music. So they end up developing like a friendship together, and he ends up also kind of disappearing as well. She grows up, things kind of happen, and now everything has come full circle. She wants to play music again, but she's kind of like nervous about it. So it's really interesting. It's very dramatic. It can get kind of messy at points, but it is still a very good series. I like the art a lot. The art is very unique. Don't be fooled, or don't be like distracted by like how kind of like interesting or weird the art looks. It actually has some really great art across the board, and some really great characters as well. So if you're looking for like a music-based shoujo series with a lot of drama and just a lot of fun, definitely give this one a shot. Alright, so coming up to the next part, we have ourselves Apothecary Diaries. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Natsu Hyuga, Neko Kurage, Itsuki Nanao, and Touko Shino. Really great series following this girl's story here, Mao Mao, who basically gets kidnapped and is forced to work at like this palace where she is an apothecary, or like a person who basically deciphers poison and tries and like tastes the queen's and the various other people's food to make sure that it is not poison. So she's very eccentric. She's a really fun character, really well written as well. There's just some interesting mysteries going on, and some kind of like foreshadowing, and some good overall like political drama as well. It's a really great series. I've been really enjoying it quite a bit. I'm very, very behind though, and I will definitely need to catch up soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Adam the Beginning. I don't remember who the mangaka is. For some reason, they don't put it on the spine. But it is a prequel series to Astro Boy. So this is kind of like how Astro Boy came along. It's a pretty cool series. I actually really like the art. I just haven't caught up on it, to be fair. But if you're looking for a really cool sci-fi series, definitely give this one a shot. Coming down below that, we have ourselves a Yashimon from Yuji Kaku. So this is volumes 1 through 3. This is the entire series that's unfortunately was axed. So this is the entire series, and it ends very poorly. However, it is a really cool series for what it is. I really like the art. Yuji Kaku is a mangaka that I will be talking about just a little bit later, because they have another series that I really, really enjoy. And this one could have been really great, but basically it follows a story about this kid who is like obnoxious or abnormally strong, and he wants to become like a shonen protagonist, is what he calls himself. So eventually he like teams up with like a kind of like a mix between Yakuza slash like kind of yokai kind of person. So yeah, he comes into like the supernatural world and starts beating the crap out of people. It's actually a really cool series. I kind of wish it was actually able to finish, but for what it is, I did enjoy it. And coming down below that, we have ourselves Bichi, which is from Atsushi Okubo. This is his first series, if I remember correctly. I believe that's what it is, or at least his first series in English. I'm missing one volume, I believe, so I haven't read it. I don't know anything about it, but I know these volumes are hard to come by, so it's cool to have a couple of them. Coming below that, we have ourselves Baby and Me from Marimo Ragawa. Once again, another series that I haven't read much. I haven't read at all, actually. This is volumes 1 through 3, but I do have another manga series from this creator, so I will be talking about them a little bit later. And below that, we have ourselves Guiamon? I think that's how you pronounce it. From Mitsuhisa Tamura and Kazuhiro Fujita. This is basically like a kind of like a isekai game series. It's pretty fun. I actually really enjoy it. It's akin to stuff like Dragon Drive to Legend, so definitely is a 90s series. I don't have the entire series, but once I do, it's a really cool series. I want to be able to finish it. I just really like the art, and I like these covers a lot too. Coming below that, we have ourselves Bakemonogatari from Oh Great and Nisoisen. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. I've never actually had to pronounce that, but don't have too much of this series. I do really like the art. It's just one of those ones I've been kind of put on the back burner. I read the first volume and I enjoyed it, but it's been a while, so we'll definitely have to catch up at some point, but just don't really have the space for it. Coming ourselves next to that, we have ourselves Baron the Cat Returns from Aoi Hiragi, which is a really interesting volume because I believe this is a manga that's based off of the movie, which is a pseudo-sequel slash spiritual successor to, not From Up on Poppy Hill, it's the other one, Whisper of the Heart. It's a really cute series. The movie was great. I haven't read this specifically because I've already seen the movie, but I probably will read it at some point just so I can see like what the translation is to manga. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Barrage. This is volumes 1 through 2 from Kohei Horikoshi, who is, if you don't know, the same mangaka behind My Hero Academia. And this is a series that I read a very long time ago, and I actually enjoyed. I guess it's kind of a hot take, but I'm not the biggest fan of My Hero Academia for various reasons, but one of them is not necessarily art, and the art is very good in this one. You can definitely see like character designs that would eventually be incorporated into My Hero Academia, which is really cool. But definitely want to give it a reread just to see if it's as good as I remember it being, but I do want to say it was enjoyable my first time around. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Bat Kid, which is like an old school manga from Inoue Kazuo. This was published, I want to say it was published or it was sold by Glacier Bay Books, who is another indie publisher, which you definitely give a shot. This is a really cool series. It's like very, very old baseball manga. Yeah, it's just really neat to have like a manga from like the 40s/50s. It's just like one of those like interesting talk pieces. It's pretty cool. Follow the story about this kid who wants to play baseball, and it's about his story of learning to do that. It's kind of silly. It's kind of goofy. It's interesting to read it because it's like, oh, the comedy was so different back then. But I enjoyed it. I thought it was cool, and it's cool to have in the collection. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Battle Angel Alita. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Yukito Kishiro. Very popular series. Had that live action movie for some reason that I've actually heard is not that bad. But this is a really cool like sci-fi series following the story of Alita, who is like this like super powerful like robot slash android or whatever you want to call her. And she gets found by a doctor who helps her kind of like acclimate to real life, being like a true human. So it's about her learning to become more human, and more than just a killing machine. So it's a really cool series. The art is absolutely gorgeous, and the story's actually pretty cool. So definitely need to catch up and finish it. I'm almost done. I think I'm halfway there, so we'll get back to it as when I can. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Behind the Scenes. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Bisco Hattori. I almost coughed. Same manga behind Ouran High School Host Club, which is a series that I don't own, and it's not because I don't like it, it's just because I just haven't gotten it yet. But this follows a story about a kid who ends up joining like a kind of like the theater background club, or whatever you want to call it. I forgot what the name of the actual club is, but basically they are the behind the scenes people. They're the ones who work on the makeup and the clothing and like the background stuff and all the things for like a theater production, which is really cool. It's cool to see that kind of stuff being made, and I actually really enjoy it. I think it's a pretty cool manga. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the classic, everyone's favorite series to talk about and not shut up about. This is Berserk, volumes 1 through 2 from Kentaro Miura. Yeah, I don't have much to say about the series. I've only read the first 2 volumes, and they're pretty cool, but it hasn't really hooked me as much as everybody else. I know some people will be like, oh, you just gotta get to volume whatever. Well, I'll get to it eventually. There's a reason why I do own it. That means I'm probably going to want to continue collecting it. It's just one of those things that just I haven't. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Black Bullet. This is from Morino Hon, Shideni Kanzaki, and Saki Ukai. Pretty cool series following like a basically like kind of like investigator slash almost like exorcist in a way, but they're like these people who take down like demons and other stuff, and yeah, it's a pretty cool series. I've only read the first volume, and I actually only got it really because he was in like a video game that I've played, fighting game that I'm forgetting what it's called. It's called like something Fighting Climax or something like that, but it's pretty fun. It has nothing to do with the manga at all, but cool to have it. Coming up next to that with a massive glare on it, we've got Black Knight Parade Volume 1 from Hikaru Nakamura, who's the same mangaka behind Arakawa Under the Bridge, which I have not started collecting yet, but I will probably at some point. But weird comedy series, to be fair. I thought it was going to be more horror, but it's about like basically these bad kids who end up getting hired by like this guy who's like the anti-Santa in a way, who ends up becoming Santa in order to like work and do all the jobs for Santa. So it's a very strange series. It was not what I was expecting it to be, but it's pretty fun, and I'm gonna have to pick up the second volume at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Blade of the Moon Princess. This is volumes 1 and 2, and then volume 3 is up here from Tatsuya Endo, the same mangaka behind Spy Family. And it's a cool series. It's basically a retelling of the classic Moon Princess series of Princess Kaguya, who ends up actually in this series getting sent down to Earth, or like the plagued world, or whatever they call it, in order to get away from the coup that's currently going on the moon. So she has to learn about her powers and about her royalty and about kind of life in general. So it's a cool series, and it's not like anything super amazing or anything, but it's fun. I enjoy reading it. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Blank Slate from Ayakano, following the story about this dude here, who's like a super good assassin, and yeah, it's about him doing stuff. I read it recently, and like, to be fair, I don't really remember the story too much because I just remember it being super edgy. Kind of felt like for no reason. It felt like I just was like, oh, this is like feels very much 2000s. I don't know if that's an Ayakano staple or if that's just like this series specifically, but it is very dark. Tackles some pretty dark themes as well, and yeah, it's about basically an assassin that's kind of learning about his humanity in a way. Yeah, I don't know much to say. It's pretty cool, I guess. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Blood Blockade Battlefront. This is volumes 1 and 2 from Yasuhiro Naito, and unfortunately I don't have the rest of the series, but I do really like this one. Follow the story basically about these people who are like run kind of like an investigation firm to do a variety of different odd jobs here and there, and they all kind of have special powers and stuff, and it's by the same manga as Trigun. It's really fun. It's like really great. I just, unfortunately, Dark Horse just refuses to reprint this, and it's yeah, it's really hard to find. It's very expensive, unfortunately, so hopefully someday they'll reprint it and I'll be able to finish this series off. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about the volumes in front first, and then eventually I'll get to the bad ones in the back. Probably be later in the video, but for now we're only going to be talking about these ones. So, up first we have ourselves Blue Spring from Taiyo Matsumoto, which is a short story collection about a variety of different people in this world that Taiyo Matsumoto has created. A lot of them are down on their luck for a variety of reasons, and I thought it was fine. To be fair, it's not my favorite thing that Taiyo Matsumoto has created, but it's still really interesting to have, and to be able to read something like it. It's pretty cool. Coming up next to that, I have this is the one-shot that Viz released from Yoshio Sawai, and this is the first volume of from Yoshio Sawai. And yeah, this is a very unfortunate release of Bobobo because for some reason they kind of just started in the middle of the series and didn't really explain why. They just kind of did. So when you read it, it's very confusing. They kind of expect you to know all the characters, and luckily for me, I've already watched the anime, so I did already know all the characters. But for people who are just starting out, dude, I would have no idea how they would know what is actually going on. But it's a pretty funny series following this guy here, Bobo, as he goes against the Hair Kingdom or something like that. What are they called? Something like that. But yeah, he can control his nose hairs and basically has a bunch of ridiculous powers. It's very stupid. It's very fun. It's just an enjoyable series all around. Coming up next, we have ourselves Bomba from Osamu Tezuka, following the story about this child who has it rough, and every time he feels like something is wrong or like whatever, he can basically summon this giant horse to kind of do his bidding in a way. It's really weird, and it's just a strange Osamu Tezuka work, but it is pretty cool. Got some great art in it as well, so if you like Osamu Tezuka stuff, definitely give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Boy Meets Maria from Peyo. This one's a really sad series about this this boy who meets a person at his school who's very quiet but seems to have something going on, and it's about their developing relationship between each other. It's really sad, it's really dark. Definitely look up the trigger warnings beforehand because there's a very graphic scene that happens towards the end of the volume that really got to me and makes it really hard for me to suggest. But I think it's important to have this kind of work out there just so people know that this kind of stuff does actually happen. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Bungo Bango Bingo Stray Dogs. This is volumes 1 through 6 from Kafka Asagiri and Sango Harukawa. I'm sorry, I'm trying to reach the top of my bookcase. It's very tall, and I'm very short. This is a really cool series following the story about this silver-haired guy right here who ends up joining kind of like a detective agency where all these people kind of have special powers, and they're all named after writers, which is really cool. So all of their abilities are based off of the books that people have written. It's kind of an interesting idea and concept, and I kind of absolutely love it. I'm extremely behind on the series though because I only recently got into it, but definitely want to get more volumes soon because it's still a lot of fun. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Burn the Witch. This is from Tite Kubo, and this is his spin-off series of Bleach, but instead of in Japan, it takes place in England. So it's about basically the Soul Reapers of England. It's really cool. It's really fun. Really interesting concept, and I kind of wish he worked on it more, to be fair. But I don't know what's going on with it. So I just know it's kind of a interesting little side piece that he did, and I really liked it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Call Me Princess, which is a backwards volume, from Tomoko Taniguchi, I believe is her name. I don't know anything about this. I just bought it because it was really cheap and it looked kind of cute. So yeah, don't really have an opinion on it, but I will when I read it. Coming on to this next shelf here, and now my arm is not as tired because I don't have to hold my camera in a way that is very exhausting. But we have ourselves Call the Name of the Night. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Tama Mitsuboshi. Really, really beautiful series. One of my favorites from last year. Follows a story about this girl here who has basically a mental illness where every time she gets anxious or significantly anxious, she calls the night and starts to absorb everything around her. So it's about her discovering how to fight against her mental illness while she's also learning to love the world around her, being able to enjoy herself for who she is. It's a really beautiful series. I like it a lot. I think it's got some really great themes. Definitely give it a shot if you're looking for kind of like a fantasy story, but in a kind of a coming of age story as well. So it's really great. Coming up next to that is a very different series. This is Candy and Cigarettes, volumes 1 through 7, from, why is the name not on here? Tomonori Inoue. Really interesting series about this old guy here. I'm glad he's on one of the spines, so I don't have to pull the cover out. But he is a former detective who just recently retired, but he kind of still needs money because his grandson is in a coma and needs help, like, with medical bills, so he ends up becoming a cleaner. What he doesn't know is that he is a cleaner for an assassin, a child assassin, so he ends up teaming up with her, and it's about their friendship together and them just doing odd jobs and random missions and killing stuff, and yeah, it's weird, it's strange, but it's a lot of fun. I just enjoy reading every volume. A lot of great action scenes as well, so if you just want a series where like you're gonna have some dumb action fun, definitely give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Case Study of Vanitas from Jun Mochizuki. I have not personally read this just yet. I got the volume for a lot cheaper, so it's just kind of sitting there for now. But yeah, it looks really good. So I'll have an opinion on when I read it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Catch These Hands from Murata. So this is a GL series following the story about these two former high school gang leaders who eventually grow up, and one of them is kind of like more of the same, like she hasn't really grown up for the most part, she's kind of struggling with life, while the other one is working at like a clothing store, and they come to find out she's like, hey, if I beat you in a fight, you have to date me. So yeah, it's about their budding relationship together, but to be fair, I didn't really care for the first volume. I don't really like any of the characters yet, especially the main character, who's this girl here. She's like fine, just not really what I expected, so it's okay, but definitely have to, I guess, continue reading and hopefully it gets better, but if it doesn't, then I'll just sell it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Cardcaptor Sakura Clear Card from Clamp, which I have not read yet because I'm actually currently reading through the original Cardcaptor Sakura. This is a sequel series, so I'm going to be holding off on this until I read that sequel series. Coming up next to Cheeky Angel, we have ourselves Hiroyuki Nishimori, volumes 1 and 2. Really silly series following a story about this guy who's like this tough dude who ends up getting turned into a girl because of some BS. It's very silly, it's very much of its time, but I did like the first volume. Haven't read the second volume just yet, but yeah, if it's anything like the first volume, I'm gonna have a good time with it. Coming up next time, we have ourselves Cinderella Closet from Wakana Yanai, volumes 1 through 4, following the story about this girl here who moves from kind of like the bumpkin town into Tokyo and is thinking, oh, I'm going to change my life around, I'm going to become like this super popular girl, I'm going to have a boyfriend, I'm going to have a great job, and then once she gets there, she finds out this is way harder than she expected. So she is currently struggling, kind of just jumping from work to school to sleep, from work to school to sleep, or whatever order it is, but eventually she meets someone who's like really into makeup and kind of like teaches her to love herself for who she is. And yeah, it's a very messy series, at least in terms of the relationships that get built, but I kind of like how everything is brought out. I think it's really well written across the board. I think like talking about gender identities is also very interesting in this one, so definitely give it a shot if you're looking for that kind of stuff. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Comic Party from Sekihiko Inoue. I've only read the first volume of this specific series, but yeah, it's a series about this dude who is basically offered a position to like go to art college, but he kind of drops out because he wants to become a comic artist so that he could sell stuff at Comic-Cat. It's really silly. It's very dumb at parts, but it's a classic 2000s / late 90s comedy series. So if you're looking for that kind of stuff that's more focused on comics and stuff like that, definitely give it a shot. It's pretty funny. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Coldcept, which is this is only volume 1. It's based off of, I believe, a video game. I have not particularly read it myself, but when I do, I'll let you know how I feel about it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Danganronpa the Animation. This is volume 1 from Dark Horse. I have not collected this series because I've played the game, so I kind of already know how the story goes. So I really am only collecting it just because it's like cool to have. But follows a story about all these like ultimate kids who all have like really specific skills, like ultimate swimmer or ultimate like leader, I think it's what ultimate supreme leader, that's in the later games. But the main character, he like doesn't know what his ultimate ability is per se, so he's trying to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, they have to play a death game where they have to try to escape by killing someone. So and people have to find out who killed who. It's yeah, it's a really interesting concept. Definitely a classic death game series, so give it a shot. I would say play the video games, and if you don't want to play the video games, just read the manga. Coming down below this, we have ourselves Dark Gathering. This is volumes 1 through 5 from Kenichi Kondo. Fantastic horror series that I've been loving quite a bit. Follows a story about this guy right here, who has the ability to see ghosts. And one day, his best friend here, this girl here, convinces him to become a tutor for his for her cousin, I think, or niece or something like that. And this girl is trying to find some more ghosts, specifically because a specific ghost / monster / whatever you want to call it, demon, yokai, stole her mom, and so she's trying to figure out who it is so that she can try to get her mom back. So it's very spooky, it's very creepy, there's a lot going on, there's a lot of interesting subtext as well. I really like it. I think it's really cool, and I think it's very underrated, so definitely give this a shot if you're looking for a horror series. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the Darwin Incident from Shun Umezawa. This is the Monkey series. Follows a story about this human Z here, who is a half human, half chimpanzee. So he's extremely smart, but he's also unbelievably powerfully strong because he's also a chimpanzee. So it follows a story about him living in rural Missouri. Yeah, it's a very strange series, to be completely honest, and I don't know how I feel about it. I am enjoying it, but I think it's very heavy-handed in terms of its theme and its plot. So hopefully it goes somewhere, but for now, yeah, it is what it is. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Delinquent Housewife. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Nemu Yoko. Follows a story about this dude who moves in, or who lives with his family, and the eventual daughter-in-law moves in with the family while the husband has gone overseas to do work. So she's trying to become a housewife while trying not to let the family know that she is a delinquent. And yeah, so it's a weird series, to be fair. I don't really like this relationship that's going on between her and her brother-in-law. The brother-in-law is just very strange. I don't know. I just don't like that relationship, and hopefully I don't believe that's endgame, but if it is, I'm going to be very, very cross to say the least. But it's got nice art. I really like the cover of the first volume specifically. It's really nice, but yeah, I don't really have much else to say about it. Coming up next time, we have ourselves Dolls from Yumiko Kawahara. Yeah, I picked this up pretty long time ago. I haven't read it yet because I think this is a multi-work series, but the art looked absolutely gorgeous. Look at this cover, really, really pretty. So definitely gonna read this at some point and maybe try to find some of the other volumes as well. Alright, let us continue our journey. Up next, we have ourselves Durarara Yellow Scarves Arc Volume 1. So same manga behind, or same series as Durarara. This one I haven't actually specifically read, to be fair, so I don't know much about it, but yeah, it's more Durarara, so that's cool, and that's about as much as I could say about it. So yeah, we're going to continue. Up next, we have ourselves D and Angel. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Yuki Tsukisaki. This is a really fascinating series. Basically, it follows this kid here, who you come to find out has basically an alter ego who is a genius thief or a phantom thief or whatever you want to call him, and he is in love with one girl, and his alter ego is in love with her twin. So it's a weird, strange kind of supernatural rom-com action drama series. I don't know, it's a variety of things, but I like it. It's pretty cool. I've only read the first couple volumes. I actually have volume 3 and 4, so I'm definitely going to keep reading it, but it's a fun time. I like it a lot. Coming up next time, we have ourselves Demons of the Shadow Realm. This is Hiromu Arakawa, same manga behind Silver Spoon and Full Metal Alchemist. This is volumes 1 through 3. Pretty cool series. It feels like an interesting mix between Full Metal Alchemist and Silver Spoon in terms of it feels like Full Metal Alchemist in terms of its story and what it's focusing on is kind of more supernatural, more action oriented. But a lot of the fish out of water. I think I saw someone say that, and I was like, that's actually a pretty good way to explain Demons of the Shadow Realm. So thank you to whoever that was. I forgot who it was, but definitely a great idea, a great example of that kind of stuff where the main character feels very much out of place in this new world that he's in, which I won't talk about too much. You just kind of have to read it without spoilers, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. It's not necessarily my favorite series from her, but it is still a great return for Hiromu Arakawa. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Die Dark. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Q Hayashida. Really fun, entertaining, goofy series by the same manga as Dorohedoro, which you will not see in my collection. That is actually in my fiance's collection, and I will have to read it someday, but today is not that day. Anyways, Die Dark follows a story about this dude over here, the guy with the hood, who like has like this skeleton thing that he can use like for a variety of things, but he like is just traveling like the universe and through space doing a variety of things. It's a really weird manga. I don't really know how to explain it, honestly. You kind of just have to read it, and if you like Q Hayashida's work, yeah, you'll definitely like Die Dark quite a bit. Alright, coming down below that, ooh, ouch, my knees, with this massive glare and my shadow here, wow, it is really bright. Okay, here we go. We have ourselves Digimon and then Digimon 02 from Yuen Wang Yu, I don't know how to pronounce the name, I'm so sorry, but this is the Digimon manga. I only have the first volume for both of Season 1 and Season 2, but really cool to have it. I love Digimon. It's one of my favorite franchises of all time. To the point where I'm starting to buy like figures and stuff, or I'm getting figures and gifts for Digimon stuff. So I really appreciate it. It's super great. It's an awesome series. Yeah, and it's cool to have them right there. Next to that, we have ourselves Dinosaur Hour from Hitoshi Shioya, which is funny that this is actually a one-shot. I looked it up, and for some reason they put the number 1 on it, which is really annoying. If it's going to be a one-shot, it just bothers me because it makes it seem like there's going to be another volume, but there is not. But this is like a kid's manga about dinosaurs. I have not read it yet, but I do like collecting these kind of like weird, just random series, just to kind of like say that I have them, and eventually check them out, because I think like kids manga, or like manga that's specifically for younger children, is so fascinating to me, because like sometimes they'll like tackle darker themes that you wouldn't expect for like, I guess, media for a younger demographic, like even younger than shonen and stuff. But I do think it's kind of interesting to see like the Japanese's perspective on like what they can do. Some of them are obviously very much like for children. Like I bet you this one's not going to be anything super crazy or intense or anything, but excited to check it out and see what it's all about. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves a wrapped version of Dissolving Classroom from Junji Ito, which it's wrapped because I actually used to own a volume of this already, and then I got it as a gift, so I decided to keep the one I got as a gift, and I gave away my opened copy. But this is a story following like these two kids here who are brother and sister, and they're kind of like just like the absolute worst people ever. To be fair, they kind of just cause turmoil for a variety of people, and yeah, it's a very strange manga, as you would expect from Junji Ito, and it's not necessarily my favorite either, but it is, I don't know, it's entertaining. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Dragon Ball. That time I got reincarnated as Yamcha from Akira Toriyama, and Dragon Garo Lee. This is a very interesting kind of like fan fiction manga that got an official release, but it follows a story about a dude who is in love with Dragon Ball. It's one of his favorite franchises, and then suddenly he basically gets isekai'd into Dragon Ball as Yamcha, but because he already knows like the whole plot of Dragon Ball, now he can start to do stuff as Yamcha and actually kind of like be kind of a bamf. Eventually he meets somebody else who has also been isekai'd, and they're trying to figure out how to get out of this world, but also are just enjoying their time there. So it's really silly, it's very stupid, but it's honestly quite a lot of fun. I just love Dragon Ball stuff, so this is a great addition to my collection. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Excel Saga, which I like to say is like the humanoid version of Sergeant Frog. So basically these people who are Excel and her partner, which I'm always forgetting her name, but it's this girl here, who are part of like this organization that are trying to basically take over the world. It's very silly, it's very stupid, it's very talkative. A lot of the characters are just kind of just doing whatever the heck they want, but it's very, I don't know, it's just really funny. I have a lot of like just kind of like it's like Bobobo humor, where it's just kind of like slapstick, kind of just silly, using repetitive jokes that are actually still really funny every time. Yeah, it's a pretty solid series. I kind of like it, and yeah, we'll be continuing to read it eventually. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Fall in Love Like a Comic from Chitose Yagami. I actually don't have any other volumes of this. This is the only volume I have, and I've not read this, so I have no opinion on it, but it looked cool, and I got it for pretty cheap, so eventually I'll probably read it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Flame of Rekka. This is Volume 1 from Nobuyuki Anzai, as well as Volumes 2 through 8 over here, and Volume 9 down here. So Flame of Rekka, which I'm going to move back up here so you guys can see the first volume. Flame of Rekka is this really cool series following the story about this guy here, Rekka, who has like elemental powers, and he's like a ninja, and ends up protecting this one woman who basically becomes his princess, so he becomes her protector. So like it's about his like mission about doing that, as well as having to deal with a variety of other things. But if you want like just a really solid shonen series that has like a really cool fighting stuff and elemental stuff and just kind of like overall some really nice designs across the board, this is a really cool series. I've been really enjoying it, and I know it's going to get harder to find the volume since it is out of print, but yeah, hopefully I get lucky and I continue to be able to collect it easily. Coming up down here, we have ourselves Full Moon. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Ari Tanamura. I have the rest of the series. It's just not up on the bookcase. You'll see them later when I talk about them. But yeah, Full Moon is like basically the story about a girl here who has throat cancer, and in order to survive, she needs to have the surgery, but she'll lose her singing voice. And she's like, I would rather die than lose my singing voice. So eventually, she gets visited by some Shikigami who give her like the ability to fulfill her dreams before she passes away. So it's about her life of being a singer, and yeah, it's cute, it's adorable. I do think it ends in a very strange way. I don't really like the ending, to be completely honest. I don't really like a lot of the relationships that also develop throughout the series, to be fair, but I think it does tackle some pretty interesting themes, especially about death and about all that kind of stuff, and the way that it's tackled is, I think it's pretty tasteful for the most part. It's just, it is surrounded by some things that I'm just not the biggest fan of. But overall, I thought it was a pretty cool series, and yeah, it's interesting to have in my collection. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Futari Escape. This is the entire series. This is volumes 1 through 4. Follows a story about these two girls here who live together. One of them is unemployed and just kind of games all the time, and the other one is a exhausted, overworked manga artist who is just struggling and kind of just hates doing work. So they go on their little escapes, is what they call them. So basically they go on like their little escapades of a variety of things, whether that's like, oh, we're gonna cook a hot pot today, or oh, let's go to the beach, or whatever. So like, it's about their adventures. This is kind of a cute little wholesome slice of life series. It's supposedly supposed to be like a GL/Yuri series, but I didn't really see or feel any of that relationship stuff mattering too much. Especially not like a close relationship. It felt more like a friendship than a like romantic relationship. So, but I don't know. I guess you don't necessarily need that for that to be that. I don't know. I don't really have much else to say about it, but it is a cute series. So if you want kind of just like a nice fluffy slice of life, definitely check it out. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Gacha Gacha. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Hiroyuki Tamakoshi. This is a really very goofy rom-com series following a story about this dude who's in love with this girl, and the girl goes off to Hawaii, and his friend's like, you know, if people go off to Hawaii, you know what they say, hinting at, you know, stuff. She eventually comes back, and something is definitely off about her, but not in the way that they think, because she suddenly is becoming different people every time, like randomly. So it's about him trying to deal with it and trying to help her protect her identity while also trying to figure out what the heck is going on with her body. It's really silly, it's very dumb, it's very typical shonen rom-com. I'm not like you know, completely surprised by it, but it's fun. I think it's entertaining for what it is. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves The Gentleman's Alliance. This is volumes 1 and volume 2 from Ari Tanamura, another Ari Tanamura series. And I've read the first volume, and I'm going to be completely honest, I have totally forgot what it's about. If I remember correctly, like they go to like some kind of fancy schmancy school, and like The Gentleman's Alliance is like, yeah, supposed to be like kind of fancy. I don't really know, but yeah, definitely have to reread it, and I will have an opinion on it when I decide to reread it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Gestalt. I don't know how to pronounce it. That's volumes 1 through 3 from Yun Koga. I have not read this. All I know is that it has an absolutely beautiful like front cover and really cool front covers in general, but don't know much about it, so can't say anything about it. And that's the same for the volume right next to it. That is Gimmick, volume 1 from Yozaburo Kanari and Kuroko Yabuguchi. I believe it's about like, it's like clothing or something, or like sewing. I don't remember, but I remember looking at it and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. But I think it's like an artist focused manga. So I have the first volume, but it's been really difficult to find the other volume, so I haven't decided to start it just yet, but it does look pretty cool, so hopefully it is as good as I think it is. And coming up right next to that, we have ourselves The Girl I Like Forgot Her Glasses. This is volumes 1 through 8 from Koumi Fujichika, and this is just a cute little rom-com about this boy who's in love with this girl who always forgets her glasses. So it's about them and their like little quirks and little relationship together, friendship slash relationship. It's silly, it's kind of goofy, it's kind of cringe, but it's exactly what you'd expect from a boy in like middle school. I don't know. It's pretty fun. I don't think it's like overly, it's not vulgar or crass or anything, but it's just kind of like slightly fluffy, kind of wholesome in a way, and also kind of just silly and cringe. What you'd expect from kids being, like, you know, getting their first crushes. So, I don't know, I like it, it's cool, and I will continue to read it. And coming down here is a bunch of volumes I have not really read, except for one of these series. But right here we have ourselves Grand, it's like Grand Guignol or Guignol Orchestra from Yuki. Don't know what it is, but I saw the volume and I thought the cover was cool, so I have it and have not read it. And next to that we have ourselves Girl Lagann. This is volumes 1 and 2, an anime series turned manga here that people absolutely love. I'm going to be completely honest, it's not my favorite series, but my friend gave them to me for free, so I do have them, and here they are. Next to that, we have ourselves Haruhana. This is the complete collection. This is a massive omnibus. Like, look at how big this thing is. I have not read this yet, but I got it for really cheap, so I probably will be reading it semi-soon, but it's cool to have. It's there. And next to that, we have ourselves Helk from Nanaki Nano. This is volumes 1 and 2, following the story about this human who absolutely detests humans and is trying to become the next Demon King in order to eradicate humans. It's a very strange manga, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of like comical. I actually haven't been collecting it mostly because a lot of the volumes that I keep seeing for like are just really messed up or really like damaged. I tend to only buy damaged manga if and only if it's a really rare series. And like since this is a currently printing series, I've been kind of straying away from buying it. But yeah, it's there, and hopefully I can find some good volumes so I can continue reading it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Hellsing. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Kota Hirano. Really cool series. I've been loving this one quite a bit, especially these reprints. Thank you so much, Dark Horse. Hallelujah. Really cool story following Alucard, this guy here, who's a vampire and helps the Hellsing organization in order to defeat other vampires and demons and other things. Yeah, it's got some historical influence. It's got some crazy action series. It's extremely gory and just like overall, it's really intense and very fun. I don't know. There's something about how entertaining each volume is. Like, it's just a lot of fun to read, and I've been really enjoying it. So, there we go. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Hero Tales. That is volumes 1 through 5 from Hiromu Arakawa and Huang Zhao. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that, but another series from Hiromu Arakawa. This is one that they did with another mangaka or another writer, so that's cool. Don't know much about it, but that is the complete series, so we'll probably be reading it at some point soon. Okay, so for this next section here, I'm going to be talking about the books above each of like the shelves area, and then I will talk about the shelves ones because that's how I have them ordered. So please bear with me. It's going to be a little confusing when you're looking at it, but you'll figure it out. Anyways, we have ourselves the Heroic Legend of Arslan. So this is volumes 1 through 3 from Yoshiki Tanaka and another Hiromu Arakawa work. I have not read this one just yet, but I've heard it's really good. So we'll probably be reading it soon. Below that, we have ourselves Honey Lemon Soda. This is volumes 1 and 2, as well as volume 3 from Mayu Murata. This is a really cute shoujo series following a story about this girl who's kind of been picked on like her entire life for being a little bit quiet and kind of to herself. They call her like Stone or something like that. But she ends up meeting someone who helps her by throwing a honey lemon soda at somebody. So she kind of like falls in love with him in a way, but also just wants to be friends with him. And it's about her growth as well as their relationship growing together. And it's really cute. It's wholesome. It's adorable. She goes through the typical high school bull crap where people are just being jerks to be jerks. But I've been loving it so much. I do need to catch up. I'm behind like by 1 or 2 volumes, so I will be catching up soon. Coming up here, we have ourselves another unfortunately canceled series. It's really unlucky. This is the Hunters Guild Red Hood, volumes 1 through 3 from Yuki Kawaguchi. This is a full series right here. And yeah, this was a really cool series. I really, really liked it. And then it just kind of ended, understandable, because it was axed, which is really unlucky because this is a really cool series. Follows a story about this kid here who wants to join the Hunters Guild, which is basically like, they're like, imagine like Hunter x Hunter. So that's basically what they're doing. So they hunt down like werewolves and witches and various other monsters and stuff like that. So yeah, he's just trying to work towards doing that after a unfortunate happenings at his village. The art is absolutely gorgeous. You know, the story really feels like it's going somewhere, and then unfortunately it just kind of ends, and that really sucks. I feel like it was just getting its like bearings straight in volume 2, and unfortunately it doesn't. It's not able to end the way I think the mangaka wanted to end, and the way I think the Western audience wanted it to end. I heard that this series is way more popular in the West than it was in the East, or at least in Japan. So that's why it got canceled. But yeah, it's one of those interesting ones where it was extremely popular in the West and not as popular in the East. So don't know what happened, but I like it a lot, and I can't wait to see what Kawaguchi does next. Coming up next, we have ourselves Hide and Closer. This is volumes 1 and 2 from Haru Aso. Yeah, this is a series I haven't read in a very long time, and I definitely don't have any of the volumes. I think there's like more than 6. But yeah, it follows a story about this kid who meets like this bear dude, and this bear is kind of like a hitman, like assassin kind of thing. So he's helping him fight against people and humans. Yeah, don't remember much about it, to be completely fair. I haven't read it in a while, so yeah, I'll have to get back into it if I can find these volumes. And right below that, we have ourselves ID Invaded, Volume 1. This is number Break Broken from Yuki Kodama and Otaro Maijo. This is an interesting series because I actually read this for a suggestions from people who watch my channel a lot. This was one of the ones that people suggested I read. So I decided to read the first volume, and I thought it was really cool, but I definitely felt like something was off. Like, I felt like I was supposed to know who these people were. And I have come to find out that this is a sequel that came out before the anime, which is like, what? Okay, that's weird. But I have watched a few episodes of the anime. The anime is really, really flipping cool. But basically, what it is that like this like genius detective is helping like these people trying to capture and find serial killers. These serial killers leave behind like these cells, or whatever you want to call them, atoms of killing intent. So they use those to kind of build out a world that he enters and attempts to find out where this person is. Yeah, it's really, really cool. It's kind of hard to explain, so it's definitely one you just have to check out. If you really want an awesome action mystery series that has some pretty solid art, I would say give it a shot. Check out the anime and then read the manga right after. And then right below that, we have ourselves Idle Dreams. That's volumes 1 through 4 from Arina Tanamura. I have 3 more volumes to collect for this series, but it follows a story about this older office worker who's kind of just hating life and doesn't really like where she's going. But she kind of gains the ability to turn into a 16 or 17-year-old idol by taking this pill that her friend like convinces her to take. Yeah, the premise is kind of strange, and it was totally fine until it wasn't. I don't know what it is about Arina Tanamura and weird age gap romances, but this one has one of those, and that's kind of why I stopped reading it, to be completely honest. But it's got some nice art. I just wish that didn't happen. So yeah, that's about as much as I can say about it. And coming up next, we have ourselves If My Favorite Pop Idol Made It to the Budokan, I Would Die. This is volumes 1 and 2 from Auri Hirado. Great series. This one's really fun. Basically, it follows a story about these people who are like in love with this idol group that's an underground idol group. And one of the girls, one of the main characters is like in love with this one idol who's not like the biggest in the group. So she's always buying her stuff, and like they both kind of like love each other, or like kind of like have like romantic feelings for one another, but they can't admit it. Yeah, it's about like their miscommunications and kind of their overall goofiness and strangeness. It's fun, it's cute, it's wholesome, and I like it a lot. It's about as much as I can say about it. Below that, we have ourselves Imaginary, which is by Niiro Ikuhana. This is volume 1, and unfortunately we haven't gotten anything after that. I don't know what's going on with the publishing. This has been out for almost a year now. We haven't gotten anything for volume 2, but follows a story about these people who I think went to high school together, if I remember correctly, and now they're coming back and they're meeting each other again after college, and they're kind of like discussing about like relationships that they could have had or are having. Yeah, it's got some interesting art. I like the art a lot. I like the kind of like surrealness that happens throughout the series, but yeah, I just really wish that we'd get another volume, or at least some kind of description as to what the heck is going on, because I would just kind of want to read it. Coming down below that, we have ourselves In the Name of the Mermaid Princess from Yoshino Fumikawa and Miya Tashiro. Follows a story about this girl here who is a mermaid princess for a kingdom that does not like monster people, or people who have like, or like unhumans, I think is what they call them, right? I don't know, I might be mixing it up with a different series, but In the Name of the Mermaid Princess is really cute. Not really cute. It has some really nice art across the board and some pretty interesting like plot elements from the beginning, and yeah, it's pretty new, so I don't really have a ton of opinions on it, but I did remember liking the first volume. If you want to go check out that FDI, go for it. And going down here, we have ourselves the first volume of Incurable Case of Love by Maki and Joji, which I have not read, so I have no opinions on, but it is there. And right below that, we have ourselves In Your Pasta, also known as Inuyasha from Rumiko Takahashi. This is volumes 1 through 4, as well as volumes 5 through 9 of the original left to right release. So, yeah, it's kind of strange to have it like this, but I am a big fan of like the older school kind of like releases, even if they are kind of silly and very much like, yeah. But great series, classic series that people always talk about. Follows the story about Inuyasha and Kagome. Kagome is the descendant of a famous like kind of spiritual person, whatever you want to call it, a sorcerer, exorcist, blah blah blah. Why am I forgetting her name? Kikyo. Yeah, she gets teleported back into the past and meets Inuyasha, and Kagome is like, what the heck's going on? So, yeah, good old-fashioned isekai before isekai was super popular. So, I've been really enjoying it. I think it's been really fun to read it for the first time and kind of being unspoiled on it, surprisingly, throughout my entire lifetime. It's been really fun, and I can't wait to keep reading it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Inubaka, Crazy for Dogs. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Yukiya Sakuragi. Yeah, this is basically a dog grooming manga. It's pretty fun. It's pretty cute. I've only read the first volume. It's very silly, and we'll see what happens when I continue reading it. Coming down below that, we have ourselves Masakazu Katsura's Is. I have never known how to say this. But this is volumes 1 through 2, as well as volumes 3 through 5 here. Ooh, excuse me, I was about to burp. Oh, we're good. Nope. Yep, we're good. So this is a rom-com series following the story about this guy who's in love with this girl who has become like a model, and she's known like around the school, oh, she's like the swimsuit model, blah blah blah, and they made her take some like lewder photos. So he's kind of like, I love her, but I don't want to say that to her. So yeah, it's about his really strange relationship with this girl, as well as like a childhood friend. And yeah, it's just kind of silly. It's very your typical shonen rom-com of the time, back in the 2000s. So I've been liking it. I think it's fun, but definitely nothing to write home about. I do think that the covers are a disservice to the manga. I think the manga has some really great art, but there's something about how rendered out the covers are that really creeps me the heck out. Yeah, that's about as much as I'll say about that. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves It Takes Two Tomorrow 2 from Suzuyuki, following these two who are a couple who live together, and yeah, that's about as much as I can say about it, because to be genuinely honest, it is not the most interesting manga I've read. It's I would say it's pretty stock standard, and it doesn't really blow me away in any direction. Not really. Like, the art is fine, the story is fine, the the characters are fine. There's nothing super crazy about it, so I've kind of just been holding on to it. I might sell it, to be completely honest, but yeah, it's a very average series, and I don't really have much to say after that. Coming up next up, we have ourselves It's Just Not My Night, Tale of a Fallen Vampire Queen. This is volume 1. This is another series that a viewer wanted me to read and check out, and I picked up the first volume for fairly cheap, so I decided to read it, and I think it's okay. I just don't think it's my cup of tea, to be completely honest. It's like really silly, really goofy, but it follows the story about this like all-powerful vampire queen who's taking over like various universes and worlds when she accidentally gets sent to Earth but loses all of her powers. So now she has to kind of live as a human, in a way, as a fallen vampire queen. So it's very silly, can be really crass and very... I guess crass is the only word I can think of, but it's just not my thing. I think it's cool, the art's nice, the story is whatever, but yeah, it's fine. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Jing, King of Bandits. This is volumes 1 through 4 from Yuichi Kumakura. Really cool series following the story about this guy here, who is the King of Bandits. And yeah, it's about his like travels throughout this world. That's kind of like this like dark, I don't really know how to explain it. It's just like kind of like an interestingly built world. Feels very dark, and there's just like a lot of like bad things just constantly going on, and it's about his adventures. So I don't know, it's just really entertaining. It's really fun. Definitely got the most 2000s designs ever. Everyone was like really pointy and really got sharp hair, but I've been liking it. It's been pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kamikaze Girls from Novala Takamoto and Yukio Kanesada. I haven't read it, so I have no opinions on it. That's it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Karikano. This is volumes 1 through 5 from Masami Suda. This is a great series. Older shoujo series, follows a story about these two here, who are like the ace students, and they have like a surprisingly different persona outside of school. So they start a relationship with one another, and it's pretty cool. I don't know. I kind of like how the relationship is going. It's very funny. It's a very silly manga. Got me laughing at multiple parts. Definitely need to finish it though. I'm very behind. I think it's like 18 or something volumes, so we'll have to continue reading it at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the first 2 volumes of Keep Your Hands Off Isaacin from Sumito Uwara. Great manga about creating anime and like high school students who are trying to do that, and it's very educational. I just haven't continued reading it because I've watched the anime already, and the anime covers, I think, the first couple of volumes. So at some point I'll continue collecting it, but for now, that is not that time. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kimono Jihen. This is Kimono Jihen. This is volumes 1 through 3. Follows a story about this kid who has like kind of like special powers, and he joins like a another kind of like detective agency in a way that also has these powers. So it's fine. I've not been like the biggest fan of it. I read the first volume and I thought it was cool, and I read the next couple of volumes and I thought it was fine. Didn't have much else to say about it, so yeah, that's about as much as I'll say about it. Coming up next up, we have ourselves the first volume of Kimaguri Orange Road from Izumi Matsumoto. I have not read this, so I have no opinion on it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kimi ni Todoke, volumes 1 through 7 from Karuho Shina, and this is an absolutely adorable manga. Very cute shoujo series. Found a story about this girl here named Sawako, who people say she looks just like Sadako, or it's the other way around. It's one of the two. But she looks like the girl from The Ring, so everyone's like, oh, she must be really creepy. She'll put a curse on you. And actually, she's just really shy and has a hard time like speaking up for herself, and she's just absolutely adorable. I love the friendship she makes. I love the relationship she makes with all these people. I love the story arcs that we go through for all these kids, all these high schoolers. I just love them so much. I don't know. I really like how Karuho Shina writes these characters, and I love like the chibi art that they have for the main character and for the other characters as well. So can't wait to keep reading this one. It's been really great reading it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kiss of the Rose Princess from Aya Shooto, I think is how you pronounce it. Another shoujo series that I've only read the first volume for, and if I remember correctly, she like basically gains the ability to summon these knights because she is the Rose Princess, and they're all trying to vie for her lovingness. But yeah, they're all like people that she knows, and they're all kind of silly and whatever. So it's strange, and I don't really have an opinion on it, to be completely honest. But it was fun. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the first 2 volumes, or the first 2 omnibuses of Kitchen Princess from Natsumi Ando and Miyuki Kobayashi. Really great series about this girl who loves cooking, and she kind of like goes to school and is getting picked on for that. But she's an awesome cook, and I love her so much. And yeah, the drama is crazy. There's one character that I absolutely detest. Hopefully she becomes better throughout the series, but I only have the first 2 volumes, so I can't say much about it. But yeah, she's there. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Komomo Confiserie. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Maki Minami. Another kind of like cooking one. The difference with this one is that like she's like a super stuck up, kind of like from a rich family who suddenly loses all of her money, so she kind of has to live on her own and figure everything out. So she moves and meets someone that she used to be like friends with because he was like her maid, or like not maid, but butler, or like her family. His family was like the butler or maid or whatever, and now he's like a famous cook, or a famous baker. Sorry, not cook. And it's about her working with him again, even though now the shoe's on the other foot. So it's cute. It's kind of fun. I haven't finished it. We'll get to it at some point though. Next to that, we have Kurohime from these 3 people here. Don't have any opinion on it because I haven't read it. Yep. Next to that, we have ourselves Kuroko's Basketball. This is volumes 1 and 2 from Tadatoshi Fujimaki. Basketball series, very popular, akin to Prince of Tennis. Very crazy, very ridiculous. If you're looking for just like a basketball manga that does not take itself too seriously, or purposely takes itself too seriously, if that makes sense. It's where it's just like really off the wall. People will just have like special powers. Basically, it's ridiculous, but it's a lot of fun. Honestly, I actually read the first omnibus and I had a great time with it. So definitely going to be picking up the rest of the volumes as well. Next to that, we have ourselves Laid Back Camp. This is volumes 1 and 2 from Afro. Just a really adorable slice of life series following the story about this girl who loves camping and ends up meeting other people who like camping as well. So it's about their adventures camping. And yeah, it's a manga that I've been really enjoying just because like I used to be in the Boy Scouts, so it's just kind of like reminiscent of those times where I would also be going out camping, and I'm like, I kind of miss it sometimes. So it helps me to remind myself how much I loved it. So I think it's just a great manga for me. Right next to that, we have ourselves Last Gender When We Are Nameless. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Ray Taki. Interesting manga following the story about this person who owns a bar that it kind of allows you to freely express yourself in a variety of ways and in a sexual way, for the most part, at least in the back. But it's an interesting story that kind of discusses sexuality and gender and the fluidity of it all, and kind of like how arbitrary it can be for some people and why they decide to be who they are. Really beautiful story. It is very graphic, so just keep that in mind if you're going to read it. Check the trigger warnings before you read it. It is very intense in a lot of spots, but I really liked it, and I thought it was a really good read. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Law of Ueki. This is volumes 1 through 10 from Tsubasa Fukuchi. I have not finished this series yet, but basically it follows a story about this kid named Ueki, who has like this ability to turn trash into trees. It's kind of silly, but he gets like thrown into a tournament basically where now he has to fight a variety of people in order to survive in this world. It's silly, it's goofy, it kind of feels like a Zatch Bell equivalent. So if you like Zatch Bell, definitely give this a shot. If you like this, go check out Zatch Bell. Whew. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Library Awards from Kiro Yuri and Hiro Arikawa. I have not read this yet, so I don't have an opinion on it, but I do remember seeing these volumes, and I thought that the cover was really cool. Next to that, we have ourselves Like a Butterfly, volumes 1 through 4 from Sue Morishita. Shoujo series, been really enjoying it. Follows the story about this quiet girl, who a lot of people say she's like a butterfly, and this other quiet dude who's like in the judo team, if I remember correctly. He's in martial arts. And it's about them and their budding eventual relationship. So yeah, it's cute. It's something too special, but I've been liking it. It's very light. Next to that, we have Yua Kotagawa's Line. This is a manga about a person who finds a cell phone, and the cell phone's like, hey, you need to save this person before they die. And lo and behold, they don't take it seriously, and that person eventually does die. So then these two girls are basically on a mission to stop whoever this is. Yeah, it's fine. I wasn't too blown away by it. It exists. It's cool, I guess, but not much else to say about it. It was fine. The art is okay, and the story is all right, and it just kind of ends. So, yeah, I don't have much to say about it. Okay, so continuing on with this section here, we have ourselves 2 volumes of Livingstone. This is from Makekawa and Kataoka. These, I believe, are the same manga behind Dead Man Wonderland, and I've not read this because trying to find volume 3 of the series has been, like, literally impossible. I don't know why it's so hard to find volume 3. Volume 4 is easy to find, volume 1 is pretty easy to find, and volume 2 here and there, but volume 3 has just been, like, nearly impossible. There is one bookstore that has it, but it's so damaged, and I can't do it. I feel like I just have to be patient, and I'll get lucky one day. But until then, yeah, I only have these 2 volumes, so I have not read them, but we'll probably read them sometime soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer. This is the Omnibus Volumes 1 and 2. Really fun series that actually got suggested by someone I follow on Twitter and who follows me back. And it's a really cool series. Basically, it follows this dude who gets selected, I guess, to save the world from the giant biscuit hammer that's currently floating above the earth. So he is going to work with this girl here on the front to attempt to stop this. However, she also wants to destroy the earth. Current reasons as to why, don't know. But it's about their journey together, about their friendship, and I guess maybe possibly eventual relationship together as they kind of talk about life and stuff. So it's a fun little action series. I've been really enjoying it, and I can't wait to continue reading it. Now, coming down here, we have ourselves Mame Coordinate. That's volumes 1 through 4 from Sachi Miyabe. Really awesome series about the fashion industry. I like how light and fluffy it is. The art is really, really good across the board. Didn't expect to enjoy it as much as I did, but it was just like, it was so well done, really well thought out. The character designs are great. The overall like fashion industry information is also really great. Has some pretty good themes as well, especially tackling like women in fashion, how they're looked down upon in comparison to men, and stuff like that. So overall, great series. Definitely highly suggest. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Marriage Toxin. That is from Jomiyaku and Mizuki Yoda. This is a newer series that I've been reading. I have read the first 2 volumes, so this is currently updated as of whenever this video comes out. Really fun series following the story of this, basically this poison master. He's like the head of his clan, and in order to create an heir, someone needs to have a child. However, he is absolutely terrible at like finding a girlfriend or finding anybody really. So the onus, or I guess like the thing is that now his sister has to, but his sister's already in a loving relationship with another woman. So he stands up to the plate. He's like, I will find a wife and I will bear an heir. So yeah, eventually he like rescues this like kind of con artist, but also like dating expert, and together they team up in order to help him find a girlfriend. It's a really silly series, but the action's also really good just across the board. I've been really enjoying it. It's a lot of fun. If you kind of want a more like Sakamoto Days-esque series, this is another one that I would say definitely check out. Next to that, we got ourselves Mega Man NT Warrior from Ryo Takamisaki. This is the first 2 volumes. I do have another volume, but once again, that'll come later. Mega Man's pretty cool. I read the first volume. It's based off of the video game, which is, well, it's based off the anime, which is based off of the video game, I think. Or it's vice versa on the anime and manga. I don't really know which one came first, but I know for sure the video game obviously came first. But it's a cool series. I enjoy Mega Man. I think it's really cool that we even have this. Yeah, it's cool to have it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Midori Days from Kazuro Inoue. So, excuse me. My mama. This is a story that follows a story about this dude who is a delinquent, and one day he wakes up with this girl on his arm, or on his hand, and this girl is totally in love with him, so he has to deal with this and figure out life as, she is like, oh my gosh, I'm so in love with him. It's a really weird, strange series, but honestly kind of wholesome at points. Very interesting across the board. Not sure if I agree with how I like the ending or not, but yeah, it's pretty cool. I did enjoy the series, and it's an 8-volume series, so it's not too bad. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Mink from Megumi Tachikawa. This is 1 volume here, but I think there's like 7 or 8, maybe more. I'm not too sure about the volume count, but it's a cute little series. Follows a story about this girl named Mink, who finds like this like kind of like technology on her phone that allows her to create like this virtual avatar. But lo and behold, it's not a virtual avatar. It's actually her alter ego, and she ends up turning into like a pop star. So it's about her story trying to figure that out. It's pretty silly. It's pretty cute. Nothing too dramatic yet. We'll see. But like the first volume, I thought it was pretty good. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Mission Yozakura Family. This is from Hitsuji Gondaira. Pretty solid series following the story about this kid here with the red hair, who's friends with this girl with the blue hair, and ends up finding out that her family is like a kind of like assassin/spy family. So he accidentally kind of sort of becomes her wife, and ends up joining the family as another spy or another member. So he meets this really quirky, strange family. It's pretty fun. I've been enjoying it for the most part. I don't really like the brother character in the series because it's the really boring, like, oh, I love my sister so much trope. Really don't like that trope. It's one of my least favorite tropes in all of like media. But I can look past it because I think all the other characters are a lot better written. I like the main character a lot as well, and the action's pretty solid as well. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Mob Psycho 100, as well as Mob Psycho 100 Reagan, the man with level 131 max spirit power. This is the famed manga by One, also known as the mangaka/writer for One Punch Man. Really great series from the story of Mob here, who is this kid with psychic powers, who's just trying to figure out life. And he meets another, like, a colorful cast of characters, including his mentor Reagan, who is this con artist that ends up becoming like a really important character for Mob's, or a really important person in Mob's life. Honestly, it's a great series. I really enjoy the anime. It's one of my favorite anime of all time. The manga, it doesn't hit the same way for me, but I do enjoy it. I think it's pretty cool. Eventually, I'll catch up with it, but today is not that day. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Mobile Suit Gundam 00. This is volumes 1 through 3. This is the entire first part of the series. I think there's like a sequel part, but I've not read that. But yeah, I remember I was reading this pretty recently, and I thought it was fine. I thought it was cool. It's really strange because basically, like, this Mobile Suit Gundam team is like they're basically terrorists, and the reason why they're terrorists is because they want the entire world to kind of team up together for the sake of peace against them. So yeah, it's a really strange premise, but I kind of enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty cool. It does just kind of end, so I'm assuming that's what the sequel series is supposed to continue on, but yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. I love the Mobile Suit Gundam designs. I think they're really cool. Definitely a poor release, to be fair. If you flip through it, there's like parts where the sound effects actually cover each other. So like they wrote English sound effects, but they just threw the Japanese sound effects right on top of it. So it just looks really poorly edited. It is what it is, but it's just something to keep in mind if you're going to pick it up. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Monkey High from Shouko Akira. I have not read this volume yet, but it looks like a cute series, and I believe it was Suki Notes who said that they enjoyed it. So yeah, maybe I'll give it a shot at some point soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Mugen Spiral from Mizuho Kusanagi, and yeah, this is a short series by the same manga as Yona of the Dawn. I remember enjoying it. I read it last year at some point, and I thought it was cool, but to be fair, I don't really remember too much about it, so clearly it didn't stick too much. It's just nice to have it because I just really like Mizuho Kusanagi's work, so that's why I've kept on to it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves My Clueless First Friend from Taku Kamihara. This is volume, Kawamura, excuse me. I totally read that wrong. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is a cute series about this girl who's like kind of like quiet, keeps to herself, and there's this boy who totally wants to be her friend, and she doesn't know how to deal with it. So it's kind of just cute, adorable, whatever. It's just kids being kids for the most part. So it's a little silly, it's a little fun, very fluffy, very wholesome. Nothing too much after that. Next to that, we have ourselves My Girlfriend's Child from Mamoru Oe. This is volumes 1 through 4. This is an absolutely gorgeous, beautiful series. Finally, a story about these two here, who are a couple in high school, and one of them, or I guess she, the girlfriend gets pregnant, and it's about her journey of dealing with this while in high school, seeing a variety of responses to it from the school, from her parents to the boyfriend's parents to her brother. Everybody has a thing to say, but at the end of the day, it's her choice to do with what she wants with this child. So it's really well written. I think it tackles a lot of interesting and special themes. It also tackles like teenage pregnancy very well. I think like teenage pregnancy can be seen as like a massive negative for some reasons that are understandable, but I think it really shows like just how much goes into it, how much thinking, how much like mental, how much I don't know what I was trying to say with that, but anyways, it's written really well, and the topics that are tackled are done very well. Like, it's done with a lot of heart, a lot of respect towards people who've had teenage pregnancies. It does not show it as like a negative thing. It shows it from a fairly non-biased opinion, which is really cool to see. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves My Special One from Momoko Koda. This is a really cute series following the story about this girl who says she's never going to fall in love again until one day she starts to like serve this guy who she comes to find out is a famous idol, and lo and behold, they kind of fall into a relationship with one another. And yeah, it's cute, it's fun. I'm not sure how big the age gap is. There is an age gap, but I'm not sure it's like super big, so I don't know how to feel about it, but they are adorable. It's really silly. It's kind of fun. Yeah, that's about as much I can say about it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Night of the Living Cat. This is volumes 1 through 3. That's a really, really silly horror series. Yeah, I know that's not something you would typically hear together, but it's kind of the best way to explain Night of the Living Cat. But basically, the premise is the world has suddenly gone apocalyptic because a certain cat had a virus, and every time he touched another cat or human, they turn into cats or they get the virus. So now this virus has spread all across the world, and people are just trying to survive while not trying to pet all these cats. So the main character was a cat cafe worker, so he's struggling with his love for cats, but also trying to stay alive and stay human. So it's really bizarre, it's really silly, but it's got like some great art, and yeah, I call it a horror series because it's meant to be like kind of like spooky or spooky. It's great. I really enjoy it. Coming up next to that, we have No Longer Heroine from Momoko Koda, who I believe is actually the same manga as my special one. And No Longer Heroine is very strange, but also very messy. Basically, the main character thinks that she is the main character of her life, or is the main character of this her high school story or whatever. But she comes to find out that she's kind of a jerk, and people don't really like her too much, so she doesn't feel like she is no longer the heroine of her own story, of this high school story. So it's kind of silly, it's kind of weird. I think it does tackle some themes that are pretty well thought out and well done to an extent, but I do think, like, yeah, she is also kind of a jerk, to be completely honest. So yeah, that's about as much as I can say about it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Nora. I forgot what the subtitle is, and I'm not going to pull it out because there's books on top of it. But this is from Kazunari Kake. This is volumes 1 through 3. And then we're going to do a little spin around here. Whoop. To volumes 4 through 8, as well as volume 9. But basically it follows a story about this guy here with the silver hair who gets sent to Earth because he's basically committed a crime or committed something, and he needs to be disciplined. So he gets sent to Earth and is being controlled by this boy who really doesn't want to do it, but he's like, okay, I'll train him or whatever. So it's about their friendship together as he's fighting and doing demon stuff. To be completely honest, even while reading this as a kid, I haven't read it since I was like in high school, and yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I thought it was fine. Like, the action's pretty solid across the board, but like, it definitely could have been a lot better. And it definitely just ends, to be fair. So yeah, that's about as much as I could say about it. Coming on below that, we have ourselves Nura, Rise of the Yokai Clan from Hiroshi Shibashi. And I'm going to be completely fair, I've only read the first volume, and it's been a long time, and to be fair, I don't really remember it too much. I do think, if I remember correctly, he's the main character here, and he also has like kind of like a demon alter ego, and he also runs like a yokai clan, as the name suggests. And I just remember it being like fairly actiony and kind of like silly in ways, but that's about as much as I can say about it, to be fair. Coming up next to that, we have 2 things I have not read, and then 1 thing I have read. So first up, we have Ohikoshi, which is from Hiroki Samura, who's the same manga behind Blade of the Immortal, as well as Wave Listen to Me. I've not read this, but I did pick it up because I thought that was really cool, because I really like this mangaka's art. And yeah, I believe it's like a one-shot and or short story collection, so definitely we'll be reading this soon. Why is this focusing? There we go. Next, we have ourselves Old Boy, volumes 1 and 2. I have not read this either, but I've always heard the series is really cool, and I got these for pretty cheap, so definitely will read this at some point. And then coming up below that, we have ourselves Oshinoko from Aka Akasaka and Mengo Yokoyari. This is the idol manga that has taken the world by storm. People are absolutely in love with the story and also absolutely hating on it. I'm neither here nor there. I thought the first volume was pretty cool. Definitely some intrigue here and there. Some of the characters are strange, to be fair, and it definitely ends on a big twist, so interested to see where it goes, but kind of been watching like people talk about it, and I don't know if I like where the story is going, so yeah, it is what it is. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Otomen from Ayakano, another series that I have not read, so I don't really have an opinion on it. But right below that, we have ourselves Pastel from Toshihiko Kobayashi. This is volumes 1 and 2. I've been reading this one recently, but basically it follows a story about this dude who like works at like a beach house for his friend, and he meets this girl that he like kind of falls in love with in a way. And as like they're about to like end their summer vacation, she kind of leaves, and he doesn't really confess his feelings. So he's like, "Oh, boo-hoo, my life sucks." And then he comes to find out that she's gonna move in with him. So it's about him dealing with all that. It's a very shonen rom-com. It's very shonen rom-com. It's fun, but it's nothing to write home about. I don't really have too much to say about it other than that. Kind of feels like Comey for me, at least in terms of me being able to give an opinion on it. You either enjoy it or you don't. That's about as much as I can say. Below that, we have ourselves Phantom Thief Jian from Arina Tanomura. That's the only volume I have of it. I know there are a couple more, but I do not have them. But I have nothing much to say about it, so it's going to be there. Coming up down below that, we have ourselves Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the first volume from Kenji Kuroda and Kazuo Maekawa. And yeah, I have not read this, but I have played almost all of the games, and I really enjoy them. I love the Ace Attorney franchise. I think it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of just quirky, hilarious characters, some absolutely fantastic music, and a pretty solid story for the most part across most of the games. I think the 2 newest games, not including Ace Attorney Chronicles or whatever, have been a little hit or miss for me, but I do enjoy them still. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Pita 10. This is volumes 1 through 4, as well as volume 5 over here from Koge Dambo. This is a very silly, wacky series following the story about this doll, kind of like girl here, who comes to Earth and is like, I'm gonna be like your whatever, like, kind of like Angel in a way, and she's really quirky, really weird. She says tee hee hee a lot, and the series is a lot of fun to read it in a Western accent, so definitely need to catch up. I've only read the first 3 volumes, if I remember correctly, so we'll be reading and continuing it soon. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Please Save My Earth Volume 1 from Saki Hiwatari, and I have not read this yet, so I don't have an opinion on it, but a lot of people say it's a fantastic series, so maybe I'll read it soon. Coming below that, we have ourselves Bortes from Jun Abe. This is a horror series that I read. It was one of the first manga I did for the FBI a long time ago. And I remember saying that, like, I thought it was fine. It wasn't really my thing, to be completely fair. This is kind of like a dark series. I would say kind of like The Ring in a way, but it's more like a video game instead of a, like, tape. So it's a little strange. It's really weird. I just don't think it hits very well, and I just don't, I don't know. It just kind of happens. Like, I read it, it was there until it wasn't. So not much else to say about it, but if you like horror stuff, I don't know, give it a shot. Below that, we have ourselves Psychopaths, Inspector Shinya Kogami, only Volume 1. I have not read this, so I don't have an opinion on it. As well as Revenge of Muflon, Volumes 1 and 2, which I also do not have an opinion on, but it's from Ono Yoichiro and Ueno Jiro. Below that, yeah, this is really bad. Makes it seem like I haven't read a lot of this stuff. Well, I haven't read stuff here, but I have RG Veda, Volumes 1 and 2 from Clamp. A lot of people say this is an amazing series. I have not read them just yet, but probably will sometime soon. Below that, we have ourselves Rosario Vampire. This is the Akihisa Ikeda series, Volumes 1 and 2, as well as Volumes 3 through 6. I've read, I think, 5 volumes of this series, and it's pretty fun. Follows a story about this guy here who basically gets, signs up for, like, a school, and he doesn't realize that it's, like, a demon school, and he's the only human there. Ooh, fish out of water. It's pretty fun. I've been enjoying my read through it. It is very much, like, typical, like, kind of ecchi-esque, where you're like, oh, panty flashes and stuff like that, and like, oh, girls in weird compromising positions. So yeah, it's a harem series, so it's pretty fun, but nothing too crazy. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves S.A., also known as Special A, from Maki Minami. Really silly series following the story about this that is her, right? Yeah. This girl here, who is like part of like the special class called Special A, who are like the smartest kids in class, but she's always like second place to this other guy who's a good friend of hers, and he's always first place. So it's always been her goal to try to beat him at something or at anything. So it's fun. It's kind of silly, and yeah, I only have 8 volumes. I believe there's like 16 or 17. There's a lot, but I was enjoying it when I was reading it. Coming up next to Sakura Saku, we have Volume 1 from Io Sakisaka. This is the first volume of one of her, I think her newest series in English, and also her second to newest series, because I think she's working on another one right now. But this one basically follows a girl who like has like a medical issue, and suddenly she wakes up in like a police booth, and someone has like helped her there, and got her bag for her, so she feels indebted to that person and kind of falls in love with them in a way. So it's about her journey of trying to find that person meanwhile. So it's fine. I wasn't completely blown away by it, but I thought it was okay. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Sakuran by Mayoko Ano. This is a one-shot that has a really gorgeous cover, just saying, and it's got like a really shiny cover. Whee! I have not read this one yet, but I do like Mayoko Ano's work. I think it's really good. I heard this one is very good. And it also has a live-action movie, so maybe I'll give it a shot at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Samurai 7 Volume 1 from Mitsutaka Sohu and Akira Kurosawa. I have not actually read this, but I did watch a couple episodes of the anime way back in the day when I was on, either it was on Adult Swim or Toonami. I don't remember which one specifically. But yes, I have watched a little bit of it, and I thought it was pretty cool. Next to that, we have ourselves Samurai Champloo. There we go. From Manglobe and Masaru Gotsubo. This is volumes 1 and 2. Really famous series, especially for the anime. I've only read part of the first volume, and I thought it was pretty cool. But yeah, I don't have much else to say about it. Next to that, we have ourselves Samurai Deeper Kyo from Akimine Camigio, I believe that's how you pronounce her name. It's supposed to be a really cool series. I got the volume for cheap, and we'll probably be reading it at some point soon. Just haven't gotten to it just yet. Next to that, we have ourselves Sand Chronicles from Hinako. Ashihara. This is volumes 1 through 6. I sound like I was crying. This is a pretty great series. It's a really popular shoujo series that hasn't gotten a reprint in a very long time, and a lot of people have been clamoring for it because it's just a really beautifully written, just a very sobering and thought-provoking series that deals with loss and grief and stuff like that in a really tasteful way. Really enjoy it. I've only read the first couple volumes, but it still hits home pretty quickly, so definitely want to continue reading it sometime soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Shoha Shoten from Akinari Asakura and Takashi Obata. This is volumes 1 through 4. Really fun series, basically talking about what is that type of comedy called? Basically, it's the Japanese comedy where two people are in front of a mic and they're doing like their like shtick, basically. But it's about these two high schoolers who are aspiring to be comedians, and it's their goal to become like the best. So it's really cool, it's really fun, and it features art from Takashi Obata, so I had to pick it up. What can I say? But I love it a lot. I think it's actually a really good series, and people should definitely give it a shot. It's pretty fun. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Shy, volumes 1 through 5 from Bukimi Miki. Really fun superhero series following the story about this girl here, whose superhero name is Shy. But basically, the world, each country has like a superhero, and it's their goal to protect the peace and stuff like that, and do missions and things like that. And they have been basically pushed into like a conflict because like there's like this guy who also has powers that's trying to kind of like take over the world and kind of eliminate all of the bad things by also doing bad things. So it's a clash of morals and various other things, but it's really fun. I've been really enjoying it. I think it's a really cool series, and the art's really solid as well. It has a pretty good anime, so give it a shot if you like the anime, and check out the manga as well. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Smokin' Parade from Jinsei Kataoka and Kazuma Kondo. Same manga behind Living Stone, same manga behind Dead Man Wonderland. There is 2 of them, so mangakas? I don't know. Anyways, this is volumes 1 through 6. I'm not completely done with the series just yet, but I am enjoying this series. It's a lot of fun. Very dark series, kind of like following the story about this like kind of another kind of like investigation agency that's like taking down these like kind of demon-like monsters that kind of have been taking over people. It's a really cool series. The action's really great. If you like Dead Man Wonderland, definitely give it a shot. It's a lot of fun. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Soul Eater Not from Atsushi Okubo. This is volume 1. I have not read this, but I believe this is a spin-off of the main series. And yeah, that's about as much I can say about it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves SOS from Hinako Ashihara. That is the same manga from Sand Chronicles. And I picked this up because it's the same manga, but I have not read this just yet. I believe this is either a one-shot or a short story collection, but we'll definitely let you know once I read it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Spider-Man Fake Red from Yusuke Osawa. This is a pretty cool series. Basically follows a story about this dude who like is very athletic and stuff like that. But like doesn't know much about Spider-Man or like doesn't really care about like superheroes. If he thinks Spider-Man is pretty cool, and then one day he ends up finding Spider-Man's suit and then like decides to put it on and kind of mess around. But lo and behold, people think he actually is Spider-Man. So then he's like, oh no, what do I do? So he becomes the Fake Red, as the name suggests. It's a pretty cool series, kind of interesting to read and check out. It's a one-shot, so definitely take a look at it. It's a lot of fun. Coming next to that, we have ourselves Sakura Mizuki's and Koji Suzuki Spiral. So this is based off of, I believe, the Ring franchise. Don't quote me on that, but I only have 1 volume. I believe there's a few volumes of this, and I don't know much about it, so I have not read it. But yeah, once I do, I'll let you know. This is a cool series. This is Star Wars Lost Stars, volumes 1 through 3. This is the entire series from Claudia Gray and Yusaku Komiyama. Follows a story about these 2 kids who are basically living in an empire-led country/state, and they both are saying, okay, we're both going to join the empire and become, soldiers, and because that's like our goal. Then after some stuff happens, they kind of get split up, and one of them ends up joining the rebellion. So it's about their kind of like journey, their separate journeys coming and clashing against one another. It's a pretty cool series. I like the Star Wars like manga stuff a lot, so this is a really cool series. I definitely want to read some of the other stuff as well. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Strawberry 100% from Mizuki, Mizuki? Yeah, Mizuki Kawashita. This is volumes 1 through 3 and volume 5. I did mention earlier, I think, that I don't tend to buy volumes out of order, but this is one of those series where it's really rare, so it's kind of hard to find these volumes. So I decided to just say, F it, I'll do it for this one series, for this one couple series. So this is a really silly, comedy series. Follows a story about this guy here who's like a big cinephile, and he like wants to make a movie, or like wants to make movies, but everyone's kind of telling him don't, you know, like it's a waste of money or whatever, until one day he gets flashed by a girl with strawberry panties. So then he's like, I want that girl to be in my film. So yeah, it's about his weird journey into making a movie and trying to find the girl with the strawberry panties. It's very strange, it's very silly, but I enjoyed it. Or I enjoyed the first volume, that is. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Strobe Edge, volumes 1 through 3 from Io Sakisaka. Same manga behind Sakura Saku. I have the first 3 volumes. I've not read them yet, but I have heard that this is her best series from a few people, so maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but I guess we'll see when I decide to read it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Swans in Space from Lun Lun Yamamoto. So this is a really cool series, to be fair. Basically, it follows the story about these 2 girls here who end up getting, like, signed up for, like, this kind of, like, not police, but, like, kind of, like, helpers of the galaxy, where they travel around and help people with various tasks and whatever. And they're, like, 2 clashing characters. One of them is, like, a really popular girl who's really smart, and the other girl seems kind of aloof and kind of out there. But yeah, it's weird, but it's a lot of fun, and it's in full color too, which is pretty neat. The only thing that I really dislike about this is that the specific way they printed this is, like, the way they glued it is absolutely terrible. You can see it on the spines, the glue is visible. Like, I don't know if you can see it with my camera. You can kind of see it. There's like a gray mark here, and the books are falling apart, which is just absolutely terrible. So it's a real shame. I feel like this could have been really good, like just a really simple, easy print, but for some reason they decided to go cheap with it, and it's really bad. Really unfortunate, and I hope it's fixed in other udon stuff. Next to that, we have ourselves Switch from Naked Ape. This is volume 1. I don't know much about this, but I've heard it's pretty cool, and it looks pretty cool. It's got a pill on the side, so yeah, can't wait to read it at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Timon's B-Side, volumes 1 and 2 from Yuki Shiwasu. Another really silly series. Basically, it's about, follows this girl who's totally in love with this one idol, to the point where she's just, like, super strange about it, but it's great to see. Anyways, she's also, like, has, like, a part-time job where she's, like, a cleaner, so she helps, like, clean up for people by going to their houses and doing various chores. And one day she gets selected to go to his house of all people. So it's about their relationship and friendship building together while he's, like, also super edgy and sad, while also being, like, you know, the super happy idol. So it's about her dealing with this, like, kind of B-side of Timon. It's really funny, it's really silly, and I've been enjoying quite a bit. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Tatsuki Fujimoto, Before Chainsaw Man 1721 and 2226. These are a short story collection set from Tatsuki Fujimoto, as the name suggests, as it also suggests this was before Chainsaw Man. So it has just a mix of a variety of different stories from the guy. And to be fair, I kind of like a lot of these stories more than Chainsaw Man. Some of them obviously are not great, but there are some pretty solid stories across the board. So definitely give them a shot if you like Tatsuki Fujimoto. And if you don't really like Tatsuki Fujimoto, I'd still give him a shot just to see what it's like. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Tista from Tatsuya Endo. This is volumes 1 and 2. Same manga, Spy Family, as well as Blade of the Moon Princess. Pretty solid 2-volume series, to be completely fair. Basically follows this girl named Tista, who is like this super powerful sniper because she has like the ability to like kind of like zoom in with her eyes, which also takes a toll on her vision and stuff like that, but allows her to become like this ultimate assassin. It's a really cool series, and I had a lot of fun with it. Whew. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Time Stranger Kyoko. This is volumes 1 and 2 from Arina Tanemura. This is not the entire series, but yeah, I don't know much about it, but I was on an Arina Tanemura binge at one point in terms of buying her stuff, so we'll definitely have to read this some point soon. Coming down below there, we have ourselves Tokyo Aliens. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Naoe. Follows a story about this guy
who is the son of a former police officer who sadly passed away during like a mission or something like that. And yeah, as he's coming to find out, they're actually aliens, and his dad was working for the alien cops basically, in order to help like aliens stay hidden or to go back to their country. So he kind of unintentionally joins that same organization, and it's about him like trying to figure out what his dad really was, while also becoming like a super bamf guy. It's pretty cool. Coming up next, we have ourselves volumes 1 and 2 of Tetsuya Saruwatari. It's tough. Not read this, but I do have the 2 volumes, and we'll probably read this. I know it's unfinished in English, so I think these are the only 2 volumes, maybe. There's not too many of them, but I'll probably read it sometime soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Touring After the Apocalypse from Sakae Saito. This is volumes 1 through 4. Really fun series that I don't see a lot of people talking about, which is a shame. It's actually really great. Follows the story of these 2 girls, basically, who are touring after the apocalypse. One of them is a human, the other one is like an android or like a robot. But the human is following like the steps that her sister took while before the apocalypse, using an app that like has like stamps and stuff like that. So she's trying to visit all these places that her sister saw, and it's just really interesting. It's really fun. It's got a nice mix of sci-fi, supernatural elements as well. Just a solid like kind of slice of life, but there's also a plot that's moving forward at all times. So really enjoying the series. Definitely give it a shot. Woo. Okay, coming up next to that, we have ourselves Translucent. This is volumes 1 and 2. I have not read this yet, so I don't have an opinion on it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves The Twin Knights from Osamu Tezuka, which is a sequel series to Princess Knight. And to be fair, I don't like the sequel very much. I think the sequel feels very like tacked on, feels like it was written just for the heck of it, and kind of retcons a lot of things that happened in the first volume, which is a huge shame, because I really, really liked the Princess Knight. So it's a really big shame that Twin Knights is just not as good. The art's still pretty solid because it's Osamu Tezuka, but yeah, definitely lacking in the story department. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Usatoki Rhetoric from Ritsu Miyako, volumes 1 through 5. This is an absolutely remarkable series, following a girl who can like tell when people are lying, because it gives her like a not vocal cue, but like she can hear it basically when someone's lying. So it's about her teaming up with this like ace detective in a way, who's also down on his luck because he just is really bad about money and stuff like that. So it's about their journey together as they solve mysteries and do a variety of like little odd jobs, and you get to like understand these characters more. So it's a really good series. I highly suggest it if you like mystery series. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Video Girl AI from Masakazu Katsura, same mangaka behind the series Ease or Eyes. I have not read this, but I did pick these up because I was going to read it, and a local bookstore did have all of the volumes, and I kind of was buying them like slowly but surely, but I was like, no one's going to buy them, right? Somebody bought them. So I only have 4 volumes right now, but trying to collect this entire series, and we'll check it out probably soon. Coming next to that, we have ourselves Virgin Love from Tina Yamashina, I believe is how you pronounce it. Yeah. Follows a story about this girl who's like basically has everything together. She's really beautiful. She has like a fantastic job. She makes a ton of money. However, she's never really been in a true relationship, and she's a virgin. So she kind of signs herself up, her and a friend, to this like kind of house, kind of like a terrace, like Terrace House, if you've ever watched that show, in order to like find love and stuff like that. So she meets like a colorful cast of characters, and it's about her trying to figure out what love is. And yeah, I like the 2 volumes that I've read. I don't have volume 2 here, it's somewhere else, but really, really much enjoying it. Coming up next, we have ourselves Voice-Over Seiyu Academy from Maki Minami. Haven't read this one just yet, but it's the same manga behind Special A, and as well as Komoma Confissory, I think is how you pronounce it, but yeah, we'll read it sometime soon. Coming up next up, we have ourselves We Were There from Yuki Obata. This is like a interesting romance series, a romantic drama series that tells the story of this couple, but from like the future. So she's kind of telling us the story as it's going, but she already like the relationship's already over. So it's kind of like leading up to what actually happened with that. It's very messy, it's very dramatic, but honestly, it's kind of a lot of fun to watch this extremely slow train wreck just keep going. Coming up next, we have ourselves Welcome Back Arioli from Takatsu, I think is how you pronounce it. It's actually the same manga hub behind Skip and Loafer, so this is a one-shot. Follows a story about like these two boys, and they're developing friendship / relationship. It's cute, it's fluffy, but it's something to write home about. I think Skip and Loafer is obviously a lot better, but it's got a lot more time to breathe for that. So I do think this is a pretty solid series, though. Coming on next to that, we have ourselves Welcome to the NHK. It's 4. I have 4 volumes. I feel like there's a few more after that, but it follows a story about this guy who's kind of like a shut-in, kind of a loser to be completely honest. But he meets this girl who's got like feels like a bunch of conspiracy theories, and he gets spurred on to create a hentai game. And yeah, it's really strange. It's really silly. It's just kind of just goofy and odd and strange. But I was having a lot of fun with it. It's hard to find volumes for it, so hopefully I can find some more soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun from Osamu Nishi. This is volumes 1 through 4. This is an absolutely fantastic, really fun shonen series. Follows the story of Iruma, who is basically sold off by his parents to a demon lord, and the demon lord ends up signing him up for demon school. So, as it seems, he is being welcomed to demon school. So, he is 100% human, and it's trying to survive, kind of like Rosario Vampire, but this one is not a harem series, but it is really fun. I really do enjoy it. I think it's just a great time. The art's pretty solid, the story's pretty solid as well. Overall, I've just been enjoying it a lot. Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop, Volume 1. I've only read the first volume. I think there are 3 volumes total, so I have to catch up on it. And also has a movie as well. But it follows a story about this guy who loves music, and he ends up meeting this girl who's kind of like a model or something. She's like popular on social media. So it's about their friendship together, and as he gets what's it called? He pushes himself to make music, and it's cute. It's fun. Next up, we have ourselves Yokai Rental Shop. I have not read this yet, but probably will in the future. Next up, we have ourselves Yokohama Station SF, volumes 1 through 3. This is a really solid sci-fi series following the story about this guy who lives on like the outside of this giant thing called Yokohama Station, which is like this strange, like mutating building that's kind of building itself out like by itself. I don't know how to explain it, but basically it's a station that's constantly growing and taking over Japan. But he lives on the outside of it. He lives in a very poor, like, kind of village, and it's about his life of trying to infiltrate it and see what the heck is going on. It's really solid. It's really fun. Definitely a good read. Definitely give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Yomutsu Suhegui. Really solid, dark series. Definitely give it a shot if you're looking for like a darker, like really gory kind of like mess. It's a lot of fun. And next to that, we have ourselves Yona of the Dawn, volumes 1 through 8 from Mizuho Kusanagi. An amazing political drama / romance / like action series. Really, really solid. It follows a story about this princess here who has been like basically ejected from her kingdom because her father is killed by someone that she trusted most, and now she must go on a journey in order to find herself and also find the people to try to reclaim her kingdom. It's a really great series. Definitely give it a shot. Next to that, we have ourselves Young, Alive, in Love from Daisuke Nishijima, following the story about these 2 kids who are young, alive, and in love, living in this city that something is definitely wrong, but no one seems to be talking about what is wrong with this city. Really fantastic art as well, so definitely give it a shot if you're looking for a unique thing, and also support indie, because it is Starfruit Books as well.
Alrighty, let's get into the hashtag tall boys. These are going to be all of like the oversized / omnibuses / other big volumes. You're going to see some of them stacked on top of one another, so yeah, bear with me. It happens. Yeah. Anyways, let's start off with Aka 13. This is volume 1 from Natsume Ono, one of my favorite manga of all time. And yeah, I haven't particularly actually read this one just yet, but I've heard the anime is pretty good. And it does also have a spin-off series, but I've heard it's really, really good. We'll have to get into it sometime soon. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves After School Charisma from Kumiko Suekane. This is volumes 1 through 7. This is a series I actually picked up a very long time ago, and I picked up volume 7 semi-recently, within the past like 3 years. But this is a series that I used to read quite a bit, and it basically follows a story about this like high school / kind of like Yeah, I think it is a high school where basically the reincarnations of many famous politicians and scientists and other people are basically back and they are in this school. So it's kind of an interesting idea, kind of already, it's like Clone High vibes, but edgier and darker. And I actually haven't read it in a very long time, so I don't really have a current opinion on it, but maybe sometime soon I'll be reading it again. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves again. This is from, I can't read it from here. Mitsoru Kubo. This is a pretty cool series. Follows a story about this dude who kind of just like went through high school, just trying to get through it and didn't really care too much about making friends and stuff. And as he's graduating, he realizes he doesn't really have anything going in his life, but falls down the stairs on accident because of this girl, and he wakes up on his freshman year all over again. So he's like, well, now I guess I have a second lease on high school. So it's about him trying to change himself, trying to figure everything out by joining the, what's the club called? Like the Osu Club. I don't remember the name. I'm so sorry. But it's a really great series for the most part. I think the ending is very abrupt, to say the least. I don't know if I really like the ending very much, but I like the manga in general. I think it has some pretty cool themes, has some absolutely gorgeous art, and I love the covers too. Let me see if I can pull one of the covers out. Like, the covers just look really, really cool. Really dynamic across the board. Makes you truly care about high school sports, but it's a great series, and yeah, we'd love to hear other people's opinions on it. Coming up above that, we're going to talk about Auto real quick. This is from Amano Jaku. Series just actually recently released, and it's a really good series, reminiscent of Akira, but basically it follows a story about this girl who's kind of like down on her luck. She's at like a rundown job, doesn't really care too much about it. She sees a kid almost get run over and saves him, and it's about their journey together after finding out, oh, he's not the most normal kid. He's got like some plant powers or something like that. So it's actually really interesting. It's really cool. Some great action, some really good sound effects across the board. Definitely give it a shot if you like Akira. And also above that too, we have ourselves The Angel of El Hamburg from Aki. I just picked this up recently. I have not read it just yet, but it is a really pretty cover, so I can show you it real quick. It has a really gorgeous cover, and I've never seen this before, so definitely just wanted to pick it up because I thought it looked really cool. Ooh, excuse me. Below that, we have ourselves Alice in Borderland. This is from Haro also. This is the complete series with a really, really cool spine, like, image. Looks really neat, actually. I haven't really looked at it until just now, but man, that is a really cool spine set. But basically follows the story of a character named Arisu, who is just kind of enjoying life with his friends and stuff like that, and suddenly he gets like teleported to another world that he comes to find out is called Borderland, which is like Tokyo but empty and full of death games. So he has to fight for his life, trying to get through it and trying to survive. It's really intense. It's a lot of fun. Has some great moments across the board, and it ends fairly well, I would say. Really curious, like, what people think about this series, because I really enjoyed it. I just finished it up recently, so I know there's also a live action, and I've heard the live action is actually pretty dang good, so maybe I'll give that a shot at some point, but until then, the manga is right there. Definitely give it a shot. It's pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves All My Darling Daughters from Fumi Yoshinaga. This is a fantastic short story collection, or one shot, whatever you want to call it, because it's kind of like a mix of people, but a lot of the characters are in the same stories and stuff like that. So, but it follows like the journey of like various people and their relationships with their parents and with other people and stuff like that. So yeah, it has a lot of complex themes in it, and I think they're tackled pretty well across the board. If you want like a very human drama, definitely give it a shot. Next up, we have ourselves All You Need Is Kill from Hiroshi Sakurazaka, Ryosuke Takeuchi, and Yoshitoshi Abe, and Takashi Obata. This is a pretty cool series that the movie Edge of Tomorrow, I believe, is based off of. Which is basically this man is like a part of like this like military group, and suddenly he dies and he wakes up and it's like all over again. He has to restart this like mission. So it's him trying to figure out how to escape this loop and also defeat the enemies that they are fighting. It has some fantastic art as usual from Takashi Obata, and the story's pretty solid across the board. I will admit I haven't read it in a very long time, so I'm going off of my opinions from like 2014, 2015, but I did very much enjoy it, and I think it's worth a read, to be honest. Next up, we have ourselves Aria the Masterpiece. This is volumes 1 and 2 from Kozue Amano. I just recently read the first volume of the series, and it is fantastic. Very much loved it. I thought it was really good. But it follows a story about this girl who wants to become basically like a boatman / ferryman on Mars. So she's she lives in like a Venice-esque place. I think it's called like Mars Venice or Venice Mars or something like that. But it's really beautiful. It's very serene and calm, but kind of also is like tackling the idea of being isolated in this world that's definitely not Earth. So it's beautiful. It's really fun, and it just got some gorgeous art. If you want like a chill read, definitely give it a shot. Next up, we have ourselves Atom Cat from Osamu Tezuka. Pretty solid series that's kind of like a parody of I'm blanking, Astro Boy. Yeah, and it follows a story about this kid who has a cat who unfortunately passes away, and some things happen, and basically the cat is given the abilities and the personality of Atom, also known as Astro Boy. So yeah, it's about their lives together with that kind of information. It's pretty fun. Not my favorite Osamu Tezuka work, but I did enjoy it. I thought it was like a nice breezy read. Coming up next up, we have ourselves AX alternative manga. So this is like a compilation compilation book full of a variety of different comic book creators and manga creators. I actually haven't read it just yet, but it's cool to have the collection. I got it for like $5 or something like that, so really neat to have it, and definitely will be reading it at some point this year. Coming on to this next shelf here, we have ourselves 3 volumes stacked on top of one another. Only one of these I've actually read, but Adult's Picture Book first, new edition from Kei Itoi. Follows a story about this guy who is a hentai manga artist, and he's currently writing, and comes to find out, oh, his like best friend basically has passed away, and his daughter is now in his care for some reason. So, so he's trying to figure out and cope with that, and yeah, there's a lot of like just emotional moments. Pretty interesting manga, to be fair, and I'm kind of interested to see where it goes from this first volume. So hopefully we get another volume soon. Below that, we have ourselves BL Metamorphosis from Kaori Surutani. This is a series that I've been wanting to read for a very long time, and I believe it's supposed to explore a friendship between this girl and this grandma, who are both, well, the grandma is becoming a fan of BL, and kind of learning all about it, and it's about their friendship together, I think. I've always heard a lot of stuff about it, and people really, really enjoy it, so yeah, we'll definitely have to give it a shot at some point. Coming up next, we have ourselves Complex Age Volume 1 from Yui Sakuma, a series that I've been very, very much interested in, and I just didn't pick it up, and now that it's kind of like out of print or very much out of stock all the time, yeah, I kind of regret not picking it up earlier, but I believe it's supposed to be like a cosplaying manga, I think, so really excited to get into it, because I like the idea of cosplay, and I like it as like a story beat, so yeah, we'll definitely be reading it sometime soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the 2 box sets of Cardcaptor Sakura. So this is volumes 1 through 3 here, as well as volumes 4 through 6 here. Yeah, I don't know why I have it backwards, but yeah, Cardcaptor Sakura, it's the classic shoujo series from Clamp that a lot of people really enjoy, and I myself also am very much enjoying it. It's got some beautiful art, it's got some fun characters, it's got like just a pretty solid story across the board. I like it a lot. I think the writing's really cool, and actually really funny. But these specific box sets come with like the cloud cards for the characters and stuff. And I had actually bought this one. It still has all of the cloud cards still in it. And then I bought this box set, and I was like, oh, I really hope they do. And then it did have the cloud cards for volumes 4 through 6, but it also had the 3 cloud cards from the first box set. So now I have 2 sets of this, and I'm like kind of tempted to frame these because they're just really, really pretty. I mean, look at that! Wow. I don't know. Something about them, it's like just really nice, really well done. So hopefully, maybe I'll be framing that and probably putting it somewhere in my apartment. So yeah. Now, let's move the Cardcaptor Sakura down for a sec so we can get next to the next shelf. Coming in here, we have ourselves Azuma ga Daioh. This is the entire series from Kiyohiko Azuma. Follows the story of a variety of characters at this high school, and yeah, and their silly antics. It's a lot of fun. It's very stupid, very comical. Same manga behind Yotsuba, so if you wanted to see what he was doing before he created Yotsuba, give it a shot. I think it's aged pretty well across the board. There are some parts that very much is like the 2000s, but overall, I did very much like it. I think it's pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Baby Bear's Bakery from Kamen Kamentotsu, I believe is how you pronounce it. Follows a story about this bear and this human who run a bakery together. The baby bear is the owner of the bakery, and it's about their cute little moments together. Overall, this is a really fun, cute little series. Nothing super crazy, but I do very much enjoy it. And yeah, it's from Denpa, so definitely give it a shot because we want to support our indie publishers. They are really cool. Or our smaller publishers. They are awesome, and they put out some great stuff. So you'll be seeing more of Denpa later. Coming up next out, we have ourselves Barakamon from Satsuki Yoshino. This is volumes 1 through 10. So I'm not completely done with this series yet, but I'm over halfway, so really excited about that. But it follows a story about this guy who's really good at calligraphy, but after a situation happens, he decides to move into like the small offshore or small like oceanside town where he meets a variety of colorful and quirky characters. It's a lot of fun. It's really silly, but very much reminiscent of Yotsuba, but very different. So if you're looking for a series that's like Yotsuba, but has more of like this kind of the opposite effect where it's the city boy moving into the country bumpkin area instead of the country people moving into the city, definitely give this one a shot. I think this one's really great. Coming up next out, we have ourselves Black Lagoon, Volumes 1 and 2 from Rei Hiyore. Another series I'm extremely behind on, but I read the first volume and I thought it was really flipping cool. Just haven't been able to find any of the other volumes in fairly decent condition, and I just don't like buying online, so I'm going to be stubborn about it, and eventually I'll be able to collect this entire series. But for now, I have the first 2 volumes, and I think the first volume was a lot of fun. Coming up next out, we have ourselves Black Magic from Shiro Masamune. This is an older volume. It's really flipping cool. Sci-fi action series with a lot of just a lot of information to remember, but overall it's a really just fun series. I think it was really cool and cool to have in the collection because I like that. I like owning some of that older stuff just because it's cool to know how far we've come as like a manga collecting / manga buying kind of like country, like where we've gone. Like this is like one of the older series I have in my collection in terms of like not necessarily original Dark Horse publishing, but like definitely not new. So cool to have it, and yeah, definitely give it a shot if you can find it. It's pretty cool. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Blank Canvas, My So-Called Artist's Journey. This is volumes 1 through 5 from Akiko Higashimura, who is the same mangaka behind Princess Jellyfish, as well as Tokyo Tareba Girls. This is a fantastic autobiographical series that tells Akiko Higashimura's story of her way of becoming a manga artist, and like just kind of like the waves, the ebb and flow of everything, and just like how intense and how difficult it can be to be a professional artist. There's so much going on in this one. There's a lot of drama as well, brought upon by her like sensei and various other people. So I don't know, I really liked it. I thought it was really good, and I think it ends on a very beautiful and kind of like somber note, but overall it's just really cool to see like her story of becoming a manga artist, especially for where she began from. Coming up next out, we have ourselves Blitz. This is volumes 1 and 2 from Haruno Sanazaki, Cedric Biscay, and Daitaro Nishihara, which this is a chess manga. So it follows a story about this kid who's like aiming to play chess, and he comes across like this kind of like computer program that accidentally fuses and gives him the ghost of like that super famous guy. What's his name? That guy, Gary Kasparov. So suddenly he can see the ghost of Gary Kasparov and has like his abilities as a chess player in a way. So he becomes super good at chess, and it's kind of silly. It's kind of fun. Interesting like piece of work. So definitely going to continue reading it. I do think the art is a little bit difficult at sometimes. I think it's a little bit unrefined at certain points, but overall I think the story is pretty cool. So I'm going to continue reading it. Coming up next out, you have my oh, you can't see it, but my pile of variety of different bookmarks just from various places. But we have ourselves Blue Flag. This is volumes 1 through 8 from Kaito. An absolutely amazing, beautiful series following like the story about these two guys. Or this guy here who has a crush on this girl here, and about their relationship and his relationship with the various other characters. It's a really beautiful series. I very much loved it. I know a few people don't really like the ending, which is kind of a shame because I think the ending is great. It's a really good rom-com, or I would say romantic drama with some comedic elements, but it's really well done. It's really well written. I loved it a lot. I'm really excited to check out what else Kaito has in store.
Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the extremely popular Blue Lock from Muneyuki Kaneshiro, as well as Yusuke Nomura. This is the very popular soccer series where the people are trying to become the best strikers in Japan. So it's weird, it's intense. It's not necessarily my favorite, to be completely honest. So that's why I only have 2 volumes, but I think it's pretty fun for what it is. We'll have to get back into it when I decide to get back into it, to be honest. And coming up next to that, we have the absolute masterpiece Blue Period volumes 1 through 9, as well as, let's move these back up here, as well as volumes 10 through 14 from Tsubasa Yamaguchi. This is the absolutely fantastic, wonderful, amazing, beautiful manga about a delinquent kid who picks up art and decides he wants to pursue it as his career. And it's about the highs and lows of pursuing a career in art. And it tackles every single theme that I have dealt with while becoming an artist myself, including but not limited to imposter syndrome, feeling like you're not as good as your peers, like art block, the taking criticism positively and when criticism is taken negatively, and hearing out different people's perspective on art. It is so well done. It is so amazing. I love this series and I will advocate for it no matter what. It's absolutely remarkable, and at this point it'll probably make it close to my top 10, if not crack the top 10. We'll see. It depends on how the series ends, but it's very much in my top 20 for sure. Coming up above it, we have ourselves Bless, Volume 1 from Yukino Sonoyama. This is a series that just recently released, and I can show you the cover, actually. The cover is really great. But basically, these two kids are selected to become the makeup artist and the model for this high school thing, a high school show, because I think they go to some famous school that has a lot of these popular artists and models and stuff like that. The only thing is that the person that they choose for the model is somebody who was a former professional model, but kind of dropped out of it, and has always wanted to pursue his career in makeup. And the girl they chose was somebody they chose because she could probably do it. She's I think she's supposed to be the class rep, but she's okay, maybe we can switch so you can pursue your makeup stuff. And they have this really beautiful moment, and it's just really great. So it's about them pursuing their official dreams, and it's just so beautiful. It's really well done. That first volume is fantastic, and I'll probably talk about it for an FBI, but we'll see. There's a lot of great contenders that I can select for the FEI, and I'm having a hard time choosing which ones I want to focus on for that. But yeah, Bless is definitely fantastic. Below that, we have ourselves the Book of Human Insects from Osamu Tezuka. This is a really interesting, kind of darker work from Osamu Tezuka, but it follows this woman who's kind of constantly tricking people into doing a variety of things, and yeah, it's just really well done. It's really well written across the board. Features fantastic art from Osamu Tezuka, and it's just a really intense story from start to finish. So if you want that kind of stuff, definitely give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Gachiakuta from Kei Urana. This is volume 1 from Kei... I already said that, from Kei Urana. But basically it follows a story about this world that has an upper and lower area. The upper area is where everybody normally lives, and then if you commit a crime, you are pushed into the bottom, into the pit, that a lot of people believe is just supposed to be, the endless prison where everyone's just kind of dead and or in jail. However, this kid gets baited into becoming if he's falsely accused for a murder of somebody, and he gets kicked down into the pit, but he comes to find out there are people living down here. So it's about him trying to pursue and survive so he can get revenge on the city that kicked him out. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Gazing at the Star Next Door from Mitsu. Follows the story of childhood friends. One of them is a pretty famous model slash idol, whatever you want to call it, and the other is just a friend. And it's about their relationship together. It's kind of a cute little series. I really, really, really like this series for what it's offering. I think the art is absolutely gorgeous. I will say, and I will continue to say, that I'm just very, very surprised by how meh this spine is, because the cover is actually pretty nice. Let me see if I can pull it out really quick. The cover is actually really gorgeous, and I love the pink that they use, and I love the font that they use, but then they decided not to do that for the spine, and that really confuses me. But, I don't know, that's its own thing. It's a design thing. Just not a big fan of it, but it's a really cute little rom-com, so give it a shot if you like that kind of stuff. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the Blue Wolves of Mibu from Tsuyoshi Yasuda. This is volume 1. This is a really cool series. Follows a story about this kid here. Who's kind of like a down on his luck kind of kid. Ends up joining like a group called the Blue Wolves, which is like this like Ronin kind of team that completes little missions here and there in Kyoto. It's very intense. It has some really great art and some really pretty funny moments. I don't know if I would consider it a comedy series, but it does feature a lot of comedic elements. But it's very dark. It's like a historical fiction series. So if you like that kind of stuff, give it a shot. Below that, we have ourselves the absolute, probably eventual classic, A Delicious in Dungeon, Volume 1 from Ryoko Kui, also known as Dungeon Meshi, depending on who you ask. I really don't care. You can name it whatever you want. But this is an awesome series following the story of a variety of a team of adventurers who something really bad happens and they have kind of run out of money and they're like, well, what do we do? Because we need to go back and save one of the characters' sisters. So they are like, well, we need to save money somehow. And they come across a man whose name is Senshi, and he's like, well, you could just use the materials around you and be able to cook and survive in the like dungeon without having to pay for it. So it's a really fun little like cooking slash like action slash slice of life slash whatever comedy manga. It's a lot of fun and a lot of people really love it for a good reason. Honestly, it's got some great art and overall it's just a good time. So if you like that kind of stuff, give it a shot. And coming up below that, we have ourselves Sketchy. So this is a new series from Makihirochi. Cool series about this like 30 plus year old woman who's kind of like struggling and kind of like is like, man, I feel like my life is kind of like washing away as we speak. But one day she sees like these skateboarders and it's like, wow, I'm really inspired to want to become a skateboarder myself. So it's about her pursuing her new dream of like becoming a skateboarder and seeing where that takes her. So it's a really great series, or a really good first volume. I really enjoyed it. I thought the art was pretty cool. I like the attention to detail for skateboarding and stuff like that. I think it explains it really well. So if you like that kind of stuff, definitely give it a shot. And below that, we have ourselves Shirahime Seo from Clamp. I've not read this yet, so I don't really have an opinion on it, but I wanted to pick it up because it's a cool little hardcover, and it's an old Tokyo Pop release, so it's just kind of neat to see one of those things. But another Clamp series that I'll have to read at some point. Okay, coming up next, we have ourselves Suge Tadao's Boat Life. This is volume 1, I think. I don't know if there's going to be multiple volumes, but basically it follows this older guy who's kind of like down on his luck, is kind of like reminiscing about life and trying to like cope with the idea, you know, that he's pretty old, he's getting up there in age, and he doesn't really know what he wants to do with his life, so he purchases a boat and then decides to kind of like live on it. So yeah, it's about his like kind of like living with it, trying to understand like all the stuff about his boat, all the stuff about his own life as well, and kind of just meeting the random people that he meets as he's traveling down this river, and meeting a variety of different and interesting characters. I believe it's supposed to be a semi-autobiographical series, or at least like a allegory to the creator. So I don't know how close that is or how true that is, but I like it. I thought it was pretty cool. I do think like I don't necessarily connect with some of the things that he says just because he's a lot older than I am, but I do respect and understand his ideas and like where he's coming from in terms of discussing like things about like aging and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's a pretty cool read. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Bocchi the Rock. This is volume 1 from Aki Hamazi. This is a series that people very much enjoy and really like, but it follows a story about this girl who's kind of a she is definitely a shut-in, but she's really good at guitar, and she's kind of like popular or semi-popular as a YouTuber, and she eventually meets like a variety of girls who kind of want her to be the lead singer slash guitarist for the group that they're making. Yeah, so it's kind of like a ragtag band of various people who are very different from each other, but it's a lot of fun. I like it. It's a 4-coma, so it's one of those 4-panel comic series. I think it's really funny. I definitely need to pick up the second volume, but it is kind of hard to find it without it being damaged. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Boys Abyss. This is from Ryo Minami, volumes 1 through 3. And this is a very dark series. Follows a story about this kid who's kind of just like has the worst going for him. He's trying to just get through school and kind of like just try to survive, but like he has like a non-existent father. His mom is very distant. His brother is kind of a jerk, and yeah, everything seems to be going against him. So he gets really close to
unaliving himself, but he meets this woman who kind of is like, do you want to do it with me as well? So yeah, it's really dark. It has a lot of just really nasty and gross moments, and just overall there's just a lot of just messed up stuff going on. It's a messy drama, a very, very, very slow train wreck, but man, I am partially kind of hooked. I'm very curious as to where it's going to continue to go. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Boys Run the Riot, right behind my giant Monster Hunter figure. This is Boys Run the Riot from Kaito Gaku, volumes 1 through 4. An awesome series following the story about this trans male, I believe. I think that's how you pronounce it, or how you say it. But basically, the person is trying to become like a fashion designer or fashion person. They like making clothes for themselves and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's about their pursuance of that, and it's just a fantastic series. I do wish it was a little bit longer, but I can respect it for what it is. I love the characters. I love the storytelling. I love the writing across the board. Yeah, it's just a really, really good series, and it's not too long either. Definitely give it a shot. It's really cool. Coming up next to that, we have one of my favorite series of all time. This is A Bright Story. This is volumes 1 through 14, so I am currently caught up, but it tells the story of a variety of different characters across Central Asia, about their lives as brides and various other things. And yeah, overall it's just a very extremely well written story. Has absolutely gorgeous art. Yes, these spines and these covers are just as beautiful on the inside as they are on the outside. And overall, they just tell a really compelling story. Kaio Mori's really good at doing that, especially like these historical fiction series. I think it's because she really puts in the research and time to these series, because she really cares about portraying these people as they would be during their time period. So I think this is just a remarkable piece of fiction. It's beautifully written, and I can't suggest it enough. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Captain Ken, Volume 1 from Osamu Tezuka. I haven't read this one, actually, so I don't really have an opinion on it, but it's another Osamu Tezuka piece, so I probably will like it, and then we'll see how I feel about it when I read it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Captivated by You from Yawa Wayama. It is a short story collection of a variety of different characters dealing with various things. It's very silly. I don't know what I was expecting going into it, but honestly, it was really funny. It got me laughing really hard at various parts, but yeah, pretty well written. Got some really good art, so if you're looking for a short story collection, give it a shot. And coming up behind this first Slam Dunk little postcard, which I really liked, by the way. And another Monster Hunter. This is my favorite Monster Hunter thing. This is Brachiosaurus. Look at him. He's so good. Anyways, coming up behind that, we have ourselves Children of Newtown from Masumura Jushichi. So this is a really good one-shot story, but I kind of like this like housing complex and the people who live there, and how the world is kind of changing around them, but they refuse to change. So it's about like growing up and understanding that maybe you need a new like change of pace by leaving. So it's just overall, it's a really good piece of fiction. I really liked it. I read it last year, I believe, and definitely worth the read. This is another one from Glacier Bay Books, so yeah, go support your indie publishers. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Children of the Sea from Daisuke Igarashi, volumes 1 through 3. This is a fantastic series that I've been loving so much. Has a really unique art style. I just really like Daisuke Igarashi's style a lot. I think it's really well detailed. Has some pretty interesting character designs across the board, but basically it follows a story about this girl whose dad works for, or dad or mom, I think it's dad. No, it is dad, who works for like a marine biology kind of like aquarium place. And she ends up meeting these two kids who appear to be from the ocean. So it's about her trying to discover the secrets behind that and kind of understanding the ununderstandable. So it's a really interesting piece. I really like this series quite a bit, and yeah, hopefully I can find the other 2 volumes or whatever, however many volumes I have left soon, because I want to finish it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Children of the Whales from Abi Umeda. This is volumes 1 and 2, as well as volumes 3 and 4. This is a really good series, honestly, that I'm horribly behind on. I think there's like 20-something volumes, and I just haven't bought them because I'm a silly Billy. But it's a really good series. Follows a story about these people who live on the Sand Whale, which is kind of like this giant ship that's floating through like this kind of like ocean of sand. And these people who live on this boat, there's like two sets of them. So there's people who don't have like magic powers, and they tend to live for a long time, tend to live the typical human age. But then there's these people who can use magic and stuff, but they can only reach the age of, I think it's like 21 or something like that. It's not too old, but basically they end up passing away at a young age. So yeah, it's about them living on this boat, and then eventually they come to find out that there's a lot more going on about this world that they live in than they thought they did. So it's a fantastic series. I really, really like it. I just haven't collected it because I am a fool. So I don't know, maybe I'll start collecting it sometime soon this year. Up next to that, we have ourselves Coffee Moon, which is Volume 1 from Mochito Bota. This is a really cool series as well. Another one that I have just not collected, and that's on me. But it's a really interesting series where basically this girl is living Groundhog's Day, where she keeps living the same day over and over again, until one day she finds someone who is also reliving it, but doesn't want to continue reliving that story. So, yeah, it's about them trying to figure out what the heck is going on in this bizarre world that they are living in. It's pretty solid. I really liked it. I like how the characters are written, and I like the art a lot. So definitely going to have to pick up the next volume soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Crime and Punishment from Osamu Tezuka. Yes, that Crime and Punishment, based off of the popular novel, which I'm forgetting the guy's name. But yeah, it's an interesting one. It's a piece of historical fiction kind of stuff. Yeah, it was enjoyable. Not my favorite work, but I mean, it is, you know, based off of a book. So I probably wouldn't like Crime and Punishment, but hey, if you like Crime and Punishment, go give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Danza from Natsume Ono. This is a, I believe this was a one-shot, or this is a short story collection. I don't think I've read this, actually. But this is another one from Natsume Ono, so I definitely have to read it or reread it, because clearly I don't remember it, but I do have it, and it's cool to have. Ooh, excuse me. We have ourselves Darkstalkers Red Earth. I am not going to try to say that. Maleficarum? Something like that, from Mami Ito, manga based off of the Darkstalkers video game series. I have not read this yet, but I just picked it up because I like Darkstalkers. I like the character designs a lot. So, yeah, we'll have to give it a shot at some point soon. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Dead Demons DDD Destruction, volumes 1 through 12 from Inio Asano. Fantastic series. It's not my favorite from Inio Asano, but it is my second favorite. It is really, really good. But it follows a story about these this like group of girls who are kind of living through a basically almost apocalypse, where there's this giant alien spaceship that is floating above Tokyo, or floating above wherever they are in Japan, and yeah, there's just something up the entire time. But it's a strange kind of like sci-fi, almost like a slice of life coming of age story with a lot of mystery to it as well. It's a lot of fun. I really, really enjoyed it, and has a pretty solid ending as well. So excited to check out the movie, right? Movie or show? It's one of the two. But it's definitely coming out soon, so really, really excited to check that out. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Death Note short stories. This is from Sugumi Oba and Takashi Obata, basically a companion piece to Death Note, so it's just more content for Death Note, so that's cool. Nothing too crazy. If you like Death Note, you know, give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Detroit Metal City, Volume 1 from Kiminori Wakasugi. This is one I actually haven't read, but I did pick it up from a Savers near me, which is basically like a Goodwill. And it was really cheap, so I was like, I might as well just give it a shot. Don't know much about it. I believe it is a music kind of comedy manga. So yeah, I guess we'll see when I decide to read it. Up next to that, we have ourselves Dinosaur Sanctuary. This is volumes 1 through 3. Fantastic series. I love this one a lot. Follows a story about this girl who's always wanted to work for basically the equivalent to Jurassic Park, but is now officially the age, so she starts to work there, and it's kind of learning about dinosaurs and stuff like that. It's really well designed. It's really well researched as well. I think there's actually like a dinosaur researcher as a consultant on this manga. So yeah, that's really, really cool. I really like it, and it's just fun. It's fluffy. It's nice. It also can get kind of emotional at points. I just really like it a lot. I think it's a really cool series. If you like dinosaurs, you got to give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Hideo Azuma's Disappearance Diary. I actually read this one fairly recently, but it's about this mangaka who kind of was just like, I don't want to do manga anymore, so I'm going to just dip and be homeless twice. So it's about his life as he did that. It's weird, and I'm not sure I like it too much, but it's interesting to have, just to kind of have it. But yeah, not my favorite thing that I have in my collection, but it's one of those like kind of like talking pieces that I just have, so I can discuss it and say why I don't care for it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Don't Call It Mystery, the Omnibus 1 through 2 from Yumi Tamura. So I was right, it is Yumi Tamura. Woo woo! I know my mangaka, kind of. This is a fantastic series about this guy right here on the cover, who is falsely accused of committing a crime, and he's overly analytic and extremely observant, so he kind of like talks himself out of being arrested in a way, and eventually finds the true criminal. So it's about him accidentally solving crimes for the most part, but yeah, he sure does talk a lot. But I really like it. I think it's pretty cool. It can be existential at points, which is kind of interesting. But overall, it's got some great art, and the writing is fantastic. I definitely need to catch up on it soon. Coming up next time, we have ourselves Downfall by Inio Asano, which is a manga series based around a mangaka who's kind of like, his work is kind of fleeting, and it's about, like, as the name suggests, his downfall into madness and kind of just being alone and dark. It's weird. Not my favorite piece from Inio Asano, but it is a solid one shot, so it's not too long. You don't have to invest too much into it. So if you're looking for a dark, sad, downtrodden series that Inio Asano typically does, give it a shot. I'm going to cut up here really quick. This is The Fable from Katsuhisa Minami. This is volume 1, and a really great series that I just started, but follows a story about this, like, not serial killer. He is a hitman who's nicknamed The Fable, and he's really, really good at what he does, but eventually he kind of has to go into hiding for a bit because of a couple of reasons. But yeah, it's a really silly manga. Like, I wasn't expecting it to be as goofy as it is, but it's like has like really dry humor, but it also has some pretty solid action across the board. So if you're looking for kind of like a strange, kind of fun little read, I'd say give it a shot. It's pretty cool. And coming back down here, we have ourselves Dragon Quest: The Adventure of Dai, volumes 1 through 3, from Riku Sanjo and Koji Inada and Yuji Hori. This is the same manga group, Manga 2, so these two here, who worked on Beat the Vandal Buster. So this follows a story about Dai, who is a character in Dragon Quest, as he proceeds to become the hero of the journey. It's a lot of fun. I like it a lot. I unfortunately, I don't know if it'll ever be finished here because Viz has kind of been silent about releasing it past the 5 omnibuses that are currently out, but it is a really good release, so it's really unfortunate that they've kind of just decided to stop it. So hopefully they come back and they finish this series. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves DRCL, also known as Dracula, Midnight Children from Shinichi Sakamoto. This is volume 1, and this is a retelling of the Dracula story. So if you like Dracula, give it a shot, because it's got some absolutely gorgeous, kind of very spooky, extremely realistic art, which is not always my favorite, but I think it's done really well in this instance. So if you're looking for something a little creepy, a little strange, give this one a shot. Before we move on to that one, we are going to look up here. We have ourselves Feng Shui Academy from Haruka Shoji and Midori Natsu. This is a one-shot series following a story about this academy that teaches about Feng Shui, and Feng Shui is used as like a kind of like a way to use like powers and stuff like that. So it's really weird. It's a really odd manga series, and it was enjoyable for what it is, but it's nothing too crazy. So I would say, like, you know, if you want to be curious about like random manga, yeah, give it a shot. But I'm not going to endorse it in any way, to be fair. Below that, we have ourselves Gamma Draconis from Simat and Yoshimitsu. This is a really cool one, all about cults and murder and various other things. It's a really cool manga. I actually really liked it. It was one of the series that I did do a what's it called for? An FEI a long time ago. So it's an older video. And then I actually really like this one. It has some absolutely gorgeous art. I think it's got some really good art just across the board. So if you're looking for kind of like a action cult mystery series, give that one a shot. Below that, we have ourselves The Girl with the Sanpaku Eyes from Shinsuke Sorato. This is a really adorable, just cute, fluffy, light rom-com series following the story about this girl who has Sanpaku eyes. So it kind of looks like she's always like giving you a glare, but in actuality, she's really nice, she's really kind, is trying to hit on this guy that she really likes. So it's really adorable, it's really fun, and it's also in color, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, if you like that kind of stuff, give it a shot. Below that, we have ourselves The Girl's Last Tour, volumes 1 and 2 from Suku Mizu. Yeah, I've only read the first volume of this, but basically it follows the story of these two girls who are going on this journey together in this kind of like
tank bike thing, but it's them like kind of just living through this apocalyptic world and just trying to live, and it's interesting. It's like it's kind of quiet but also like kind of somber. I really like it, honestly. It has like this good mix of like, it's a nice slice of life series, but also like it's tackling the themes of like loneliness and what would you do if you lived in like the apocalypse, and like how your connections with other people are met, I guess. So yeah, it's a cool little series. I've read the first volume and I will continue reading it soon. Coming below that, we have ourselves Guyabana Holiday. This is a short story collection, once again from Papania. I don't know why I said once again, because I haven't even talked about the other series yet. But basically, it's about this collection of stories. But one of them is the main story is they go to, I believe it's the Philippines or somewhere in Southeast Asia. I'm not gonna say the Philippines, actually. Somewhere in Southeast Asia, and it's about like their journey throughout there, experiencing this new world that they've never really experienced before. It's a pretty cool little story, cool little series, and it has some pretty solid art. So yeah, if you're looking for kind of like a more of a short story collection with some interesting like storytelling beats and some pretty cool art, I'd say give it a shot. Coming up below that, we have ourselves the popular, the ever-present Kazuo Umez's The Drifting Classroom. This is volume 1. This is the hardcover. Yeah, really, really good series about this school that suddenly just gets teleported to the middle of nowhere. They don't know what's going on. The school has just kind of uplifted itself and is suddenly somewhere else. And yeah, it's really dark. It's really complicated. A la Battle Royale. So if you're looking for like kind of like a survival series featuring a bunch of kids and kind of like Lord of the Flies-esque as well, you definitely give it a shot. It's a lot of fun. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Emanon. Yeah, actually it's just Emanon because they're all different names. But this is volumes 1 through 4. It's an absolutely amazing series. Probably one of my favorites that Dark Horse has ever released, but let me show you the cover real quick. From Shinji Kajio and Kenji Saruta. I know this is one of Manga Crash's favorite manga, and for good reason, honestly. It's really good. It follows a story about this girl named Emanon, who's kind of living throughout this world and this life, almost just kind of like drifting, doing what she wants. And as she meets various people, she always says, like, I kind of know everything in the world. And it's because it's true, because she is kind of this like being that every time she has a child, that child gains her consciousness, including all of the information from the beginning of time. So it's about her living with that knowledge throughout her various lifetimes and meeting all these various people as well. So it's an absolutely it's a very, very interesting story, very complex. It tackles some pretty interesting themes, like what would you do if you have like all of this information in your head? How would you react to other people who have like, some would say like minuscule problems in comparison to her, but overall I think it's fantastic. It's a really awesome read, and it's pretty quick read too. I don't feel like it really overstays its welcome, but it's really, really good. I'd say give it a shot if you're looking for something a little bit more existential. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Emma. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Kaori Mori, and then volumes 4 and 5 down here. This is another fantastic historical fiction series following the story of Emma. Who is this woman here? Who is a maid living in, I believe it's either Victorian England or Industrial Revolution-ish England, and it's about her and her life dealing with a variety of people from various backgrounds, and yeah, it's a really nice, touching story. Has a fantastic little romance going on there, and there's a whole lot of drama as well. So I've read 4 volumes of this. The 5th volume is actually like a kind of like a spin-off part where I guess a lot of the stories are about some of the other characters that are met throughout the story. So really excited to check that out. But the main story is very, very good. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves The Essence of Being Amused, volumes 1 and 2 from Aya Fumino. It's a really short series. I think the 3rd volume is the final volume, and I think it's out already. I'm just having a hard time finding it. But it's a really, really beautiful series following the story about this girl who tried to get into art college and gets rejected. So she kind of just does her mother's bidding for the next few years. And lo and behold, she is extremely miserable, is not enjoying life. So she is back to wanting to become an artist, and she kind of just dips and is following her own journey. So it's about her struggle of dealing with all that kind of stuff, all the complicated mess with her family, with her feelings towards art. It's a really good series. I like it a lot, and interested to see where it ends, because yeah, I feel like 3 volumes is not a lot, so hopefully it ends in a good way.
All right, let's continue with this shelf. So first up, we have Fire Punch, volumes 1 and 2 from Tatsuki Fujimoto. Series that I started and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. Same manga behind Chainsaw Man. Basically, it's about this dude who's like constantly on fire, or like it's very strange. But like, yeah, he has like fire powers, and it seems like he's unkillable. So it's strange, it's weird. It's kind of just action packed for the most part. Don't really have much else to say about it. It's cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Uomi Konomi's From This Flame. So this is a smaller thing, but basically this is a short story collection. A lot of great stories in it, just across the board, about a variety of different topics. If you're looking for something a little bit more kind of unique, it has some pretty nice art. Definitely gives it a shot. Another Glacier Bay Books release. So, man, I'm just a big indie publisher guy. What can I say? Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Hente. This is volume 1 from Natsume Ono. And this is a prequel series to another series that I'm going to be showing later from Natsume Ono, which is Ristorante Paradiso. So this is, I believe, supposed to be the prequel series that's supposed to follow the story about how that restaurant was formed in the first place. So it has the same characters, but a lot younger. And that's about as much as I know about it. So I'm really excited to check it out. Coming up next to that, one of the most unique things in my collection, this is the Ghost in the Shell bilingual comics. So this is in Japanese and English. It's really cool, actually, like to look through it. I don't want to flip through it too much because it is very graphic and I don't want to get demonetized or flagged for having nudity or something. But yeah, the Ghost in the Shell classic series following the story of Kusanagi, who I believe is a general captain. I don't remember what she is, but yeah, it's her living in this like super crazy sci-fi dystopian world, and has some really great art, and this one specifically has cool color art as well. So hopefully I can find the second one. It's gonna be pretty difficult, to be completely honest, but it's really neat to just have it in the collection in the first place. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves The Girl That Can't Get a Girlfriend from Mieri Hiranishi, which is an autobiographical manga following the story about the mangaka and her struggle with trying to find a girlfriend. It's hilariously funny, but it also has some really like tender and like kind of emotional moments. It's very well written, and it's extremely funny. I really like it a lot. I like the self-deprecating jokes, but also kind of just like the overall humor that she has for herself and her struggles with dating and all this kind of stuff. So love it. Definitely give it a shot. It's a lot of fun. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Glitch, volumes 1 and 2 from Shima Shinya. Probably one of my favorite up-and-coming manga artists for me specifically, and that's just because I just love their art style. It is very unique. It's unlike anything else I've ever seen before. It's really flipping cool, but Glitch specifically is one of their newest series in English, currently being printed by Yen Press, but basically follows a story about this family who moves to this new town where something just feels a little bit off, where like some kind of like supernatural happenings are occurring, and now they are trying to figure out what is truly going on in this town. It's pretty interesting premise. I really like the mystery that's already being built up, and just been enjoying it quite a bit. So excited to keep reading it as it releases in English. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the good old-fashioned Golden Kamui from Satoru Noda. I only have volumes 1 through 5, so I'm extremely behind. Another series that I probably should catch up on at some point soon, but this is the absolutely hilarious, crazy, ridiculous, action-packed, very well-researched series that's just a lot of fun. But it follows a story about this guy here who comes to find out about this like special like treasure that's been hidden across somewhere in Japan, but everybody who was part of like the specific jail or like specific group basically got tattoos that create a map that tells you where the treasure is. So he's on the hunt to find these people in order to figure out where this money is. Obviously there's a lot more to it. I'm kind of being vague about it because there's a lot, but it is so much fun. It is hilarious. It is ridiculous, and the action is fantastic. The art is gorgeous across the board, and you're just gonna like it. I think you're just gonna love it. I think it's one of those series that transcends boundaries, and a lot of people will tend to enjoy. Excuse me for burping. Guess it just makes me really gassy. I don't know. But it's a really fun series, and I'm really happy to have it. So coming up, before we talk about this series here, we're going to talk about these two here. So we have Honda-kun, which is kind of hiding. This is from Satsuki Yoshino. This is supposed to be a prequel series to Barakamon. I have not read this yet because I haven't finished Barakamon, but when I do, I'll probably be starting this series after that. And then right below that, we have ourselves the Initial D Omnibus, the new ones from Kodansha from Shuichi Shigeno.
fantastic drifting series. I'm pretty sure you should know what it is if you're watching my video, and if you don't, I'll let you know really quick. But basically, it follows a story about this guy named Takumi, who is kind of like lackadaisical and kind of feels like a really aloof, but he's actually a fantastic driver, and it's about his life of joining drifting. And so it's a lot of fun. It's a classic series. A lot of people really love it. The anime is really popular. Yeah, it's a really cool series. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Goodnight Poon Poon. This is volumes 1 through 7 from Inio Asano. Another very, very popular series, but extremely depressing and really sad and really dark. It's just an interesting story following the story of this kid here named Poon Poon, who sees himself as like this bird character basically, and sees his family as well as that. And it's about him living through his extremely difficult life while trying to hold on hope that something is going to become better. Yeah, it's a lot to take in. It's extremely emotional. It's very difficult to read at points, but I think it's a really important work also, just showing like how someone's upbringing can really send like a downturn for the rest of their lives, how important it is to have a stable home life at such a young age, and what happens when that doesn't happen. So yeah, it's really well done. It's one of his best works. It's not my favorite, but it is one of his best works, and I highly suggest checking it out if you're looking for something a little bit darker than your usual read. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the Gunsmith Cats Dark Horse, the right to left release. So this is like the old school release of it. Not the comics, like not the singles. This is like the collected editions, and I believe this is the entire collection, which is really flipping cool. I just finished this recently, so really happy to have all of it. But Gunsmith Cats is really fun. Follows a story about these two characters named Rally Vincent and Minnie May, who run this kind of like strange gun shop slash like kind of like mercenary slash odd job agency. It's a ton of fun. The action is super great. The art is gorgeous and just a lot of fun. You could tell that the creator Kenichi Sonoda just really likes drawing these characters, and it's a lot of fun to just go on adventures with them. The cars are really cool. The guns are really cool. I don't know. It's just a really fun action series, and I just like reading it a lot. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Heart Gear. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Tsuyoshi Takaki. Fairly recent series, actually, that just recently came off of hiatus, so cool. That's awesome. I hope the artist is doing well. But this is a really fun one that I've been reading recently, but it follows a story about this human girl who currently lives like a life with this robot, and she lives in kind of like this post-apocalyptic world. But after something really bad happens, she has to go on a journey in order to try to save her friend, while also being accompanied by this like kind of like super powerful robot that looks human. So it's an interesting series. It's a really cool sci-fi dystopian and post-apocalyptic kind of series that has some absolutely fantastic art. It's the same manga behind Black Torch. So if you liked Black Torch, or if you like Bleach and Bleach's art, definitely give it a shot. This is really cool. And then coming up next to that, we have ourselves Hell's Paradise. So this is volumes 1 through 13 here, down here, from Yuji Kaku. Same manga behind Ayashimon, but this is the series that they did before Ayashimon. And oh man, this series is so good. Follows a story about a variety of these prisoners, but specifically this guy Gabimaru the Bloody, or is that his name? Gabimaru the something. I forgot what his nickname is, but he's this ninja who has been sentenced to death. But in order to avoid his sentencing, he can go to the specific island that supposedly has the elixir of life in order to give immortality to the Shogun. So him and a variety of other quirky prisoners on death row go to this island, but things are not as they seem, and it is crazy. The art is really good. The action is fantastic. The characters are awesome. There's a lot to love about this series. Honestly, I think it ends pretty well too. So I think this series just goes to show what could have been for Ayashimon if it had the time to build out. But Ayashimon is its own series. Hell's Paradise is this series. So yeah, give it a shot. It's a lot of fun. Coming up above that, we have ourselves one volume JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which I will talk about later. So that's volume 2, as well as an invitation from a crowd from Papania, so the same manga behind Guyabana Holiday. But yeah, really unique art. So there's the art style. But this is another short story collection about the same mangaka, about a variety of different things. It's kind of fun, it's kind of silly, a little existential, and yeah, overall, I just like it. I think it's pretty cool. Another Denpa release. So yeah, support your indie publishers. I know I've been saying that a lot for these, but I mean it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Helter Skelter from Kyoko Okazaki. Oh my goodness, what a read. Helter Skelter is this like really dark and I would say very realistic interpretation / depiction of the fashion industry and just kind of like the modeling industry and how it's so focused on always changing yourself, always being skinny, how like quickly they are to throw away models who are younger or who are like too old even though they're not that old at all. And it's really dark. It's just really well written across the board and it just gets really effed up really quickly, which is I would say a staple of Kyoko Okazaki's work is that it's just tackling these really dark themes in a very aggressive way, because I think it's important to note that a lot of these industries that she tackles and talks about are bad, like they're really bad, and I think it's important to have these kinds of things to show people that this does actually happen. So really great one shot, but definitely check out the trigger warnings before it because it is a lot. It's really intense. Coming up next out, we have ourselves House of Five Leaves from Natsume Ono. I only have the first 2 volumes. I think it's like 9-ish volumes. But it's about a Ronin who kind of joins this accidental like criminal group, and it's about him trying to cope with the fact that he's now part of like a crime family in a way, while also trying to keep to his like samurai way. It's an interesting story. I like it a lot, and I've only read the first volume, I believe. I don't know if I've read the second volume. I don't think I have, but it's another Natsume Ono work. So I will definitely be continuing reading it sometime in the near future. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves The Ice Guy and the Cool Girl. This is volumes 1 and 2 from Miyuki Tonogaya, I think is how you pronounce it. But this is just a really cute little office rom-com following the story about this guy here and this woman who's like this quieter woman, and this guy who's like also kind of like shy and a bit, but he's also like a descendant of like an ice god, basically. So his emotions can affect the weather around him and create snow and stuff. So it's silly, it's cute, it's fun, and it's a nice like slight like breezy, wholesome read. So if you're looking for an office rom-com, give it a shot. Coming up next to that, I have 3 things that I have not read. So one is Ikigami, The Ultimate Limit. This is volume 1. I'll Give It My All Tomorrow from Shunu Aono, and In Clothes Called Fat from Mayoko Ano. So I haven't read these 3 just yet, but I will be in the near future. Probably most likely this one because it's a one-shot. But I've always heard that these 2 are very good as well as this one. So we'll have to give my thoughts on it when I read them soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves In the Clear Moonlit Dusk from Mika Yamamori, volumes 1 and 2. This is a really solid shoujo rom-com series, or shoujo romantic drama series, following a story about this girl who looks very masculine in a way, or at least according to the friends and people around her. So that everyone's like, oh, she's so very handsome, blah, blah, blah. And like, she appreciates it, she likes it, whatever. But she finally finds a man who sees her as like a woman and calls her beautiful. So it's about their relationship together and stuff like that. So it's cool. I like it. I think it's pretty neat. Definitely haven't been super hooked, clearly, because I haven't caught up on it, but it's enjoyable, and I'll probably be catching up sometime soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Infinity Force, volumes 1 through 3 from Ukyo Kodachi and Tatsuma Ejiri. I only read the first volume of this, but basically it follows a story about this girl who finds this like magical pencil or pen that she can kind of draw whatever she wants and it will like come true or like exist. So yeah, it's kind of like a superhero series. It's kind of fun. It's entertaining, but nothing super crazy. I clearly am not that invested in it because I think there's like 5+ volumes. So we'll have to continue reading it at some point. And up next to that, we have a series that I am totally engrossed in, and that is Insomniacs After School. This is volumes 1 through 5, currently caught up, from Makoto Ojiro. An absolutely wonderful, beautifully written, wonderfully drawn series, following a story about these 2 here, who both suffer from insomnia, so it's about their friendship together and like kind of like in solidarity with their trauma and their struggles. But yeah, it's just really well written. It's really light. It's such an easy read, and it's just such a beautiful manga in so many different ways. And I love it so much. It's such a fantastic series. Definitely give it a shot. I know it just recently ended in Japan, so I'm kind of sad about that. But hopefully we get more from this mangaka because it's been a great read so far. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Insufficient Direction from Miyoko Ano. This is an autobiographical sort of work following the story of Miyoko Ano and her husband, Hideaki Ano, who is the director of Neon Genesis Evangelion and a variety of other things. And it's about their life together and how they kind of just deal with stuff. It's weird. Not necessarily my favorite thing, to be completely honest, but I can see where the enjoyment can be stemmed or pulled from this. It's funny at points, but a lot of the references kind of just go over my head. So, if you want an autobiographical work from a female mangaka, definitely give it a shot. It's pretty cool. Coming up next, we have ourselves Invisible Parade from Mississippi. I haven't read this in a while, but this was also a short story collection that I have upside down. Whoops. I think I have it upside down, right? Yeah, okay. So it's just got a variety of different like stories and stuff like that. It's pretty fun. I liked it when I was reading through it. It's an interesting read. It's interesting to read like these various kind of like short story collections. And if you like short story collections and you want to support once again Glacier Bay Books, give it a shot. It's pretty cool. So I'll put that back eventually. Next to that, we have ourselves is Love the Answer from Uta Isaki. This is a fantastic one-shot series following a story about this person who is learning about asexuality and kind of like what it all means to be an aromantic or an ace person, basically. And just kind of learning all this kind of stuff, and it's trying to discover what her true sexuality is, or like how she feels about various things. It's really nice. It's actually very informative, and you can learn quite a bit from it. So give it a shot. Honestly, I think you'll learn a lot about something that I personally was like didn't truly understand until I read this. So it's a cool read. It allowed me to also research, or like pushed me to research more about asexuality, aromantic, and ace people in general. It was pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Japan Incorporated. This is another very weird thing I have in my manga collection, but basically it's an introduction to Japanese economics from the mangaka Shotaro Ishinomori, who is like the famed mangaka who did like stuff like Cyborg 009 and stuff like that. So really weird. It's published by the UC Berkeley, which is also really weird. So it's about as much as I can say about that. Very odd, to say the least, but I like having it in my collection. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the classic JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I have the entire Part 1 series. I have 2 volumes of Part 2, as well as a couple volumes of Part 3. I have Part 3 and Part 4 in my other bookcase. I am not caught up on the series clearly, but I will some year. But this is a absolute classic shonen series following the story of why am I blanking on their names? The Joestar family. Holy crap! There we go. The Joestar family and their descendants and everybody and how they're living their lives in this various parts of the world. It's a lot of fun. It's very strange. It's some might say very bizarre, as the name suggests. But honestly, I really like it. I think each part has its fans. I'm a big fan of Part 4. Part 4 is my favorite specifically, but I know a lot of people really like various other ones. So you know what? To each their own, and I'm happy that you like those as much as you do.
Alright, so we are so on to the next shelf. So here we have JoJo's Part 3, Volume 3, as well as JoJo's Part 4, Volumes 1 and 2, which I've already talked about, so I'm not going to talk about anymore. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Judge. This is volumes 1 through 5 from Yoshiki Tonogai. And if I remember correctly, this is kind of like a death game kind of manga. It's been a long time since I've read it, to be fair. So I don't remember exactly what the story is, but I remember most of this mangaka's stories are like death game kind of stuff, or people put into like isolation and they have to do stuff. So haven't read it in a while, and I know I'm missing one volume, but that one volume is extremely difficult to find. So if I find it, that'd be awesome. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves K-On! The Complete Omnibus Edition from Kaki Fly. And really cool to have this. I really actually enjoyed reading this. This was a lot of fun. But it follows the story of these 4 high schoolers who are in the music club. And they kind of goof around, but they also take their music mostly seriously. So it's about their antics together and stuff like that. My favorite characters happen to be the 2 that are on the left, so Mio and Ritsu, which are the bassist and the drummer respectively. So it was really fun reading it. So can't wait to see what K-On! Shuffle has to do, which is the sequel, or I guess pseudo sequel kind of. So K-On! Shuffle, this is volume 1 also from Kaki Fly. And this follows a different character set, or a different set of characters, where one of these girls, oh gosh, so hard to see, there's a big glare, where one of these girls, the girl here, went to go see a concert at the original cast school, and she's inspired to go play music, so she also joins her music club at her school, and it's about their school's antics with that music club. So it's a little bit different. I don't know how much I like the new cast. I think the new cast is pretty solid, but it's going to be hard to top the original cast, but we'll see. I've only had one volume of exposure, so we'll have to check it out when it keeps releasing. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Gambling Apocalypse Kaiji. This is from Nobuyuki Fukumoto. I actually haven't read this. I did pick this up during a Barnes & Noble sale last year or 2 years ago. So I haven't read it just yet, but definitely will be. It's an art style that I will admit I'm not like the biggest fan of, but it may hook me in a different way. Because I have been surprisingly changing my opinions about manga art and stuff like that. I tend to like more stuff than I have ever before, so we'll get there when we get there, I guess. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kamen Rider. This is the classic collection from Shotaro Ishinomori. I got this as a birthday gift, or birthday or Christmas gift, one of the two, from a friend of mine, so thank you, DeMarco, appreciate you. This is actually a really solid, just giant collection of Kamen Rider stories. It's a lot of fun. The art's great. The action's great. If you're looking for like an old school kind of like superhero and you want to learn more about Kamen Rider, give this a shot. And then obviously go watch some movies and stuff like that because there are a lot of them. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the Carmen line from Mitsuhashi Kotaro. This is a really solid short story collection that tackles a variety of different stories and different topics and themes as well. But a lot of them have to do with like kind of like living or like the point of your life and stuff like that. So it's really, really good. And I love the publishing, the way they did it, because they did it all in blue ink. So it's really cool to read in comparison to typical black and gray ink, or black ink that happens to be gray sometimes. But yeah, really like this, so go check it out if you can. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kill la Kill, the manga from Ryo Akizuki and a bunch of other people. I can't read, I'm sorry, it's too small. But obviously, I believe this was made after the anime. And in terms of Kill la Kill, I'm not like I enjoy it, but I'm not like the biggest fan of it. I remember liking like the main character and some of the action's kind of cool, but I don't know if like the fan service is for me per se, but that's about as much as I can say about it. It's a cool series and it has some pretty solid action stuff, but I actually haven't finished reading it. I've only read the first volume and that was a while ago, so I'm probably going to reread all of this and then give my opinions on it soon. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves King in Limbo from Ai Tanaka. I have volume 1 here, and then volume 2 is up here. I just got volume 2, so that's why it's up there. But King in Limbo is an absolutely remarkable series. Follows a story about this former Marine, I believe. Here, I'll show you the cover. This guy here, who gets into like a really unfortunate accident, and basically has difficulties with a variety of things, but as he's about to retire and get away from the military, he actually gets signed up for this other program that allows him to kind of enter people's dreams. So there's this kind of sleeping disease that's going around. I think they call it the sleep, if I remember correctly, but basically it's this virus that basically puts you to sleep and then you die in your sleep, usually pretty horribly. So he has to team up with the guy who supposedly helped find the cure for it. And it's about them uncovering some conspiracies and various other things. So it's really intense. The art's really cool. I can show you some of it. But like, I like the art a lot. It's really cool across the board. If you're looking for like a really interesting kind of like sci-fi kind of sci-fi mystery thriller, definitely give this a shot. This is a really cool manga. And to continue up there, we have ourselves Last Game, Volume 1 from Shinobu Amano, which follows the story about this boy and girl who are always playing games with one another. The guy is always getting beaten by the girl in a variety of things. So he's like, let's play one last game, and it's about that. So it's a kind of like romantic drama with some comedy here and there. It's pretty solid, but I'm not caught up on it, to be fair. So I can't really give my full opinions on the series, but it's a pretty solid shoujo series. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Medalist, Volume 1 from Suru Maikata. This was one of my most hyped up releases for 2024, and yes, it lives up to the hype. It is a remarkable ice skating manga. Follows a story about a coach who is recently kind of like down on his luck, he hasn't really gotten a new position or like any new jobs for ice skating, so he decides to become a coach instead under his former duo partner. So he meets this girl in a unorthodox kind of way, and she wants to become an ice skater as well, but she's being told by everyone around her that she can never make it because she's a little bit older than most of the other people around her, because I think she's 11, which is not even that old. But it's about their goal of him pushing her to follow her dreams and her following her dreams in order to become the best ice skater and win a medal at the Olympics. So it's a really cool manga. Obviously, honestly, just from the first volume, I'm absolutely hooked, and I cannot wait for the next volume. Coming up down below that, we have ourselves Kowloon Generic Romance. This is volumes 1 through 6 from Jun Miyazaki, who is the mangaka of After the Rain, which I mentioned earlier. So this is the series that I've been completely hooked on from Miyazaki. It is such a fun sci-fi series across the board. Sci-fi mystery again. It just happens to be that way, huh? But follows a story about this girl here who lives in Kowloon, which if you don't know is called the Walled City. I think it's in Hong Kong or somewhere in China. It's one of the two. I can't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure it's in Hong Kong though. But she lives in this city where kind of like everything is like pretty normal for the most part, and like it's just like people exploring the city, but something's a little bit off about everything. There's like some crazy little thing called Terra, I think it's what it's called, Gene Terra, which is like this giant orb that's just kind of floating in the air that people have created, and there's some kind of ulterior motive for it, but they're not really explaining what it is truly. So there's a lot going on, but it's a very interesting and complex story while mixing in some pretty interesting like slice of life / existential kind of moments. It's really well done across the board. I really like how the characters are written. I love the backgrounds, and I love all the art across the board. So it's a really, really good manga, and I highly suggest anybody check it out. Coming up next we have La Quinta Camera from Natsume Ono. This is a manga about a like housing place. I don't know. I guess you could say it's an apartment, but basically there's these 5 people who live there, and it's about their stories living at this place while also conducting their lives. So another Natsume Ono work, and it's really, really good. I really enjoyed it, and yeah, it's pretty interesting. Tackles some pretty interesting themes as well, and I just love like the setting being in Europe. So yeah, really like it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves the classic Land of the Lustrous, Haruko Ichikawa, the series that is notorious for going on break for various reasons, but yeah, I think it just recently ended or is going to be ending, which is like crazy because it feels like the series has been going on for a long time. But yeah, I really enjoyed the first couple volumes, but I'm not completely hooked on it, clearly. I only have 3 volumes, I'm very behind. But at some point I'll probably catch up because I think it was pretty cool, but basically it follows a story about this, let's see if I can pull it out. So it follows a story about this girl here. She's like a gem person. They're all gem people. And she's like supposed to be like the new bookkeeper. But she's not very good at it. And she's just trying to become like the other girls who like do various other things. So it's a really interesting and fairly complex story that has some absolutely gorgeous art. The cover I think doesn't really actually do it justice, even though the cover is gorgeous. The art inside is even better. So if you're looking for something like that, give it a shot. Coming up next, we have ourselves Les Mis, the manga, based on Victor Hugo's gigantic novel. This is from Takahiro Arai, and yeah, it's a really, I don't know how faithful it is because I haven't read the book, but it seems like a mostly faithful rendition of Les Mis, and it's a lot of fun to read. The art is really, really good. The publisher, Seven Seas, gave it like this kind of like texture that's like kind of nice, like makes it look like it's like a old tale, which is just kind of neat. So I really enjoy it. I'm very behind on it as well, but that's just because like it's just like I've already seen Les Mis, like the movie, so I kind of already know how the story goes, but it is interesting enough that I'm definitely going to be picking it up at some point in the near future. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Lost Lad London, which was my favorite manga from 2022, I want to say. I think that's right. That's from Shima Shinya. This is volumes 1 through 3. Love this manga. Same mangaka as Glitch, which is a series that I talked about before, but Lost Lad London basically follows a story about this kid, or this university student in London, as the name suggests, who was on a train, and after he leaves the train, comes to find out that someone was murdered on the same train as him, and he somehow has the murder weapon. So now he has been framed for murder, but he is obviously innocent, so it's about him and this basically former famous police detective in order to find out who like the actual murderer is. So it's a really cool manga. It has some absolutely awesome art. Unfortunately, it is only 3 volumes, so it does kind of end, I would say, a little prematurely. But man, was it a really good story across the board. The art is absolutely gorgeous. I loved it. Honestly, the only thing I could nitpick about it is that it's too short. And honestly, that's like probably the nicest thing, like, or probably like the best worst thing you could say about a manga is that it was too short. So I loved it, and I'm really excited to keep reading more of Shima Shinyan's work. Now, coming on to the next shelf, I'm going to get off of this chair because I'm scared of falling off. Let me move this real quick. Okay. So let's go on top of this stuff. So we have A Kingdom of Quartz. Let me get that out of the glare. A Kingdom of Quartz from Bomb Hat. This is a newer series that just recently came out in English, and it is a remarkable manga following the story about this girl here, who basically lives in a world where the angels have like created this new community where they all live, and she unfortunately has black wings, so everyone calls her like, oh, she's a demon, blah 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 blah. So she's very unique, but then one day she meets the prince of the kingdom, and then let's just say some stuff happens, and she gets pulled into a basically this massive battle that's going on, and something happens that really changes everyone's perception of her. So it's a really interesting manga, and I really like the first volume, and I'm really excited for the second volume. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Magi Lumiere, Magical Girls Incorporated from Seka Iwata and Yu Aoki. This is the only volume that's currently out, but it is a really good manga as well. This one is based around like the idea that like magical girls can be kind of like formulated and created using like technology and stuff like that. So really cool. I like the idea of it. I like the art a lot. It's really fun. The main character is really funny. So it's a pretty solid just manga across the board, and I'm really excited to go check out the next volume. Below that, we have ourselves Maiden Railways from Asumiku Nakamura. This is a short story collection following the story of a variety of characters who have things go on at this basically train station. So it's a pretty solid story collection. I actually really liked it, and I like the art a lot. So yeah, if you're looking for a short story collection that is about around train stations, give it a shot. It's pretty cool. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Nina the Starry Bride, which I will talk about later, but this is Volume 3 from Rikachi, as well as SHWD Volume 1, and I have not read this one particularly, so I can't say anything about it, but there it is. Excuse me. We have ourselves the Lupin the Third Greatest Heist and Thickest Thieves manga collections from Monkey Punch. This is the classic series Lupin the Third, which if you don't know is basically this dude, I believe he's from Italy or France, I don't remember, but basically he's like a European, I think. But it's about him and his gang as they go around doing a variety of random heists and stuff like that. It's really silly, it's really goofy, and definitely of its time. There are a lot of, I would say, very graphic moments that would not fly nowadays, but it's important to note, of course, like this was a different time, but it is important to also, you know, point that stuff out because I think it's important to not justify it just because it was in the past. It is a thing that occurs, just as a note. But it's really fun. I really liked it, and I actually prefer the second one over the first one. They're both very good, but the second one I think had better stories in it. But overall, yeah, it's cool to have them in print again. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Lychee Light Club from Usamaru Furuya. This was one of the strangest things that I have ever read, and unsurprising that it would come from Usamaru Furuya because he just puts out some of the weirdest stuff ever. Basically, this is a manga about this like club at the school called the Lychee Light Club, where they do just a variety of things, and basically they're kind of trying to destroy everything or like create a monster. It's really weird. It's a little too weird for me. I think like just like some of the things that happen in it is just a little too out there for me, to be completely honest. But if you're looking for like a darker, more alternative work, give it a shot. Maybe you'll like it more than I did. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Magic Knight Rayearth. This is from Clamp. This is the first 2 volumes from the new Kodansha release, and it is a great release. And it's a pretty solid isekai, funny enough. But basically, it follows the story of these 3 girls who are teleported to this other world, and now they have become like the new Magic Knights, basically, who are to save the world for the people living there. So yeah, it's kind of like a fish out of water, goofy little manga, but man, the action is great. Clamp is at their best, which I say that a lot, but that's because they're always They're often at their best. They have some really great art in this specific series. The action is awesome. The character designs are solid. The characters are written really funny too. I like a lot of their dialogue and just across the board, and it's a pretty solid story. So yeah, excited to keep reading it because it's just really fun, and I can't wait to find out why it's considered a mech series. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves My Son Okoku from Rumiko Takahashi. This is volumes 1 and 2. Once again, very behind on this one, but this follows a story about this woman who is the runner of like this apartment complex, or this like whatever you want to call it, like housing complex. And yeah, it's about the story about the people who live there and the budding relationship / friendship with the main character and the owner of the place. Yeah, I think it's just really interesting, and I think it's a very fun look into like what adults get up to, kind of like having just those moments of just kind of sitting around, drinking, just talking and hanging out. It feels reminiscent to the stuff that happens for me, like at least in my age. So I think this series becomes more impactful the older you get. So yeah, I would highly suggest if you want like a pretty interesting, fun little slice of life that's a little bit existential, give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves A Man and His Cat. Volumes 1 and 2 from Umi Sakurai. This is an absolutely adorable series of this older man who goes to the pound or some like animal adoption center and finds this what most people would say an ugly cat, but he's absolutely adorable the way he's drawn. But he is basically a cat that a lot of people pass over, and he eventually picks him up, and it's about their relationship building together and having this old man coping with a variety of different issues and problems while this cat is trying to figure out what is happening while also living his own life. It's really, really well done, to be completely honest. I think I was not expecting it to be so beautifully written and to get me so emotional, but man, I love it so much. It's beautiful, it's fun, and yeah, it's just really good. Coming up next up, we have ourselves March Comes In Like a Lion. This is volume 1 from Chika Umino, not Chuka. Chika Umino. This is a really popular series that has been having a tough time releasing at a normal pace, to be completely honest, because volume 1 came out sometime last year, and volume 2 like just recently came out after being delayed like 2 or 3 times, which it's one of those things where I understand, and I can understand the frustration for the consumer, but I understand why Denpa is taking so long on these releases. It's just there's just a lot of problems going on, especially with the kind of like shipping and all that stuff. Logistics has become very difficult nowadays just because of a lot of shipping problems, to be completely honest. But really glad to have the first volume. March Comes In like a Lion follows the story about this kind of, I think he's supposed to be shogi prodigy. I want to say it's shogi. It's one of the Japanese like popular board games or whatever you want to call it. But he's really, really good at it. But like there's like obviously a lot going on, and it tackles more of like the idea of less about the game and more about the relationships and his own personal mental dealing with being like such a good player and having people around him kind of pushing him to always be, you know, the best. So yeah, I think it's really well done, and definitely excited to read the second volume. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Marionette Generation. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Haruhiko Mikimoto. According to some people, this is supposed to be a really rare series, and I cannot confirm nor deny, but it's a pretty cool, interesting little pickup I have here. This is like an extremely old Animerica Extra, which I believe is what Viz used to call themselves before they called themselves Viz. Don't quote me on that, but I'm like pretty sure. But really cool to have this. Basically follows a story about this, I believe he's supposed to be a mangaka, but he's a writer. Let's just say he's at least a writer. I'm pretty sure he is a mangaka that one day wakes up and has like this like doll girl person thing, and it's about their relationship and friendship together. It's a weird one, to be completely honest. I enjoy it for what it is, but yeah, it is just very strange, and definitely has some struggles with the writing here and there, but I did like it, so it's cool to have in the collection. It's just kind of, I like collecting these older manga just because it's like a fun talking piece. So yeah, that's why I have it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Marmalade Boy. Volumes 1 and 2 from Wataru Yoshizumi. This is the re-release from Seven Seas, and it is a fantastic re-release. It has some beautiful color pages, and I think it's miles better than the original Tokyo Pop print for obvious reasons. But basically follows the story about these two kids here. Basically their parents have decided to marry each other, aka the husband on the boy's side marries the wife on the mom's side, and vice versa. It's a very strange series, but it's kind of fun. I like their relationship currently. Hopefully it doesn't get weird, but I have a feeling it's going to get weird, so I'm not going to get my hopes up. But yeah, currently really enjoying it. It's just a comedy series, maybe considered a rom-com, I guess. But yeah, I like it a lot, and it's pretty fun. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Mermaid Scales and the Town of Sand from Yoko Komori. So this is a really, really solid one-shot. Follows a story about this girl who moves with her dad to a seaside town. It's about her kind of coping with the idea of not being with her friends anymore, and her parents have officially split up, so it's about her coping with that as well, and living in this new city where there's always all this talk about mermaids and other things. So it's a really beautiful manga, and such a beautiful cover and spine. It's a newer release too, so you can definitely pick it up hopefully. It's a lot of fun, it's really beautiful, and I just like how it's put together, so definitely give it a shot. Honestly, I think it's worth reading. Coming up next time, we have ourselves Metro Survive from Yuki Fujisawa. I have actually not read this just yet, but I did get it because it has a pretty cool spine, and a pretty cool cover. But yeah, I have no opinion on it because I haven't read it. And coming up next to that, there's another one that I have not read, and that's Mobile Police Pat Labor, which I know is a very popular series in general. That's another one I have not read, but it's from Masami Yuki, and a lot of people say it's really good, but I still need to pick up the second volume, because there's only 2, even though there's a lot more in Japanese. But yeah, we'll definitely be reading it, I don't know, when I get that second volume. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Mobile Suit Gundam The Origin Volume 1 from Yoshikazu Yasuhiko, Yoshiyuki Tomino, Hajime Yatate, and Kunio Okawara. Wow, that's a lot of people. I actually have not read this just yet, because I actually just got this for Christmas, so I'm kind of holding off on it, but I've been really enjoying Mobile Suit Gundam stuff recently. I read Gundam G, or whatever it's called, the one that's over there. But yeah, really, really like this series, just overall, like Mobile Suit Gundam stuff. I think the art's always been really cool, so really excited to have this, and we'll probably be reading this semi-soon. And coming up next to this, something I read that I probably should not have read just yet, but this is Mobile Suit Gundam Char's Counterattack, Belle Torchica's Children, from all of these people down here. I will flash them right there. Come on. There you go. So this is supposed to be, I believe it's like a sequel part, and I think it's a manga that's based off of a movie, but it's really cool. I really like the character designs in this one. I like the action already, and I like how the story's built up. It really helps that they give kind of an early description so that you know what's going on if you've never read Mobile Suit Gundam, so I really appreciated that. It is the first thing that I did read under the Mobile Suit Gundam umbrella, so really happy to have checked it out, and yeah, cannot wait for the second volume. Also, this is a really cool postcard from Give Her Back to Me from Hana Chitani. I got it from Glacier Bay Books when I got the book, so it's really cool. Let me put that against the wall. There we go. Yeah, it's just really cute. So I have this sitting here on the bookshelf. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Mothers from Kusahara Umi. This is another fantastic short story collection. Follows a story about a variety of women and characters talking about their lives and talking about their relationships with their mothers or being a mother and various other things. So it's really, really good across the board. I really, really enjoyed it. Definitely give it a shot if you're looking for a really solid short story collection. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Mr. Villain's Day Off. This is from Yu Morikawa, Volume 1. Follows a story about this supervillain, but we follow his story as his days off, where he's just kind of going around doing whatever. And he's a big fan of pandas, that is his meme. So anything panda related, he'll go and do. So it's pretty silly. It's kind of fun. I haven't picked it up because the read's pretty fast and the volumes are pretty expensive. So hasn't been worth the cost, basically. So I've been holding off on collecting it, but if I decide if I can find it used, I'll probably be picking it up. Coming up next up, we have ourselves The Music of Marie from Usamara Furuya. Another one from Usamara Furuya, which I don't really know how I feel about. I really, really liked this until the end. I think the ending just was just not really what I was expecting and not really what I wanted out of this series, to be honest. But it follows a story about these people who live in this kind of retro futurist kind of world where they live with older technology, but they kind of try to do a bunch of futuristic stuff. And there's this giant thing that's currently floating above them that allegedly plays music or whatever. And yeah, it's strange, it's weird, it's got a mystery to it, but I just feel like the ending just kind of happens, and that's just really unfortunate. So yeah, that's about as much as I can say about it. Definitely just give it a shot, see how you feel about it, because I would love to hear your opinions on it. Coming up next up, we have our My Alcoholic Escape from Reality from Nagatakabi. So this is the
third, I believe, the third manga in the very long set. Oh no, fourth, I think. Yeah, fourth. From Nagata Kabi, about her various life things going on. She is struggling constantly, and I've seen some pretty crappy views and opinions about her writing and stuff like that because it's her life. So I mean, like, you know, if her life is a wreck, I mean, that's what it is. I don't know what else I could say about it. But really good, just across the board, to see like her opinions and her eyes on what's going on with her own body and how that's affecting her mentally, and just tackles a variety of things that's going on within her life. And it's just a really like somber, but also kind of like hopeful read. So I do really like it across the board. But yeah, definitely have to be in the right mind space when reading it. Coming up next to that, we have our My Brain is Different, Stories of ADHD and Other Developmental Disorders from Juan Suzu, which I find to be an extremely important read. I learned a lot about ADHD and kind of like how different it can be for so many different kind of people. Because I think like there's like the stigma, I would say pretty common social stigma that ADHD is the same for everybody. Like, oh, everybody's going to be distracted all the time, or oh, like they're going to have a hard time concentrating. But the thing is with ADHD is that it's so different for so many different people. And I think this manga helped me to understand that and learn that, because yeah, embarrassingly, I would say for me, I didn't know that. And I thought that, yeah, I was one of those people who followed that social stigma. So if you don't know, or if you're like just interested to learn more about developmental disorders and how different it can be for so many people, you should definitely check that one out. Coming up next to that, we have My Broken Mariko. So this is from Waka Hirako. This is a really sad but really good manga following the story about this woman whose friend passes away in a gruesome way, basically, or a really sad way. So it's about her kind of like living with that emptiness now, and what she's doing because for her friend and stuff like that. So it's really well done. It's really well written. I really loved it, and yeah, I'm really excited to check out more stuff from Waka Hirako. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves My Solo Exchange Diary, Volumes 1 and 2, and My Wandering Warrior Existence. And for some reason, I don't know where my copy of My Lesbian Experience with Loneliness is, because I also have that, but for some reason it's not here. I think I have someone's borrowing it, I think, so I have to get that from them. But anyways, this is the second and third, and then the fifth volume released in the Nagata Kabi autobiographical series, basically. So My Solo Exchange Diary is about the aftermath of my lesbian experience with loneliness. So it's kind of like more of like a diary, like the name suggests. Her talking about a variety of different things, whether it's about dating, whether it's about family, whether it's about jobs, whether about like all of that kind of stuff. So it's really solid. I really like them. To be fair though, I will say I didn't like My Solo Exchange Diary as much as My Alcoholic Escape and My Wandering Warrior Existence, and that's more of just like a preference to how the story was told. Or at least like how the stories were told, because obviously with Solo Exchange Diary they're more like one-offs, like things just kind of happen and that's it. But with the other two, it's more of like a consistent, like, oh, this is like a whole, you know, full length, pretty easy to follow timeline. So just for me, that's a little bit easier to read. But My Solo Exchange Diary is still a very, very solid read. My Wandering Warrior Existence is about her struggles with understanding if she wants to be married or not, and how she kind of yearns for it, but also doesn't at the same time. It's really good, actually. That one's probably one of my favorites in the collection. And I still need to read the new one, which is like My Pancreas Exploded or whatever, or something like that. But definitely need to pick that one up and read that one as well. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Neighborhood Story. This is volumes 1 and 2 is down here, volumes 2. And this is actually the Kinokuniya special edition, which is really, really pretty. It's got a beautiful white cover with like a pink and a different of the main character cover. Really solid back as well. So yeah, really cool to have this, but this is a really awesome series from Yazawa. I've actually been reading this before Nana, for better or for worse, and I've been really enjoying it. But it basically follows a bunch of art students who go to, I want to say they go to like a kind of like an art high school, but they might be in college, I don't know. But it's about their daily studies and their daily things going on, while there's also a budding relationship / friendship going on with the two childhood friends, as well as a variety of other relationships and kind of messy drama that's going on among the friend group and other people to the parallels of them. So it's been really good. I've been really enjoying it. I really, really like it. It makes me want to read Nana like super bad, or Nana. So yeah, cool. Good to have. Coming up next to that, we have Neko Gahara, Stray Cat Samurai, Volumes 1 and 2 from Hiroyuki Takei. And I will be completely honest, I have not read this in an extremely long time, and I'm very behind. I'm missing most of the volumes. So I don't really have an opinion on it, but it is from Hiroyuki Takei, so that's pretty solid. So yeah, we'll most likely be reading it soon. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Nights with the Cat. This is Volumes 1 and 2, as well as Volume 3 down here from Kyuryuzi, which is an autobiographical manga following the story about this the mangaka and his sister who own this cat, who is just a little silly Billy. I love it a lot. The series is a lot of fun. It's super adorable. If you like cat manga, if you like manga that's like autobiographical and about cats, if you like watching cat videos, you should probably read this, because it is just super funny, and I would say super relatable for people who own cats. I don't happen to own one, but if I did, I probably would feel the same way as this guy. I realize this shelf is like really difficult to film because it's in a specific spot in our apartment that has like just the worst lighting, so I'm going to try my best. I'm going to be leaning against the wall, but yeah. Ooh, excuse me. So first of all, we got ourselves Nina the Starry Bride, so we are now officially here. This is Volumes 1 and 2 from Rikachi, and then you saw Volume 3 up on the earlier shelf. So Nina the Starry Bride's a really, really solid, amazing, remarkable shoujo series. Has some beautiful art across the board, a really interesting and complex story that I'm already really enjoying, and I love the main character a lot. She's awesome. But basically the story follows a character who is like really poor, kind of just trying to survive, when one day she is kidnapped by the kingdom in order to replace basically the dead princess. So she has to become this new princess, and it's about her living her life, trying to survive and figure out what is going on with this entire like royal family, because it is crazy, it's intense, it'll keep you on your toes, but you'll also be laughing and enjoying yourself throughout the entire series. So it's really fun. I would say if you like a high fantasy series with a lot of political drama, definitely give it a shot. It's pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Not Simple from Natsume Ono. So this is a series that I actually used to laud and give a lot of praise for, and I still do, but I actually haven't read it in a while, so I definitely want to reread it, just so I can make sure that that my opinions, that me saying it's really, really good, are still grounded. But yeah, basically it follows the story about this writer, if I remember correctly, who passes away, and it's about like the retelling of his story from when he was a child till right before his death, and kind of explaining what happened with his life. So it's really sad, it's really deep, it's really good. I really like it a lot, and Natsume Ono's artwork obviously always shines. It's really interesting, it's a really unique style, unlike anything really that I've seen. So if you're looking for a more like deep, kind of existential, and just kind of like more of a sad note, definitely give it a shot. It's really good. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves New York, New York. So this is the two omnibuses from Marimo Ragawa, the same manga from Baby and Me, but basically it follows a story about this policeman and this other person, and their relationship with one another, as well as a variety of different crime drama, kind of just a lot of, it's so messy, and it's really intense, and it's really graphic. Definitely a sign of the 90s for sure. But man, did I really love this series. It was really good across the board. And I love how the series ends. I think it's just really beautiful. And it's just, I don't know, it's just really good. But definitely give it a shot if you're looking for like a crime drama a la Banana Fish, because you're going to get a lot of action and you're going to get a lot of intensity across the board. Coming up next to that, I'm going to switch sides now. We have ourselves Nightfall Travelers, this one right here. That's Leave Only Footprints, and I don't know who the mangaka is. The mangaka is Tomohi. So currently we only have one volume. I don't know if there's more of it. Unfortunately, I don't really know what Seven Seas is doing currently, if the series is only one volume or if there's more. But it follows a story about these two girls who basically go around their really quirky and strange city and try to figure out if there's like ghosts or demons or other like spooky things going on. So it's got an interesting art style. It has this kind of like watercolory
but obviously black and gray, so more of like an ink wash kind of style to it, which is pretty interesting and pretty unique. And I like the story. It's like nice and simple. It's nothing too crazy, but it's a lot of fun. So it's just a kind of a cute little like buddy friends doing adventure stuff. So I like it. It's good for what it is. Coming out above that, we have ourselves PTSD Radio. This is volume 3. I will talk more about this when we get to the end of this bookshelf, this specific shelf. And then we have Princess Knight from Osamu Tezuka, which is the series that I was talking about, where basically the equivalent of Cupid messes up and gives like boy and girl genes to this new baby that's been born into royalty. So she has male and female characteristics, which is considered like, whoa, random, crazy for this world. So she's like super gallant and handsome, but also can be beautiful and stuff like that. So it's pretty interesting. It's pretty fun. I liked it. I thought it was a really good reader from start to finish. Unfortunately, its sequel is not as good. So honestly, if you just stick with reading Princess Knight, I think you'll be able to enjoy yourself. Coming up below that, we have ourselves number 5 or No 5 from Taiyo Matsumoto. Follows this former like kind of like assassin or like kind of a hitman, or I don't really know what he's supposed to be technically, but he's this really strong guy who eventually has kind of gone into hiding with this girl / woman, and he's just trying to lay low and stuff like that. But the people he used to work for are going after him, trying to kill him, and yeah, it's about like their experiences and his experience, just trying to live a normal life while they're trying to force him back into it or kill him off. I like it. It's a Taiyo Matsumoto work. It's not my favorite from Taiyo Matsumoto, I'm going to be completely honest, but I did very much enjoy the first volume. Definitely going to have to pick up the other volumes at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Oh Maidens in Your Savage Season from Mari Okada and Naomoto. So this is a really interesting manga. It follows the story of these high school girls who are part of like a literature club, but are kind of like trying to understand what love and the other, the bees, the birds, what is it? Wait, why am I blanking what it's called? Well, whatever. Is it the birds and the bees? I think that's what it is. Anyways, that thing. So they're kind of learning more about themselves, trying to explore that. While a lot of the characters have like some pretty interesting relationships, and some of them some not so very good relationships, being taken advantage of by adults and stuff like that. So I actually really liked it. I thought it was really good. I think it's a pretty solid portrayal of high school girls just trying to explore and trying to understand themselves. And yeah, I really liked it, and I liked how it ended. So it's pretty solid. It's only 8 volumes, so if you like that kind of stuff, it's got some really good art. So yeah, give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Oishimbo. So this is Japanese cuisine and sake from Tetsuya Kariya and Akira Hanasaki. So this is a long-standing, one of the best-selling manga of all time, actually. I learned this recently. But that's also because it's been published for an extremely long time. It has a lot of different volumes. But Viz has published a good chunk of them in English. But these are like 2 specific ones, or a bunch of other ones that I haven't picked up. But they tackle a variety of like food, cuisines, and stuff like that obviously within Japanese cuisine. So I've actually not read these just yet, but most likely will be in the near future. Come up next to that, we have ourselves One More Step, Come Stand By My Side from Toryuman Takeda. I had never heard of anything from this manga, but man, I was taken back by like how gorgeous this cover was, so I decided to pick it up, and I learned that it's a really just fantastic short story collection. Ooh, excuse me, getting burps for some reason. Makes me so gassy. But a really, really solid short story collection. I loved it a lot. Has some awesome art as the cover shows. But some pretty interesting stories as well. And they're kind of like a variety of topics. But yeah, definitely give it a shot. I think it's definitely worth a read. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Satoshi Kon's Opus. This was really flipping cool. Basically, it's a manga about a manga author who gets like pulled into his manga because one of the characters doesn't like how his character is written. So he pulls him in and kind of forces him to live the story that that he has written. It's really weird. It's really complex. It's very meta. Fourth wall breaking. Really liked it, actually. I think it's my favorite Satoshi Kon manga. I've only read 2 of his things, so it's not, I don't really have a lot to go off of, but I thought this was a really good read. Unfortunately, it does not actually finish, so he kind of writes an ending at the end that's interesting and kind of thought-provoking, but yeah, interesting to have, and I think it's just a worthwhile read if you like Satoshi Kon work. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Orb from On the Movements of the Earth, volumes 1 and 2 from Uoto. So this is an interesting like historical fiction series that follows the story about this priest who comes across this like kind of information about the world and how he's going to challenge it because before
Copernicus, I think it's him, who discussed a heliocentric world before it was a Earth-centric, if I remember correctly, Earth-centric universe model. So they come to find out that, oh, maybe it is a heliocentric galaxy/universe model. So it's about the idea of spreading that information and changing the world forever. So it's pretty cool. I like it a lot. It's definitely got a massive plot twist, like in the first couple of chapters that I wasn't expecting, but I really liked it, and I'm going to be interested in picking up the next couple of omnibuses. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Outdoors. So this is a really weird manga that I picked up from Yokoyama Yuichi, and to be fair, I've read it, and I genuinely don't really know what is actually going on. It's very ethereal. It's kind of like just abstract and strange. There's little to no dialogue in this entire manga, so it's kind of hard to understand what's going on, I'm gonna be completely honest. But I thought it was cool, and it's a kind of an interesting piece to have in my collection just to talk about it. But yeah, don't have much else to say about it. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Penguin in House. This is volumes 1 and 2 from Akira Ieda. Really cute little slice of life series following a story about this dude who owns a penguin, and it's about their like antics in life together. It's pretty silly. I would say there's nothing too crazy about it, but it's pretty fun. If you're looking for a little lighthearted read that's only 3 volumes, definitely give it a shot. I need to pick up the 3rd volume myself. So, yeah. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Pays from Hiroyuki Asada. This is a super awesome, kind of short story collection from the same mangaka as Tagami Bachi, which is that series that I really like. Really cool to have this. It's not too long. It's I think it's like maybe 100 pages, but really cool to have this. Love that I have it, and yeah, excited to keep reading more Hiroyuki Asada stuff if we get more in English or if they decide to write more. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Taiyo Matsumoto's Ping Pong, and this is an absolutely remarkable story. Follows the story of these 2 kids who are both very good at ping pong. One of them is very meticulous and kind of just acts like he just does it for the heck of it, and the other one is much more talkative and loud, but it's not necessarily as good as his friend. So it's about their like lives and journey together as they pursue ping pong semi-professionally. It's really intense, and it tackles so many interesting and unique themes. It's just a really good read from start to finish. It's so good, and I can't wait to check out the anime. I know I've said this before, or I've mentioned that to one of my friends who actually got me the ping pong Blu-ray. I just haven't watched it because I'm terrible at watching things, but yeah, really love the manga. It's probably one of my favorite Taiyo Matsumoto works. So yeah. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Pink from Kyoko Okazaki. A really interesting read from start to finish, to be completely honest. It's really strange, it's really odd, but it follows a story about this girl who's like all about her, it's all about me. So she's always like buying stuff, so she's like, basically, she is consumerism embodied. So she owns this crocodile as well, so it's just like very just strange story of her like trying to live in this world where people are always judging her and stuff like that. So I don't know, it's a really interesting read. To be fair, I think I need to reread it because like I feel like I read it pretty fast and I thought it was cool, and then I kind of like forgot a little bit about it, but I think it's genuinely really good. To be fair, I do think I like Helter Skelter more, but this was a very good read. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Polar Bear Cafe, volumes 1 through 3, collector's edition from Aloha Higa. This is the silly manga that follows the story about this dude, this polar bear who owns a cafe, as the name suggests, and it's about his basically daily lives there with his friends Panda and the other penguin and various other random characters that are all talking animals. So it's weird, it's strange, it's a lot of fun. It's just comedic, like at all times. It never takes itself too seriously, and I kind of love that. So going to continue collecting it and hope you enjoy it too if you decide to read it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Project X. This is the Cup Noodle volume. This is a really weird manga series, I guess you can call it, but basically Project X tackles a variety of different owners of various like companies. So they have one for Cup Noodle. I think they have one for like either like Nissan or Toyota, one of like the car stuff. But it's so basically it's like a biography manga of Cup Noodle for this one. So really weird. I decided to pick it up because I'm like, this is like the strangest thing ever. I like buying strange manga, as you can see. So this is just another one to add to the collection. And then next to that, we have ourselves PTSD Radio. This is volumes 1 and 2 from Masaki Nakayama. This is a horror series that follows a variety of different short stories and also real stories from the mangaka. Just typical spooky stuff. It's really creepy, really terrifying, multiple points. I think the overarching story is lost on me. I don't really like it too much. I kind of prefer the individual stories more. But overall, I think it's a pretty solid horror series. Definitely worth a shot if you're looking for something that's not Junji Ito or Kazuo Umezu. Coming down below there, we have ourselves Rabbit Game, which you can't see because I am standing in the shadows, but here you go. Rabbit Game, right there. This is an older, not older I guess, but it's a really short series, basically follows a story about this guy who finds a game that you can kind of enter into. It's really strange, it's really weird. I haven't read it in a while, but I did do an FEI on it, so if you want my full opinions on it, go check out that video. But I remember enjoying it quite a bit, and it's one of those ones that I think I need to reread, to be completely honest. I'm going to move a little bit over here so there's no glare. Next to that, we have ourselves Real, volumes 1 through 3 from Takahiko Inoue. A really good series following the story about this kind of laid-back kind of dude who's more of a, I would say kind of like a delinquent, and he kind of has differing opinions to the current basketball team. They get into a fight and he basically leaves. So it's about his story of kind of trying to rediscover / redefine himself, especially after meeting a a wheelchair basketball player. So it's about their friendship and various other relationships. So if you're looking for a basketball series, it does have it, but I won't say that it's the true focus. It's not like Slam Dunk, where Slam Dunk is the focus of the series, but I do really like it, and I think it's pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves this one. Excuse me, I need to pull this out. Oh, this is okay. Red, oh gosh. Okay, it's hard to read. Red Riding Hood's Wolf Apprentice, Final Testament to the Moon from Sayaka Mogi. Yeah, it's basically about these werewolf people who live in this world, and it's pretty cool. I think it's really cool. I really like this cover too. The art's absolutely gorgeous. The action's pretty intense as well. Definitely going to have to. I'm definitely picking up the second volume, by the way, and we'll have to continue reading it and see if I really enjoy it. But I think it was pretty cool. I like the first volume a lot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Restart After Coming Back Home. That's from Kokomi. Kind of hard to read with this glare, but follows the story about this guy who comes back to his hometown after being away for a while, and it's about him kind of reestablishing himself in this country lifestyle while also meeting a guy that he seems to have a little bit of a closer relationship than he would expect. But yeah, it's really cute, and I know it has a sequel series that's called Restart After Going Hungry or something like that, that I had a hard time actually finding, but definitely want to pick that up because I actually did really like this. I think it's really good. It's just kind of a charming little fluffy story, really well written, some great art as well, so definitely want to pick up the other volumes. And coming up next that way, we have ourselves Ristorante Paradiso from Natsume Ono. This is the story about a woman who moves to, I believe, Italy, and comes across this restaurant that has a bunch of older men working there, a bunch of older attractive men working there, and yeah, it's about their story together, but also her learning more about her past, because her mother currently lives there, her estranged mother, because she kind of left and disappeared, and they have a very tenuous, strenuous relationship together, and yeah, I think it's about understanding trauma and familial bonds and things like that. So it's a really good read, honestly, and got me really interested into wanting to read hentai, but unfortunately, finding hentai volumes has been difficult, but this is a really good standalone piece. So if you just want a quick little short story that has to deal with various topics like that, like I just mentioned, while also just having some attracted old men, give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kyoko Okazaki's River's Edge, which is, oh my gosh, the messiest, nastiest drama, high school drama that you're ever going to see. It's about a variety of different characters who are dealing with a bajillion different kind of problems, and yeah, it's the messiest, nastiest, just worst off high school I've ever seen in my entire life, at least in fiction. It's pretty bad. And the way they're all coping with it is all very different, some of them good, some of them bad, but I think it's a really cool story, honestly. I think Kyoko Okazaki, it's a really good story, probably my second favorite, to be fair, just below, what's it called, Helter Skelter, but this was really, really good. And it just recently came out, so definitely try to find it and give it a shot. Coming up next is that we have ourselves Run Away With Me Girl from Baton, and this is an absolutely wonderful, just bittersweet story. Follows a story about this couple in high school who were dating. They were both women, and at the end of high school, one of the girls is like, maybe we gotta, move on. We gotta grow up or whatever. So after, I think it's a decade, the woman who got broken up with still has feelings for this girl, but it's kind of trying to move on still. Eventually, they see each other again, and the woman, the one who broke up with the main character, is now proceeded to get married to this guy who is just the absolute most awful, worst person ever. So yeah, it's about their rekindling of their friendship and possibly relationship, and it deals with so many different things. It can be pretty graphic at times, to be completely fair, but man, I really, really loved it. I thought it was such a good read, and I love the ending. It just ends in such a beautiful way. Really, really loved it. Excited to see what else Baton has to release. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Run on Your New Legs from Wataru Midori. This is a sports series about this guy. I believe he used to play baseball, or he used to play a sport until eventually he gets injured and he is required to have, as the name suggests, he's required to get a prosthetic. So kind of down on his luck and kind of feeling whatever, an athletic prosthetic creator is like, hey, have you ever thought about becoming a runner? Yeah, so it's about his story of becoming a prosthetic, or a, what do we call it? A runner with a prosthetic leg. So it's about him learning and getting, like, as the name suggests, getting his new legs, aka getting a new lease on life, because he felt like his life was basically going to be over. It's really, really good. Well, it's pretty good. I won't say really, really good. I don't know why I said that, but I really liked that first volume. But it wasn't like super engaging for me, so I've kind of held off on picking up the volumes. I know the series is now over. I believe there's only 5 volumes, so at some point I'm going to read and finish that series. And I need to pick this thing up. So hi, this is the Fallout medicine bobblehead that is always falling apart on me, so I'm just going to keep the syringe away. I'm going to put this book back here too. Next to that, we have ourselves Ryuko from Eldo Yoshimitsu. This is volumes 1 and 2. It's the entire series, and I haven't read this in a while, but I remember it being really cool. The action was pretty solid. It's the same mangaka behind Gamma Draconis, I love the action, but if I remember correctly, it's about like this female Banff who just is like going around killing people for some reason. I can't tell you exactly because I can't remember exactly what it's about, but I remember enjoying it quite a bit. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Sayonara Football. This is volumes 1 through 6 from Naoshi Arakawa. I'm pretty behind on this series, and it's the same mangaka behind Your Lie in April, but it's a female soccer series, and it's pretty cool. I really liked it. I was really enjoying it. I will say that I had a hard time trying to keep track of who we were following, because at some point it feels like the characters switch that, or I'm just like really stupid and didn't notice that it's like the same character, but yeah, it was pretty cool, and I was enjoying it for the most part, but I haven't gone back to it in a while, so I don't really have any more opinions on it, and we'll probably have to reread it at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves The Secret of Friendship from Aji Yamakawa and Kazune Kawahara. Really cute series following the story of these two girls here, who's basically one of their big things is that, like, you can only date me if you become best friends with my friend. And it really scares people off, but I think it's a really nice view of how women can have relationships with one another, and how it's really important to have friends, because, like, I feel like a lot of people think that, like, oh, once you date, you're not allowed to have friends anymore, blah, 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 which is kind of silly, because I feel like it's important to have friendships, and it's important for your, your significant other to enjoy your friends, because if they don't, then who are you going to be friends with? Just your significant other, which is fine, I guess, but it's important to have other relationships outside of your main relationship, so I think it tackles those kinds of themes, and I really like it a lot, honestly. I think it's pretty cool. The art is very good, too, so definitely give it a shot if you're looking for something like that. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Seraphim 266613336 Wings from Mamoru Oshii and Satoshi Kon. I have not read this, so I don't have any opinions on it, but it looked pretty cool, and it's a Satoshi Kon work, so we'll have to read it at some point. Whew. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Seven Little Sons of the Dragon, a collection of 7 stories from Ryoko Kui. Really cool story, and I just realized, wait, this is the same mangaka behind Delicious in Dungeon. Whoa. Okay. Wow, that's interesting. Puts it into perspective. Anyways, this is a really solid short story collection, I guess from Ryoko Kui, which I didn't even realize until just now. But I really liked it. I think it's pretty cool. It's got obviously a variety of different stories. They're not really interconnected per se, but I liked them. I thought they were cool, and if you like Ryoko Kui's work, I would say highly suggest picking that up. Coming up next to that, we got Shino Can't Say Her Name from Shuzo Oshimi, which is one of the only the only Shuzo Oshimi work that I have in my collection. But it's a really good one, following the story about this girl who has struggles with being able to say her name, aka she has a hard time just speaking in general towards other people. So it's about her trying to get over this with the pushing of a person who becomes a good friend of hers. I like it. I think it's pretty cool. I think it has a pretty solid message across the board, and I would say it doesn't get weird like other Shuzo Oshimi work gets, to be fair. So, yeah, if you're looking for something like that, give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Shonen no Boy Soprano. This is volumes 1 through 5, as well as volume 6 up there, from Yuki Kamatani. Absolutely beautiful series following the story about this child here on the front of volume 1. Who is a boy soprano, which is an extremely rare thing, especially because it usually goes away as soon as they go through puberty. So it's about him struggling to live up to the expectations of people who are like, oh, he has such a beautiful voice, we gotta use it, whatever, while also being able to sing for himself, being able to enjoy what he does. So it's really beautiful. It's just an absolutely remarkable piece of work. Yuki Kamatani absolutely kills it with these like really heart-wrenching stories. Same manga behind Our Dreams at Dusk. That's what it's called. So if you're looking for another emotional series, but I would say a little bit more lighthearted than that one, definitely gives it a shot. It's really great. And then I'll go up here real quick. So we have Snowball Earth. We have from Yohiro Tsujisuku, which I actually just recently read, but basically it's this dude who's like kind of like the savior of the Earth or whatever, and he controls like a giant robot, and after like a mission fails, he gets sent off into a pod and lands back on Earth. After 10 years pass, he thinks he's completed his mission, he saved the world, but lo and behold, the Earth is now covered in snow. And it looks like the apocalypse was happening and Earth lost, basically. So it's about him trying to cope with that and trying to figure out what's going on and trying to survive in this new post-apocalyptic snowy world. So it's pretty cool. I actually really enjoyed this first volume, and I'll probably be talking about it in an FVI in the near future. So look out for that when it decides to come out. Coming up next to that, below that, we have also Steel of the Celestial Shadows from Daruma Matsuda and Toshiki Mizutani, as well as Nobuo Nisayama. Really solid series following the story about this dude, this Ronin, who's like down on his luck because for some reason he's totally terrified of swords. And as you come to find out, it's because like he has this like weird kind of like magnetic power where whenever metal approaches him, it like bends away from him. So it's really weird, but it's a really cool story across the board. There's some pretty interesting mystery elements going on, and the action's pretty solid as well. It's got some really good art, so really excited to keep reading this series. The second volume just released, so I'll have to be picking that up pretty soon. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Shortcuts, volumes 1 and 2 from Usamaru Furuya. Old school stuff from Usamaru Furuya, but it's a variety of different stories. I mean, like a ton of stories. Usually pretty short, as the name suggests. So they're really strange, they're really weird. Some of them are funny, some of them are not so funny in my opinion, but it's pretty cool to have them. So yeah, that's about as much as I can say about it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves A Sign of Affection. This is volumes 1 through 5 from Sue Morishita. This is the new extremely popular shoujo series that people have been absolutely loving, following a story about this girl who's deaf, and this guy that she meets who is like a world traveler, and it's about their budding relationship together as he's proceeding to learn sign language and as she's becoming more of a well-rounded person because she's kind of learning more about the world and being able to truly experience stuff for herself instead of people being like, oh, she's deaf, she can't do that, blah, 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 blah. So it's pretty cute. I really like it. I'm kind of behind on it right now. I think I need 2 more volumes to be caught up, but I have been really enjoying my read of it. It's really nice. It's really solid, and it's very cute. So yeah, definitely need to pick up the next couple volumes. And coming up next, we have ourselves Silver Spoon. This is volumes 1 through 3, as well as volumes 4 through 15. This is an absolutely remarkable series from Hiromu Arakawa, which is the same mangaka behind our good old friend Full Metal Alchemist. Follows the story of Hachiken, who is this kid who is basically like really, really smart. He's really school smart, but decides to go to an agricultural school because he wants to kind of defy his parents, his father specifically. So he's completely out of his element, but man, it is such a well crafted story from start to finish. So beautiful. I love it so much. All the characters are great. And I'm not usually the biggest fan of a big cast, but I really do like almost every character that gets introduced. I love the teachers. I love all the students. I actually do like his parents for different reasons. I won't say like I enjoy his dad, but I think his dad is actually really well written. And I think it tackles so many interesting and unique themes, and you get to learn a lot about the agriculture industry, which is really neat. So I can't really say that about a lot of series, but this is a series that means a lot to me. It is barely beaten out by Fullmetal Alchemist for being my favorite Hiromu Arakawa work, but man, do I really love it. It's a really, really close tie for first and second. So definitely give it a shot, and I think you can look past it. It being a slice of life series, it is definitely worth reading it, even if you're not the biggest fan of a slice of life manga.
Alright, so let's continue this shelf real quick. We have ourselves Skyhawk from Jiro Taniguchi, which is a historic retelling of two Japanese men who live in the United States after they tried to go for searching for gold, and now they've kind of been incorporated into a Native American tribe, and they team up with I always forget the guy's name, but the one who did Who Want to Get Custer's Last Stand. So it's kind of like a retelling of that. It's a pretty interesting story. I really like the art. The art's absolutely gorgeous. Jiro Taniguchi really knows how to draw some chaotic scenes and is really good at drawing like crowd scenes. So if you like that kind of stuff, definitely give it a shot. It's some pretty cool stuff. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Solanin from Inio Asano. This is my favorite Inio Asano work, and I definitely need to reread it soon. I haven't read it since 2017, I want to say. I actually got it in New Orleans while I was there on vacation, and yeah, it's just a really remarkable tale of basically this girl and her boyfriend were both like pursuing music and art stuff, and after he passes away, it's about her trying to cope with that fact while also trying to push herself to be more musically driven, and it's just a really beautiful piece of work, and it's so it's man, I can't even say anything about it because I just love it so much. But just across the board, it's a very human drama. All the characters are extremely well fleshed out, and it just feels so real and raw. The emotions feel so raw, and it really hit home for me, especially being a creative myself, and just seeing how she struggles with like art block and trying to get past trauma and all this stuff. It's just such a beautiful piece of work. I highly suggest reading it. If you're gonna read anything from Inio Asano, I would just say read Solanin. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Soloist in a Cage. This is volumes 1 through 3. This is the entire series. It's actually a pretty cool series. The creator's name is Shiro Moria, and basically this is a series where a girl and her brother live in this like kind of snowy place, but you come to find out that it's actually like a prison. So she's currently living there, not of any fault for her own. She just kind of lives there. Doesn't really explain why she's there, but she basically gets caught up in an escape route with her and her brother and a couple of other people, and as they're trying to escape, unfortunately her brother falls to the snow and she escapes, but she regrets it while she's escaping. So she decides when she becomes older she will return to the prison in order to try to find her brother. So that's what the story's all about. Yeah, it's really intense. It's got some pretty cool art across the board. I do think it ends not in the best way, but I did enjoy what I did read, and I think for the action scenes alone, it's worth a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Street Fighter Gaiden. This is from Mami Ito, and it's a cool little like short story collection of various characters from the Street Fighter franchise. And yeah, I am a big fan of Street Fighter. I don't really talk about video games too much on this channel, but I do really like Street Fighter. It's one of my favorite fighting franchises. I just have a great time with it, and it's one of the only ones I could say that I'm decent at. I won't say I'm good because I'm not, but I can pull off some combos, and I'm able to pull off most characters as like special moves and stuff like that. So my favorite character, at least in terms of playing, is Ryu and Balrog. Those are my two characters that I tend to play often, but I do enjoy playing most of the cast. So if you want some just more like content about Street Fighter, yeah, try to find these. They're pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves The Summer Hikaru Died with Volume 3 up here. The series is from Mokumo Kuren. I think that's how you pronounce their name. But the manga is an interesting one. So basically it follows a story about this character named Hikaru and his friend. And his friend is the main character. He seems that something is just off about Hikaru, and he comes to find out that Hikaru is actually dead, and for some reason this is what he is now. But for some reason he's here and just a little bit off. So he's trying to figure out what the heck's going on. It's pretty interesting already. I've read the first 2 volumes. I actually just picked up the 3rd volume, so the 3rd volume is new to the collection. But I really enjoyed the first 2 volumes. I think it's really cool. There's a certain mystery, kind of horror element to it as well. It's more psychological horror than I will say than like a jump scare horror, stuff like that. So if you're looking for something a little bit more creepy, eerie, that'll really keep you on your toes, but is kind of complex and very interesting in terms of like how the characters are written, how they react and interact with one another, I say give it a shot. It's actually pretty cool. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Summertime Rendering Volumes 1 and 2 from Yasuki Tanaka. This is a really cool series that I've been struggling to find the volumes for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like it shouldn't be this hard, but it kind of is. But it follows a story about this guy who returns home to his like kind of like seaside town, and his friend has passed away, so he's trying to, like, he's going there for the funeral, but something's a little bit off, and after let's just say some events, he actually gets killed, and suddenly he wakes up and he's back on the boat again, restarting the day all over again. So he's trying to, it's another Groundhog Day-esque kind of story, so he's trying to figure out what's truly happening in this on this island town that he used to live in, and he's trying to save the people before something really bad happens. So it's a pretty interesting story. I remember ending at volume 2. It was like, whoa, that's pretty crazy as to what's actually going on. So really enjoyed it. I thought it was a great time, and definitely need to finish it at some point. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Sunny from Taiyo Matsumoto. That's Volume 1. And these pretty interesting hardcovers. I have not actually read this yet, but I've heard this is a really, really good series from Taiyo Matsumoto. So when I decide to read it, I'll let you guys know how I feel about it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Takopi's Original Sin from Taizan 5. This is a really interesting story, and one that I was actually anticipating quite a bit when it released, but basically follows a story about this girl here who's kind of down on her luck and things are really, really bad when the main character, which is like this octopus alien looking thing, is there to try to make her happy, and wow, it devolves into just a hell of a mess with a lot of like different characters doing some pretty terrible things across the board, but not what I was expecting, but I did enjoy it. I think the ending, I didn't really like the ending too much, but I think overall it is a interesting read. I won't say it's an enjoyable read because it's very dark, it's very sad, and there's a lot of effed up things that happen to these kids. But I would say that I liked it for what it is. So it's a cool little read if you're looking for something that's a little bit more psychological thriller, while also being just very intense and kind of in your face. Give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Tesoro from Natsume Ono. So another Natsume Ono takes the spotlight. This is a really solid short story collection that I really enjoy. Tells a variety of stories, which I feel like I say about every short story collection, but I mean, it's kind of hard to truly discuss short story collections because it's like sometimes there isn't a true overarching theme. Like people will say, oh, it's like, oh, the theme is family, but sometimes it's like hard to just pinpoint that as like its core theme because sometimes it's not. So I don't know. I have opinions about how people describe short story collections, but this is another solid one, another great series, or another great volume by Natsume Ono, so I should probably do a video on Natsume Ono. I think I'll do that sometime. Coming up next time, we have ourselves Time Killers from Kazumi Kato. So this is a short story collection from the same manga as Blue Exorcist. So this was a really cool read, to be honest, because like I wasn't, I'm a huge fan of Blue Exorcist. I love it a lot, and this was just interesting to look at because it's just like kind of like a mix of stories, seeing how Kazumi Kato writes and kind of was like designing characters. I don't know if this came out before Blue Exorcist, but if it did, it's definitely inspired what will become Blue Exorcist. There's a lot of characters who look a lot like the Blue Exorcist characters. So either A, this came out before and this helped inspire Blue Exorcist, or this came during, and it makes sense that a lot of the characters look like the characters from Blue Exorcist. So it's a pretty good read. I actually really enjoyed it. I definitely want to reread it soon, though. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Tokyo Babylon, which is this red volume here. This red volume here, as well as volume 2 over here. But it follows the story of like the supernatural detective who lives in Tokyo and is kind of has to discover and figure out what all these ghosts are doing, and is trying to help them return, or I guess move on with life. It's a interesting story. There's a weird relationship with one of the characters, but I think it's kind of like interesting. They don't make it too weird or awkward, but it is another Clamp series, and I happy that it's being reprinted because it's actually really cool. I'm not selling it very well, to be honest, but it's definitely worth a check out if you like Clamp stuff.
And coming up next up, we have ourselves Tokyo Revengers. This is volumes 1 through 4, aka the 2 omnibuses. This is the very, very popular series from Ken and Wakui. And yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty cool. I enjoyed the first omnibus. I have not read the second one. And if I have, then I've clearly forgotten, which is really bad. But I liked it. I thought it was cool. But basically, it follows a story about this guy where this girl has passed away and he's someone that he was really close with, so somehow he gets sent back in time before she was killed, so he has to basically try to save her, so by joining a gang and entering into like the gang warfare that's going on around his neighborhood and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool. Definitely just not super hooked on it, so yeah, that's why I only have 2 volumes. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves The Town of Evening Calm, Country of Cherry Blossoms from Fumio Kouno, I think is how you pronounce it. This was a really solid story, basically kind of telling the story of a woman who lives in Japan before, during, and after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's really good. I liked it a lot. I think there's a lot of very emotional moments. The art's really nice as well. It's a kind of an interesting contrast because like the art is very light and like fluffy, while the story and all that stuff is pretty dark and can be really sad at times. So yeah, if you're looking for like a kind of like an emotional historical fiction story, check it out. It's pretty good. Coming up next up, we have ourselves Under Ninja. This is volumes 1 and 2, as well as volume 3 down here from Keigo Hanazawa. This is a very strange manga about this guy who's kind of like a hikiko. I wouldn't say he's a shut-in, but he's kind of a loser. Like, he doesn't really have anything going on in life, and he's a ninja. So it's about him trying to complete this mission, or various missions, while other ninjas and other people are just doing random things. It's a really weird one. If you're looking for just like an out-of-pocket, very odd manga where you're going to be kind of laughing, but also like kind of cringing at the same time, I'd say give it a shot. There was actually some pretty cool movement and stuff like that, and there's some pretty nice paneling as well. So yeah, I've been enjoying it, but it definitely is not for everybody. Now, to go back to this manga here, I know I've been kind of going out of order. I usually go the ones on top, but there are a couple of volumes that are not, that were already in my shelf, so I wanted to go over those first. But first up, we have ourselves You're Under Arrest, Light and Siren from Kosuke Fujishima. I just picked this up recently, and I have not read it, but it looks really cool. I like the art a lot. I think it's from Oh My Goddess, the mangaka. So really like this. Looks really cool. And I have another You're Under Arrest that I don't know if I have it out. I do, actually, so I'll be showing that a little bit later. And then coming up below that, we have ourselves Tokyo These Days from Taiyo Matsumoto. This may become my favorite Taiyo Matsumoto work, but we'll see. But basically, it follows a story about this editor who suddenly quits his job and is kind of like about to give up everything in a way, kind of just like reset his life, but it still feels a connection to manga, and it's about like the ripple effects of him leaving that position and all the people that meant a lot to him and stuff like that. So it's a really interesting story. I think it's really cool, and I think it's very introspective about the characters, especially like how important people and friendships and things like that can affect you, including your work. Tackles things like art block and finding purpose in life. It's a really, really good piece of work. I love that first volume quite a bit, and I'm really excited to read the second volume. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Street Fighter Alpha. So I actually just picked these up yesterday, funny enough, and yeah, don't have anything to say about them, but it is really cool. I didn't even know there was a Street Fighter Alpha manga, but the art is really good. This is from Masahiko Nakahira, and yeah, can't wait to check it out. Below that, we have ourselves The Speed Racer, the original manga, volume 1 from Tatsuo Yoshida. And yeah, this is from Wildstorm Comics. So this was like, I think this was supposed to be like a couple volumes. I kind of want to get those updated like hardcovers, but this is the one I have. Yeah, tells a story about Speed Racer and his little things. And yeah, he's kind of messed up. Definitely is just willing to do whatever he wants, kind of kills people often by pushing them off the streets and stuff like that. So it's a silly little manga. It's fun. Yeah, that's about as much I can say about it. Below that, we have ourselves Yorha Pearl Harbor Descent Record, a Nier Automata story from Yoko Taro and Megumu Soramichi. So this is a Nier Automata, like, kind of spin-off story. Follows a story about these girls who are part of a mission and get sent down to, I believe it's Earth. And the mission kind of goes awry, so it's about them learning about various other characters and these other women who were part of the mission, part of a previous mission, have been stuck on Earth, trying to escape, basically. So it's pretty cool. I like the first volume, but I have not read any of the rest of it, so don't really have an opinion on the series in general, but it's got some nice art, and the story seems to be pretty interesting, so definitely will be checking out the rest of it. All right, coming down below here. So I'm gonna be talking about the top volumes first. So first off, we have Until I Love Myself, or Until I Love Myself: The Journey of a Non-Binary Manga Artist from Poppy Pesayama. This is a remarkable 2-volume series about Poppy Pesayama's it's their autobiography. Remarkable piece of work, and it talks about like all of the just terrible things that happened to them from a young age, even into their adulthood, going into like becoming a manga assistant for just an absolutely horrible person, and kind of like the ripple effects and how this has kind of affected them throughout their entire life. It's really, really good. It's beautifully written, and just helps you to truly understand like some of the issues that non-binary people face, and just kind of women and non-binary people face. Because you'll just have to read it, but it's very, very good, and I really, really like it, and I highly suggest people checking it out. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Voiceful. So this was this is something I actually picked up in Canada last year. It's from Nawoko, I think is the name. Yeah. So this is a manga, basically follows the story, I believe, of a singer, and like she like meets some she like meets like her idol and stuff like that, and it's about their friendship. To be fair, I didn't care for it. I thought it was fine. The thing is, I like barely remember the story because it felt like it went really fast and nothing actually happened. So I'm kind of just holding on to it because it's like just a really random and a manga that I don't see a lot of people have. So I just kind of hold on to it just for that, really. And below that, we have ourselves Windbreaker, Volumes 1 and 2 from Satoru Nii. This is a really solid delinquent fighting action manga. It follows a story about this guy who thinks he's like the strongest and then wants to become the strongest at the school because he's always heard that this is like a delinquent heavy school. But he comes to find out that the school that he's going to, it has kind of like more of a community than like a fight club. So he's kind of confused about it, but then it's kind of like a found family kind of stuff. And it's got some really great art, some pretty solid action scenes. The story's pretty cool as well, and a lot of the characters are written really well. So really excited to keep reading it. I am a little bit behind, so definitely need to catch up at some point. Alright, coming down here, we have ourselves Wand Dance from Coffee. This is probably one of my favorite currently releasing manga. This is volumes 1 through 8, so I'm currently caught up. But this is an absolutely remarkable manga following the story of a girl named Wanda and this guy, which is so bad, I always forget his name. But he has like a vocal stutter, so he has a hard time being able to truly express himself. He kind of just goes with the flow until he meets Wanda, who is this girl who kind of just doesn't take anything, or doesn't take any sass, is just kind of just doing her own thing. So he's inspired by her and ends up joining the dance club in order to figure stuff out. So then he kind of enters this world of hip hop and like EDM dancing, and it's just really, really good. I really like it. It's a really solid coming of age series while also being a fantastic dance series. It's just it remarkably drawn, some absolutely gorgeous like paneling and storytelling, visual storytelling specifically, and just overall like the dancing feels so fluid and so unique. It's like an art style I've never really seen before, and I am just thoroughly impressed by it. I think it's just super cool, and highly suggest, in my opinion, to just check it out. Even if you don't really know much about EDM or much about dancing, I think it's really cool and worth a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Kenji Saruta's Wandering Island. This is volumes 1 and 2. Currently the only 2 released, but it follows a story about this girl who's kind of like, she's a pilot and also like kind of like a delivery person, but she's been trying to chase after this island that is supposedly is always moving, and she doesn't know where it is, and it's kind of like trying to figure it out. So it's about her journey of trying to find this island while also trying to find her dad, I think, because I think her dad has sent a letter from that island. So it's been her goal to try to find that. It's got some really good art. It's a pretty interesting story as well for the most part. It's just really cool. I like Kenji Saruta's work a lot, and I especially like his art style quite a bit. So if you're looking for kind of like a semi-adventure, kind of like a slice of life manga, it's pretty good. I would say pick it up. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Wave Listen to Me from Hiroyuki Samura. Same manga as Blade of the Immortal, as well as the Okinoshi or whatever, the one from my other bookshelf. But this tells a story about this girl who's kind of like a loudmouth and kind of accidentally stumbles into a job as a radio person. It's a pretty interesting premise, unlike anything I've ever read before, but it is a dense read, so that's kind of why I only have 6 volumes, because it is one of those ones that just takes a long time to read. But I actually do really like it. I think it's pretty cool, and goes into some pretty deep detail into like the radio industry and like how that all works. It's cool. I like it a lot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Welcome to the Ballroom, Volumes 1 and 2 from Tomo Takeuchi. I have not read this just yet, so I don't have any opinions on it, but I've heard that it's really cool, and as you've noticed with my discussion about wand dance, I really like dance stuff, so I think I'm going to like this quite a bit. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves What a Wonderful World from Inio Asano, Volumes 1 and 2, and I'm going to be completely honest, I don't really remember what happens in this. I read it a while back at this point, and I'm kind of blanking on the story. But if it's Inio Asano, I'm gonna collect it. This is kind of my MO. And I've enjoyed all of his other work, and I'm pretty sure I did like this. It's just I'm kind of struggling as to what the story was about. But yeah, I will probably have to reread it sometime. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Witch Hat Atelier. Oh, this is such a good series from Kamame Shirahama, volumes 1 through 5, as well as volumes 6 through 11. I am currently caught up with the series, but it follows the story of Coco, this girl here, who has always been fascinated by magic, and then comes across a book. So she starts practicing magic in it and accidentally crystallizes her mother. And unable to get rid of the magic spell effect, she doesn't know what to do, so she finds a witch, this guy here, Quifrey, and he offers to make her a witch. So yeah, it's about her journey of becoming a witch, and it's just, oh my goodness, probably one of the best series currently releasing. It is so beautiful. It has absolutely gorgeous art, a remarkable story, so many good characters across the board, a fantastic mystery kind of building up, some really interesting political drama as well, and just a really, really, really good high fantasy series. If you're looking for something, if you're looking for a magician or a witch story that isn't Harry Potter and not by a problematic author, give this a shot. Witch Hat Atelier is remarkable. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Witches, the complete edition from Daisuke Igarashi, a really cool short story collection that tells the story of various witches or magic people across multiple different cultures. So it's really cool. I liked it quite a bit. It's actually what got me hooked onto Daisuke Igarashi. I love the art style. I love the various cultures that it tackles, and also done really well. None of them are set to demonize any culture, so I really like that, and it's really cool just to learn more about other cultures and their ideas of the supernatural and magic and stuff like that. So if you're looking for something like that, give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Wotakoi, Love is Hard for Otaku from Fujita. So this is volumes 1 and 2. This is a series that people tend to really like. And yeah, it's an office rom-com. It's kind of cute. It's about a bunch of nerds who work at this office and their antics with one another. It's pretty silly. It's pretty funny. I like the first volume. Is it amazing? Nah, I mean, it's fine. I like it, so I'm probably going to keep reading it. Just have to collect the rest of the volumes. So I'm going to pivot up here really quick. So we have ourselves Witch Hat Atelier Kitchen. This is volume 1. This is a spin-off series that's more of a cooking manga / definitely 100% almost BL manga. So if you're ever wondering why people say, oh, Quifrey and Orugio are definitely a couple or whatever, and you don't really see that in the original series, it's because of Witch Hat Atelier Kitchen. But basically, yeah, it just tells the story of Quifrey and Orugio practicing cooking for the various witch apprentices. So all of these people down here, these three, as well as Coco. I don't know why I'm blanking, but yeah, it's cool, it's cute, and it's really funny to finally understand why everyone ships those two together, or at least more realistically. Anyways, next is Yakuza Fiance. This is volumes 1 and 2. This is a really, really weird manga, but basically tells a story about this girl who ends up becoming the eventual supposed to be the bride of this one guy who's absolutely insane and crazy, and she's also kind of crazy, so it's about their intense, weird, strange relationship that they have together, and it is messy, but it's a lot of fun, and it's purposely messy. So I don't know if you're expecting oh, why are they so weird, it's because that's the point, but I like it. I think it's pretty cool. I like the second volume a lot more than the first volume. I'm not completely sold on the art style as well. I just, there's something about it that kind of throws me off, but I do like the storytelling, so I'll probably keep with it. Now I'm going to pivot back down here, and we have ourselves Yoshi no Zuikara. This is from Satsuki Yoshino. This is volumes 1 through 3, and it's the same manga behind Barakamon. And it tells a story about a manga artist who moves to the middle of nowhere, and it's about his kind of journey of creating a manga. while surrounded by like country bumpkins that he's not used to. So basically, it's Barakamon, but a manga artist instead of a calligraphist or calligrapher. So it's cool, it's cute. I liked it. I thought it was good. Pretty solid read. I wish it was longer, but like I said, that is like the nicest thing you could say as terms of a nitpick. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves You're Under Arrest, the Wild One. So this is another volume of that I have not read, so I don't have an opinion on it, but I do have now 2 of those. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Zom 100 volumes 1 through 6, as well as volumes 7 through 10 up there. Really great series following the story about this office worker who is totally just hating his job, kind of hates life in general until a zombie apocalypse happens and kind of allows him to awaken to what he's always wanted to do and just kind of live his life. So he creates like a bucket list of things to do, as the name suggests, bucket list of the dead, before he becomes a zombie. So it's really cool, it's really fun, and honestly, it's just a really refreshing take on like the zombie genre. It's really funny. It's can be really wholesome and heartwarming as well. So if you're looking for something like that, definitely give it a shot. It's really cool. Okay, so now we're officially done with all of my bookcases. So now we're going into like kind of like the random areas that I have manga at. So first, I'm gonna open this up real quick. I have a couple volumes here and there. This is like comics and other art stuff I have, but I do have some manga. So first, we're gonna go with Yuki Notani's Shion, Blade of the Minstrel, which is this really cool release that I got that has like a really awesome like gold shimmer to it. Really neat. I've not read it though, so I don't really have any opinions on it. But it's got like some absolutely gorgeous art, like across the board, very realistic, very unique. Cool to have it. I don't know, I found it at a random like bookstore and they just had it, so I decided to pick it up, and yeah, so it's pretty cool. Coming up next, coming up below that, we have ourselves Gunhead. So this is like 3 like issues of this manga here. Really interesting to have these. I have not read this. It's from Kia Asamiya. Really neat stuff. It's just kind of interesting to have. I got them for $1 each, so definitely a unique piece of manga that I have here, but they're all color, so that's also really neat. And then next to that, we have ourselves Keiichi Koike's Heaven's Door Extra Works. This is a very bizarre, ridiculously weird manga that makes you feel like you're just on something. But it's really strange. It's kind of like a mix of stories and stuff like that that'll make you feel like you're tripping. But really interesting. Will get you very confused. It has some pretty wacky and like crazy art. But I did really like it. I thought it was cool. And then coming up next to that, we have ourselves Hiroshi Yuki and Mika Hisaka's Math Girls. This was a very bizarre manga, to say the least. But basically, it tells the story of this guy who's like trying to teach math to this girl. And yeah, it's just really weird. It's surprisingly educational, although I know nothing about like that kind of math. So it was interesting to read, but that's about it. I wouldn't say it's a very good read, but it is something. And coming up next to that, we have ourselves Record of the Glass Castle from Osamu Tezuka, which I have not read yet, but it's Osamu Tezuka, so I had to pick it up. And then coming up next to that, we have The Thief, Inoue Akikazu, and other stories from Osamu Tezuka. This is a short story collection that focuses mostly on the person, the thief Inoue Akizaku, or Akikazu, which is the story at the end. Has some absolutely remarkable background designs. They're some of the best that I've seen in a Osamu Tezuka work, so really cool to see that. And just overall, it's a really complex and compelling story for that last story. I really liked it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Shigeru Mizuki's Tono Monogatari. This is a short story collection talking about a variety of stories about this area that Shigeru Mizuki has lived or traveled to. So he's telling like the various stories about the yokai and the various like kind of like superstitions and other stories. So it's pretty cool, interesting to read. I'm not usually a big fan of like that older style of manga, but I've been kind of warming up to it, especially with Shigeru Mizuki and as well as Osamu Tezuka. So really neat to have it. So gonna probably be reading other stuff from him. Okay, so I'm going to be jumping around a bit here because this is kind of like my unsorted manga stacks. So I have these next to my A through B, stuff like that. So I'm going to go through the ones that I've already talked about. So I'm going to go skip through those pretty fast, just show them real quick. But I have Shy Volume 6 up here. Volumes 3 and 4 of Mega Man NT Warrior. We have Komi Can't Communicate Volume 29. Akane Banashe Volume 4 and 5. Spy Family Volume 11. Dandadan Volume 7. Laid Back Camp Volume 3. Mink Volume 2, East Volume 6, Strawberry 100% Volume 6, as well as Hellsing Volumes 4 and 5, Full Moon 4 through 7, and DN Angel
Volume 4.
All right, now let's get into the other manga that I have not talked about just yet. So we have Itazura no Kiss via Volume 1 from Kaoru Utada, which I learned recently it had a very unfortunate ending because the mangaka was actually died of a cerebral hemorrhage, if I remember correctly. So rest in peace to Kaoru Utada. So the series was truly never finished in manga form, but it was finished in anime form. But I don't know much about it. I do know it's an older shoujo series, and it seems to be well beloved, so I can't wait to get into it eventually. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Gokura Kugai from Yuto Sano. So this was a really cool first volume. I just picked it up recently, but basically it tells the story of Gokura Kugai, like this kind of agency, and it also seems to be like the neighborhood as well. But these two here are basically they'll do whatever you want as long as you pay them well. So they do a variety of different odd jobs here and there. It's a cool series. I really like the art. I think the story is already building up to be something really cool as we continue throughout it. But really enjoyed that first volume, and I can't wait for more. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Dinosaur King, Volume 1 from Yohei Sakai. I have not read this just yet, but once again, I like collecting just random manga that's seems like it's going to be cool. So cool to have that. And below that, we have ourselves Card Fight Vanguard from Akira Itoh. I've not read this either, as well as The Ancient Magus Bride. Definitely going to be reading this one probably soonish in comparison to these other two, because this is actually one that somebody in my comments suggested I check out. So we'll most likely be reading this at some point in the near future for a video. And below that, we have ourselves Rinne, volumes 1 through 3 from Rumiko Takahashi. This is the second to most recent series that Rumiko Takahashi was working on. I think Mao is the newest one. But Rinne is pretty cool. Follows a story about this girl who can kind of see ghosts already, and meets this half ghost, half human person who does all jobs as well, usually just trying to exorcise ghosts so that they can go on to heaven or whatever you want to call it. So interesting, kind of semi-interesting story. The art is what you would expect. I will say there is a decline in Rumiko Takahashi's art, in my opinion, as we get into her later series. They start to become a little bit more let's draw manga kind of books, where everybody's got that pentagon face, kind of losing that natural fun that Rumiko Takahashi's other older works tend to have. But I still think the story's pretty solid, and I like how the characters are written. So I am interested, and I will continue to read it. All right, coming up here, we have ourselves End Roll Back. So this is from Kantetsu and oh gosh, you can't see it. Kantetsu and Haruka Nakazato. So this is actually a really cool first volume that I picked up recently, and from a new publisher as well, from Alien Books. So that's pretty neat. So End Roll Back follows a story about this guy here on the front cover, whose sister has unfortunately passed away, and he is trying to figure out who basically got her killed. So he actually gets sent back in time and becomes the teacher for her class, and attempts to figure out what is going on. Kind of playing this really strange game, but it's really interesting. I am hooked already. I think it was a really cool first volume, and I'm really excited to see where it goes. Let me put that back here. And then next up, we got ourselves Shugo Kara. This is volume 1 from Peach Pit. I have not read this just yet, but I've always heard one of my friends really likes this series, so we'll most likely be checking it out soon. And below that, we have ourselves, oh gosh, the glare is so bad. We have X 1999 from Clamp. This is volumes 1 through 6. This is the strange right to left, or left to right volumes that Viz originally published. And this is a really fun series. Follows a story about this kid here who leaves his friends behind in Tokyo and kind of disappears. And one day he suddenly shows back up, and he appears to be the person who's either going to bring the apocalypse or save the world. And nobody really knows why. So everyone's trying to figure that out. And yeah, it's a really intense story. The art is really cool. Probably some of my favorite Clamp art in general. Really enjoyed the first couple of volumes, and the action is just really great. I really like the character designs just across the board. So I'm really excited to keep reading this one. Coming up next to that, or coming I guess below that, we have ourselves A Condition Called Love from Megumi Morino. So this is volumes 1 through 3. Don't have too much of an opinion on this series, but basically it follows a story about this girl and guy. This guy is weirdly possessive, and basically starts dating this girl who's kind of like, oh, let's do a trial run on dating. And yeah, it's about them learning about boundaries and learning about how relationships work. It's interesting. It recently got an anime release that people seem to be enjoying. It has not completely hooked me, but I do like it enough that I'm going to continue collecting it. It's just probably not right now. Coming up next to that, or coming up below that, we have ourselves Tropic of the Seas from Satoshi Kon. I have not actually read this in a long time, so I don't really remember it, but I'm pretty sure it's a lot like Mermaid Scales, where it's kind of like a seaside town, and this guy is something, they're trying to protect the ocean or something like that. I think that's what the story's about. Clearly, I don't remember it, so I'll have to reread it, but yeah, it's there. Alright, so we're going to follow what I did with that last time, the last one. I'm going to go over all the ones that I've already talked about, and then I'll go over the ones that I have not talked about. So, first up, we have Gacha Volumes 4 and 5 from Hiroyuki Tamakoshi. We have ourselves Pastel Volume 3 from Toshihiko Kobayashi. We have Flame of Rekka Volume 10 from Nobuyuki Anzai. Saikano Volume 7 from Shin Takahashi. Excel Saga Volume 4 from Rito Koshi. Kimi ni Todoke Volumes 8 through 10 from Kaoru Shina. We have ourselves My Special One Volume 5 from Momoko Koda. Virgin Lone Volume 2 from Tina Yamashina. Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer Volumes 3 and 4. Bleach Volume 28. Kaiju Number 8 Volume 9. Dark Gathering Volume 6. Boruto Volume 19. Black Clover Volume 34. Blue Box Volume 9. One Piece Volume 105. And Usatoki Rhetoric Volume 6. So yeah, let's talk about the ones that I have not talked about yet, which I will not actually have a lot of opinions on because there's most of these other ones I have not read, so I'll just keep that in mind as we're getting through this part. Anyways, X Days, Satona Misahiro. I've not read this just yet, but I thought it was really cool, and it was pretty cheap where I bought it, so definitely want to check it out sometime soon. We have ourselves Mao Volume 1 from Rumiko Takahashi. Like I said, this is her newest series that I have not read yet, so I don't have an opinion on. Below that, golly, this glare is so bad. Mirako-chan, Volume 1 from Tomoki Izumi. This is a story about, like, basically this girl can see, like, a bunch of, like, these, like, demonic entities and stuff like that, but she, like, tries to act like she doesn't know they're happening. I thought I would like it more. I didn't really like the first volume as much, so I'm still kind of contemplating if I want to continue collecting the series, but, yeah, I had the first volume for now. Coming below that, we have ourselves Since I Could Die Tomorrow. This is from Sumako Kari. Really good first volume, but basically it follows a story about this woman who is in her 40s, is kind of like, basically feels like super sick, and comes to find out that she is going through menopause, but it kind of helps her to reevaluate her life and what she wants to do and like how she wants to leave her legacy and stuff like that. So she's kind of like coping with the idea of getting older, and it tackles some themes about like aging and like what's your purpose in life at this point. I really liked it. I thought it was really great. I can't wait to read the next volume. Below that, we have ourselves Gate 7 Volumes 1 and 2 from Dark Horse and Clamp. I have not read this just yet, but these spines are so gorgeous. Cannot wait to get into this and see what it's all about. One below that, we have ourselves No Need for Tenchi Volumes 1 and 2 from Hitoshi Okuda. I don't know anything about this series, but I know it's got some big fans and can't wait to check it out. Below that, we have Ion from Arina Tanamura. This is a short story collection that I have not read yet, so I do not have any opinions. And below that, we have ourselves Sherlock Bones. This is volumes 1 through 3 from Yuma Ando and Yuki Sato. So this tells a story about this kid who basically finds a dog who is the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes, but he's a dog now. So it's really weird. It's funny. It's goofy. It's kind of strange, but it's kind of fun. It's like just a more lighthearted kind of mystery series. So they kind of solve mysteries every day. It's fun. And above that, we have ourselves One Piece Shokugeki no Sanji. So this is the same mangaka group that worked on Food Wars. So basically, it is a story collection about Sanji and his various exploits of cooking and stuff like that, but done by the artist of Food Wars. It's pretty neat. I don't know. I actually ended up enjoying it quite a bit. So it's kind of cool to see the Food Wars people back again. But yeah, I definitely only suggest reading this if you've read One Piece. Coming up below that, we have ourselves Mie Ikumi and Reiko Yoshida's Tokyo Mew Mew, as well as The Quasar of Silkmata from Kenetsu Sato and Hiroyuki Yoshino, as well as Etc. from Toe To Nakazaki. I have not read any of these, but Tokyo Mew Mew I know is a really popular series, so definitely gonna be checking that one out soon. Don't have any opinion on Quasar of Sigmata. I just know that one of my friends always will quote about this series, but doesn't really know much about it. And etc. looks like it's a cowboy manga, so can't wait to get into that. Coming down here, we have ourselves Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You from Janushi, which was one of my hyped up series for this year, and it did not disappoint. It's really good. Follows a story about this overworked worker. Wow, overworked businessman. Who's like only solace is kind of going to the supermarket and seeing this girl and saying hello to her. She's really nice. But one day he goes and she's not there. But as he's leaving, this woman behind the supermarket is like, hey, come smoke with me. And so it's about them developing their friendship. Him kind of airing his grievances with his job while also she's trying to just kind of mess with him. It's pretty fun. It's cute. It's adorable. Really like the art. I kind of like the simple and easy conversations that they have with one another. So really excited for the next upcoming volume. And can't wait for more. Below that, we have ourselves I Want to End This Love Game from Yuki Domoto. This is a rom-com series following a story about this guy and the girl who've been playing this game for a long time called the Love Game, where they try to say I love you to try to get the other person to squirm in their boots to be bashful, basically. So it's silly, it's weird. It's not really my favorite thing in the world, but I've been on a shonen rom-com kick for the past couple of months, so just decided to pick it up, but definitely not blown away by it, but it is enjoyable. And right here, it's a little bit hard to read, but that's Nude Model and Other Stories from Tsubasa Yamaguchi. Let me see if I can get there. Okay. Yeah, Nude Model and Other Stories from Tsubasa Yamaguchi. This is the same manga behind Blue Period, and this is a short story collection, a variety of things. Some of them, I would say, are sexual in nature, so please make sure that you are of adult age or you have permission to read this before checking it out. But I really enjoyed it. I like the short story collection. It's interesting to see more of a darker and kind of more adult-themed viewership for Tsubasa Yamaguchi. So cool to have it, and it's new, so definitely go pick it up now if you want to check it out. Okay, so this stack is actually from a comic book box that I keep under my bed. This is known as the Underbed manga, aka these are series that I'm either they're done collecting and or they're going to be really hard, or they're on an indefinite hiatus. Various reasons, I just don't have space for them, and I don't really feel like displaying them. So, first up, we got Harlem Beat, Volume 1, Yuriko Nishiyama. This is supposed to be a really cool basketball series, but it's really hard to collect, especially because it's this older Tokyo Pop releases. So I've kind of just been keeping them in this box until I can find more copies. Below that, we have ourselves Legend of Chun Hyung. From Clamp, an older series from them, and it's a one-shot, and to be fair, this actually might be my least favorite Clamp piece, or Clamp work. I don't know, I just didn't find it particularly interesting. It was pretty cool, but nothing too crazy. Below that, we have ourselves One Pound Gospel from Rumiko Takahashi, volumes 1 through 3. I'm missing the last volume, but it is a very hard volume to find, so I'm not getting my hopes up. So it's been inside the box, and I have not read it yet, so been holding on to it until I can find the 4th volume. Below that, we have ourselves Shakugan no Shana. This is from Yashichiro Takahashi and Ayato Sasakura. I think is how you pronounce it. This is I would say, semi-popular series, or was a popular series. There are 6 volumes allegedly in English, but I've only been able to find 5. I've heard the 6th volume is nearly impossible to find, so I'm not really going to get my hopes up. But it looks like it's a pretty cool action series. I've read the 1st volume, but it's been a bit, so I can't really say if I like it or not. But I did enjoy the 1st volume from what I remember, so I'm going to hold on to these for now. Below that, we have ourselves She and Her Cat from Makoto Shinkai and Tsubasa Yamaguchi. So this is another manga from the Blue Period artist / creator, and Makoto Shinkai, who is that director known for a variety of different movies, including but not limited to Your Name, Weathering with You, and others like that. So I found this piece to be pretty interesting. It follows a story about this woman and her cat who live together, and it's just about her daily musings, as well as the cat's musings as well. So it's pretty interesting. I actually really liked it. I thought it was pretty good. It's just in the box for now. Below that, we have ourselves Stelvia from Zebek and Ryo Akitsuki. This one was pretty okay. I wasn't completely blown away by it. It was a pretty simple sci-fi series. They're trying to save the planet from this giant meteor that's about to run into it. So, nothing crazy. It's fine. It's okay. But yeah, it's going to deserve to be in the box.
Below that, we also Saint Lunatic High School from Majiko. This is volumes 1 and 2. Nice and short series following the story about these two kids. One of them is a teacher, the other one is a student, and the older kid teaches at this like demon school. So it's about their times staying there and the comedic antics it gets up to. So it's pretty silly, pretty funny series, but nothing too crazy about it. Coming up above that, we have ourselves Hikatsu. This is volumes 1 through 3. This is the entire series from Yu Yagami. Pretty simple series, following a story about this guy who thinks he can fix anything with his fists by literally punching it. And yeah, it's about his journey traveling across this world trying to fix things by using his fists. It's kind of silly, kind of dumb. Nothing too crazy. I wouldn't say it's like the most amazing piece of work, but it's pretty fun, so I kept on to it. Below that, we have this very strange, the best of Pokemon Adventures, Red from Hidenori Kusaka and Mato. I say very strange because this is like a weird kind of like compilation of the Pokemon Adventures Red era. So like when like the first 4 or 5 volumes of the Pokemon Adventure series, but they only pulled certain stories, so there's no consistency jumping from story to story. Honestly, I would not suggest picking this up, but I had it for a very long time. It's probably one of the first of like the first 100 or 200 manga that I've ever collected, so I've kind of held on to it for nostalgia's sake. But yeah, definitely not the way to read Pokemon Adventures. Below that, we have ourselves Neon Genesis Evangelion Volume 1 from Yoshiyuki Sadamoto and Gainax. So I got this first volume from a friend, and I haven't really read it because I've seen the anime, and finding these volumes specifically is very difficult, so it's just been sitting in that box. Below that, we've got ourselves Dream Gold, Nights in the Dark City from Tatsuro Nakanishi, which follows a story about like this guy who lives in like this kind of sci-fi world, and they're all trying to find this treasure, if I remember correctly, and like the way they do things can increase or decrease their points and stuff like that. So pretty interesting series. Unfortunately, it only got this one volume in English and it never finished. So I don't know what to do with this volume, but I thought it was pretty interesting because I've never seen anybody talk about it, and it's just like one of those fascinating, like almost lost media in English. Just a fascinating piece, especially because it's published by ADV. So yeah, held on to it because it's one of those interesting talking pieces. Below that is Dream and Sun from Ichiko Takano, I think is her name, or their name. Have not read this, but I know it's the same mangaka behind Orange, which is a series that I've been looking forward to reading for a bit. So yeah, don't have any opinions on it, but I do have the first volume. Below that, we have ourselves Buso Renkin from Nobuhiro Watsuki. And then below that, we have ourselves Tale of a White Knight from Tuko or Tooko, I think is how you pronounce it, Miyagi. This is a short story collection. Wasn't the biggest fan of it. I thought it was fine, but it is an interesting piece of manga to have, so I held on to it. Below that, unfortunately, is Great Pretender Volume 1. Really good anime. And a pretty solid first volume. Follows a story about this like pickpocketer who ends up getting like signed up to do a variety of like heist missions with this American. It's a really cool series. Unfortunately, it's been on indefinite hiatus because of the author's poor health. So hopefully they get better. And even if they don't finish it, I just hope they get better because yeah, it just sucks to be. It just sucks to be, that sick where you're not able to work on anything. So hopefully their health gets better and they're able to either continue the series or find someone who can replace them from their choice, that is. Below that, we have ourselves Get Backers from Yuya Aoki and Rando Ayamine. Yeah, don't know much about the series. I know it's pretty popular, at least for people who like 90s, 2000s action stuff. And I have not read this volume, so I don't really have an opinion on it. Below that, we have ourselves a really interesting one, actually. This is Crush Gear Nitro from Hajime Yadate and Hisashi Matsumoto. So this is a Singaporean print, I think, from Chong Yi. I think that's how you pronounce it. I don't really know. I think it's Singaporean. It might actually be Taiwanese, but it's somewhere from Southeast Asia / South Asia, but it is an English print, so it's really interesting to have. I don't really know much about it. It looks like it's like a kind of like a kid's sports manga, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, if I ever get my hands on the other volumes, I can't wait to read it. Below that, we have ourselves Wolf's Rain from Bones, Keiko Nobumoto, and Toshitsugu Iida. This is an interesting 2-volume manga that actually has a fairly long anime. I've always heard that the anime is actually really good. The manga is fine. Follows a story about like a variety of these people who like can also turn into wolves. So it's about them trying to survive in this world that hates them. It's cool. It's fine. I don't have much to say about it. It's it was decent. I thought it was okay. Excuse me.
Below that, we have ourselves Skygrazer from Masakazu Ishiguro. This is a manga that I actually was not the biggest fan of. I do think the art's kind of unique and interesting, so that's why I've held on to it. But basically, it follows a story about these people who live at like this, kind of like an apartment complex or some kind of housing complex that's always changing and kind of weird and strange. It has some like kind of supernatural elements to it. So I just didn't really like the writing style too much. There's something about it that just kind of was throwing me off, and I just thought was fine. But yeah, I've held on to it. And below that, we have ourselves No Longer Human. This is the complete edition from Usamaru Furuya, based on the novel by Osamu Dazai. I feel like No Longer Human is one of those stories that's been redrawn so many different times. Like, I think there's 3 different print editions in English for different authors. One of them is Usamaru Furuya's style. There's Junji Ito as well, and I think there's another one that's done by that's published by like Prattle or something like that. I don't really know what that one is, but yeah, this is a really harrowing and kind of sad tale about this guy who kind of just like is down on his luck and kind of spirals into madness and stuff. It's a pretty difficult to read, I will say, but it is a very good book. I think it might be one of my favorite Usamaru Furuya works, if not my favorite. I think I still prefer Gagaku Picasso over it, but this is a very, very good read, and just a really depressing story just in general, because I feel like understanding Osamu Dazai's background and like noticing like his outlook and worldview on life is very much seen within No Longer Human. So please check the trigger warnings before you do check it out, because it is very dark and it has some pretty messed up scenes just in general. And then we're going to move around here, so I'm going to go down into the carpet. And this is the Akira box set that I have under my bed, because I don't really have any other place to put it. This thing is really big and really heavy. But this is volumes 1 through 6 of the entire series, as well as the Akira Club book, which contains like information and other art stuff from the manga. So really cool to have this. I've talked about this at length. I have an hour-plus video about Akira, talking about its story, characters, and art, and how much I've absolutely loved it. And to be fair, it's my fault for sleeping on it, but man, it was so good. I'm really, really happy to have been able to read it, and just really enjoyed myself checking this series out. So if you want a really fantastic sci-fi series that'll keep you on your toes at all times, and really fills in all of the blanks that the movie left for you, where you're like, I don't really understand truly what's going on, this will answer everything, and it's just really, really, really good. So definitely give it a shot when you get the chance. Okay, so I have this other section here that's above my other manga, so if you look here, there's some of the other manga from before. So I have a couple volumes up here, but I have Tekkon Kincrete. This is the recent Viz release from Taiyo Matsumoto. It is an absolutely remarkable series. This is probably one of my favorite Taiyo Matsumoto works. It has a really good anime movie as well, but it follows the story of 2 kids named Shiro and Kuro who are kind of just trying to live in Treasure Town, I think is what it's called, while having to deal with a variety of different environmental and societal issues. It tackles a lot of remarkable themes. It's just a really beautiful piece of work, and I really, really enjoyed it. Very, very good stuff. Definitely give it a shot. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Otahime Diver Volume 1 from Okito Endo. And yeah, it follows a story about a variety of these girls who go to a school who are learning how to dive. I mostly got it because I thought it was an interesting thing, because it's from like a publisher I think named Avast or something like that. Never seen their name before, but cool to have it. It's just like one of those things that's like just one of those neat like pieces of manga that's just kind of interesting to have. Once again, I just like being able to showcase manga that most people probably don't know about. So cool to have it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Scribbles, Volumes 1 and 2 from Keiichiro Mori. So these are the sketchbooks slash like sketch compilations of Keiichiro Mori. Same manga behind Emma and A Bright Story, but yeah, these are absolutely remarkable. It's really, really cool to see like her drawing style and how she really comes across, or like how she practices, how she sketches, how she comes up with ideas. Just an awesome look into like an author slash creator's brain. So if you're looking for that, definitely give this a shot. It's really cool. And just so you know, if you're wondering why in some of these areas I'm skipping over some stuff, it's because they're comics. So they're not really a part of my manga collection, but they are here because I display them alongside some of my manga. So if you want more information about those comics, let me know in the comments, because maybe I'll talk about the comics in a different video. But so next to that, we have ourselves Okinawa, which is from Susumu Higa. Really, really awesome like short story collection, or like story collection in general. Tells the story of various people who live in Okinawa before, during, and after the war. So it's about all their various stories and all the various people that they've met, and just in overall, it's a really, really nice and interesting read to see like people's like reactions, especially because a lot of these are based off of interviews or other things that people that the creator has met. So it was just really interesting to get into his mind and meet those various people and see how they've lived in Okinawa for a long time or maybe a short time. But overall, I really, really enjoyed it. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Innocent from Shinichi Sakamoto. This is the first omnibus in a really good series following the story about a executioner. And about his story of wanting to not necessarily become an executioner, but of kind of fulfilling the desires of his family, while also getting back at them. It's a really interesting and thought-provoking piece of work, to be completely honest, and it's definitely helps that it's an extremely realistic art style, too. So there are some really dark moments and just like some really effed up stuff, but really, really good. Really enjoyed it, and can't wait for the second volume. Next to that, we have ourselves Josie the Tiger and the Fish from Seiko Tanabe and Nao Omoto. So this is an interesting like short story, or I guess not really short story, but it's a one-shot, basically follows a story about this guy who's aspiring to become a diver, if I remember correctly, or like something along those lines. Or no, he wants to study like oceanography or something along those lines. But anyways, he meets this girl who is rolling down the road in a wheelchair and stops her. And it's about their developing friendship and her kind of saying like she's always been stuck, being in a wheelchair, and it's really hard for her because she's always wanted to, push herself to go further and stuff like that. So it's about the limitations and like really I think it displays just how difficult it is in a world where people don't seem to care too much about people who happen to be wheelchair bound, and how like unfair the world is towards them when they literally are doing nothing wrong. Like they're just existing and they are considered like a burden to so many different people, and it's really messed up, but I think it's healthy to be able to read this kind of stuff because I think it's important to mention it, discuss it, and tell people about it, because I think it's important to be aware of people who are in wheelchairs, people who have mobile disabilities or anything like that. Anything we can do to help provide and support them because they need it. I mean, we don't. I'm a perfectly able person. I'm able to walk around freely and stuff like that, but some people don't have that luxury. Some people don't have that the privilege to do that. So being able to provide support for them, I think, is important. So I think this book is really good at illustrating that, and overall, it's just this is a really nice story. So really like it, and definitely worth a read. Now, coming over here, we have just a couple other books. So there's my my figure collection, which I've talked about in a video before, so if you want to see that, you can. But down here, next to some video games, I have Gladiola Volume 1. This is from Glacier Bay, and this is a collection of different stories from different manga artists. It's actually a really, really cool piece of work. If you can get your hands on it, it's awesome. Has a lot of interesting indie manga artists in it, and really, really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. Coming up next to that, we have ourselves Give Her Back to Me from Hana Chitani. This is a really solid like manga that really goes into like a variety of different themes and topics. But basically, this girl is like kind of like trapped in this window area or like in this mirror, and it's kind of learning about her past and her family's past. It's pretty interesting. I actually really liked it, and definitely worth a pickup. Next to that, we have ourselves Betwixt. This is an interesting short story collection, not by Junji Ito, funny enough, but it is a horror manga anthology. Really interesting what it is, because it's a mix of like European and American artists as well as like Asian artists. So like one side you read as like manga and the other side you read as like a typical like American comic. So really, really cool. Genuinely, I think it's really awesome to have this kind of stuff. And the stories in them, there's some pretty creepy ones. I will give it that. So if you like that kind of stuff, give it a shot. And then next to that, we have ourselves the first volume of Fist of the North Star from Tetsuo Hara and Buronson. Great first volume. I've not read much else of it, but yeah, follows the story of Kentaro, or Kenshiro, sorry. His name is Ken. Really great first volume, and it's had a great time. If you just want to watch big, muscly men beat the crap out of each other with some ridiculous powers, definitely give it a shot. Okay, so this is my other storage area. I think this sound's gonna be kind of weird because it's like in a box, but this is where I have like my Japanese volumes or other just volumes I just don't have space for. So all my Japanese volumes are back here. I don't have too many, but I do have the first 4 volumes of Hanebado, which is this cool badminton series. My fiance and I watched the anime, thought it was really weird,
but I thought it was cool enough, so I decided to pick up some of the volumes that I could find. It's a cool badminton series, just like the anime. For some reason, they decided to go completely different from the actual manga, and that kind of bothers me, so hopefully we get that in print, but I'm not getting my hopes up. Next to that, we got the Japanese version of Shaman King Flowers, as well as the Shaman King the Superstar, which is the sequel to Shaman King Flowers. So really cool to have those. Hopefully we get those in English print soon. So let me move this back here. Okay, so over here I have a bunch of samplers that I'm going to be doing for a video sometime, but I have Tokyo Pop, Kodansha, Viz Media, or Viz Manga, the Shonen Jump All Ages Sneak Peek, as well as the Alien Books one as well. So really cool to have these. I will be talking more about them. I was going to try to get some more information just to see like why they do them or how early they came out. So that will be some research that needs to be done. But that video, I don't know when it's going to come out, so don't get your hopes up. Coming down below that, we have ourselves the Drops of God, New World from Tadashi Agi and Shu Okimoto. I haven't read this yet, but it is cool to have it. I know it's a rarer series, so cool to have it, and I'm going to hold on to it for now. Coming below that, we have ourselves Sarai. I believe this is all we have in English. If not, I'm going to have to find out soon. But this is from Masahiro Shibata, and basically it follows the story about this world. Post-apocalyptic-ish kind of world, where basically this robot maid, her partners / people like her are helping do variety of odd jobs. It's weirdly horny a lot, and not really a big fan of that, but it's got some cool art and the action's pretty solid, so I'm going to hold on to it for now. Coming up next to that, I have one volume of Rurouni Kenshin. This is volume 11 from Nobuhiro Watsuki, as well as Gunblaze West from Nobuhiro Watsuki. This is the entire series, volumes 1 through 3. Coming up next to that, we have this really awesome Japanese volume. This is Zatch Bell 2. I have it at volume 1. It's really cool to have this. This is known as Konjiki no Gash 2. So cool to have that. Zatch Bell, like I said, is amazing. Hopefully we get this in English. Next to that, we have the Haikyuu, kind of like character book. Really neat to have this as well. And the Bakuman character book as well. So super neat. Next to that, we have Fairy Tail Ride-A-Night, or Road-A-Night, which I believe is supposed to be a spin-off series of the Fairy Tail series. This is from Kyota Shibano and Hiro Mishima, and it follows this guy. So, yeah, cool to have that. And then the very interesting one, but this is the Inuyasha anime manga for one of the movies. So I got this for free, so I decided to keep it because it has a really cool and shiny like cover. So yeah, not super interested in collecting anime manga, but since it was free, might as well take it. And then back there, I have some Shonen Jump stuff. I do have most of the Shonen Jump magazines, so these are just some that I got in a free pickup as well, along with the Inuyasha thing. So picked up all those and have held on to them for now. It'd be really cool to do a full video on like all of the Shonen Jump magazines, but don't have all of them yet, so probably won't be done for a while. And coming down here, we have some more manga. So over here, we have Batman Death Mask from Yoshinori Natsume. So these are a lot of these I haven't read, so I'm not going to have very much of an opinion. So we'll probably go a little bit faster to this section. But Batman Death Mask, we have 2 volumes of Cromartie High School from Eiji Nonaka, and Cyborg 009 from Shotaro Ishinomori, Volume 1, Diamond Girl, Volume 1 from Takanori Yamazaki, which I have read this, and it's actually a pretty cool series. I like the first volume a lot. Fortunately, the publisher is no longer existing, and the rights are obviously gone, but basically follows the story about this girl who has all of the makings of a baseball player. She has like a really good throwing arm. She runs fast, but she just absolutely detests baseball. So the team is basically trying to recruit her to join the team. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. I like the first volume, but like I said, we're probably never gonna get it. It's one of those like series that I think it would be very strange if we did get it, but it'd be cool if we did. Next up, we have ourselves Fairy Tail, a very popular series from Hiro Mishima. I have volumes 1 through 5. I have read most of this series, which is why I actually haven't collected it. I read it back in high school. I think I read up to like after the time skip and into like that tournament. So if you know what I'm talking about, then yeah, I would say I'm pretty far into the series, but I have not finished it. It's one of those series that's on the back burner for now until I decide to just pick up all the volumes. Next to that, we have 2 volumes of Genshiken second season. This is volumes 1 and 2 of Shimoku Kyo, sequel to Genshiken, but I haven't finished Genshiken yet, so I don't have an opinion on that. Next to that, we have Here is Greenwood, volume 1 from Yukie Nasu, Remote, volume 1 and 2,
Saint Young Men from Hikaru Nakamura, School Rumble from volumes 1 through 4 from Jin Kobayashi, Wild 7 from Mikiya Mochizuki, Yumakira Dream Shop from Aqua Mizuto. Back there we have a bunch of Toriko volumes. This is volumes 1 through 33 from Mitsutoshi Shimabukuro. And then back behind here, I'm going to have to move these real quick. Yes, I do have even more manga back here. But I have the old school Tokyo Pop Initial D volumes. I have volumes 1 through 5 from Shuichi Sugeno. I've kind of held on to them mostly because of a nostalgia thing. It was the series that my brother collected, and it's one of the only series he ever did collect. So it's just kind of, I don't know, it holds a special place in my heart. So cool to have those. Next below that, we have Thus Spoke Rohan Kishibe. This is volumes 1 and 2, which is the spin-off series of JoJo that focuses on Rohan Kishibe, which is the character that gets introduced in part 4. Below that, we have ourselves Parasite. I think that's volumes 1 through 7. Yeah, so 7 volumes of the original Tokyo Pop prints. Cool to have them. To be honest, I've been tempted to just kind of sell them and get the newer releases, but actually a family friend gave me them, so I've kind of been holding on to them as like a nostalgia thing. So yeah, not much to say about those. I'm gonna put that back. And then back there, so let me move these down real quick. Oopsies. So back there we have ourselves Tomie from Juji Ito. I would argue probably his most popular series. But yeah, follows the story about a girl named Tomie as she proceeds to ruin and destroy people's lives in a variety of different ways. It's an interesting manga. It's not my favorite per se, but I do find parts of it enjoyable. Next to that, we got Nijigahara Holograph, which is a series by Inio Sano. One that I actually haven't read in a long time, so I don't really have any opinion on it anymore. Definitely want to reread it, though. Next to that, so over here, we have ourselves The Heart of Thomas. So this is a really awesome hardcover series from Moto Hagio, considered one of the best and champions of shoujo manga from back in the day. It's a really great manga following the story about these like school for boys, and a kid eventually loses his life. He unalives himself, and it's about the repercussions and kind of like the ripple effect on the kids that go to the school and how this affects them, their mental and stuff like that. It's really well written, it's really well done, kept me captivated from start to finish, and has some really great art, so definitely worth checking out if you have not read it already. And last but not least, the last manga I'm going to be talking about is this one right here. This is Shungiku Uchida's Minami's Lover. So this is a one-shot series following the story about Minami, who is like the main character, and his lover is now suddenly really tiny. So it's about him and her trying to figure out what's going on while also just continuing to live their lives. It was okay. Not my favorite thing. I do think it was a little bit too horny for me. I've noticed that like I'm not like the biggest fan of those kinds of series. I know it kind of said it was going to be raunchy, but yeah, and it also kind of just ends really weird. I don't know how else to explain it, but yeah, it was a decent read, and it's a cool release to have. It's one of those like alternative mangas. It's just kind of neat to talk about and see. So let me move myself back here to one of my bookcases, and yeah, that's it for my entire collection. I have officially talked about almost every single volume in my collection because I have 2 currently that I'm letting some friends hang on to and read, which, like I mentioned, was the My Lesbian Experience with Loneliness, and another one I actually didn't mention, which is Robo Sapiens, which is this pretty cool like short story collection about robots and stuff. But other than that, yeah, this is my entire collection. Well, part of my collection here, but that was my entire collection. Thank you for watching all of this. This was a beast to film. It took forever for obvious reasons, and it's because I just like talking about manga. I bet you if I just literally just like walked through all of this, like I could probably get it done within an hour or two, but I really do like talking about all this manga, so thank you so much if you managed to make it through all the way. I would be genuinely surprised. And let me know what your favorite manga that you saw, or let me know what you've read in my collection. Love to hear your guys' opinions and see what you guys are reading as well. Maybe some suggestions. But remember, you can ask me why I don't have a certain collection, but I've kind of already mentioned, you know, there are a couple reasons why and why I don't. So just keep that in mind before you ask. But
that's not going to stop me from looking at your comments. So feel free to comment whatever you like. Anyways, you can like, you can comment, you can subscribe. Those are all amazing things. Thank you so much for all of the support you guys put into my videos. It makes doing these super long videos worth it because yeah, if I was doing this for like, you know, the fun of it, I would be absolutely exhausted. So thank you so much for watching and checking out my videos. And yeah, I'm going to end this off by thanking my member, or one of the members of my membership, Regs C. Lee. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your support. It really means a lot, especially when you comment early. It's awesome. If you do subscribe or whatever, join the membership, you can get my videos for a little bit earlier. So if you wanted to watch my watch and hear my voice a little bit earlier, yeah, it'd be a great way to support. It's only $2 a month. You don't have to, like I said, it's just really appreciate it if you do. And you get a shout out, so that's pretty cool, I guess. But yeah, hopefully I'm going to build out some of those memberships as well, maybe add some other things like asking for input on videos and other things like that. So get ready for that if you want to become a member. And yeah, that's going to be it. I'm officially done. You don't have to listen to my voice anymore. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.